I would totally agree with that. You're looking at the two teams that have lifted trophies, but Genji have
got let's go, kita menobar Genji versus Sentinel.
We often see from very good teams.
Let's go, guys. Who will win?
Paperthin talking about it on the desk. That A lobby control was so important for the one game that Genji did end up dropping on this map. I think that's where the Breach Sovacom is significantly better.
Okay, bakal bertawan. Harusnya nice texture. Wah.
Won't be able to get too much done
here. Udah mati.
Genji not able to flood defense in time. Smokes up. Might be looking for a bit of a contact play, but a call for the pause is made by Sen. They're just going to wait this one out for the util. Still holding it down. Go spam it away. Still adjustment from Sassy. It's good. Leaves it just down to Meteor. 1v3 here for our pistol. Can he do it? First obstacle removed. Plenty more where that came from though. Revealed it in the last few minutes. Reloads off. Turret up. Catches one of the contacts, but Sentinel's not willing to give them too much of a fight here. Sassy's so wide out into the open. 14 HP. Turret still up. Tens us to break this one. The single shot. Meteor delivers it.
Well, there's a reason that this guy was the MVP for Shanghai. What a way to start things out. I was all ready to sell how well the Sentinels had played that A exec. The early control, the hit into sight. Genji rattled, unable to get that flood retake working. And what did we just witness? The Red Bull clutch comes through in a spot that it should never. I think we've got to start there. This is a situation where he should get traded every single time.
Got to agree with that.
And the home crowd roars.
It's a 1v3 and Genji to continue that kind of dominance with the pistol round, starting it up. Conversion into the bonuses. Josh, you were chewing my ear about it. Off in the green room, you know, we're talking about how good this Genji team is when it comes to just being able to get those early advantages.
Let me nerd out for a moment there. Genji are third best team when it comes to pistols at Champions, but they're amazing at converting bonuses. So assuming that they win this round, which Meteor is under quite a bit of pressure here.
Quite a lot, actually, overwhelming. Damage is being done to them, but it's been flooded in.
And should be all good.
And it should be, yeah. Sealed up here. Spikes dropped down. Zeltis, not much chances for him. He might go around the world to farm up some orbs, but...
And so, look, Meteor is going to have enough to buy up a rifle in the next round. They've got two Guardians, Bulldog rifle. They're the number one team at Champions in terms of converting these bonus rounds. In round 3, round 15, where you've won the pistol and the follow-up. And I think part of that is because they take them so seriously. They have such incredible aimers. If they have a Guardian or a Sheriff in their hands, first bullet accuracy on almost all of these guys on Genji is remarkably good. Love seeing that flash there.
A little bit of an Easter egg, I think, of things to come.
30 seconds left.
I think he's just looking to give away his body at the final moment. I mean, he has nothing really to play for, apart from that extra ult point that he could try to get online. And to be honest, he's not too far away from getting it early on in this map.
Yeah, spotted out and finally cleaned up here. So, inevitable here, but now we can start to look forward to this bonus round. Genji usually cooking with it.
They are, and I'll tell you what, I've been watching a lot of both. Well, I've been watching a lot of Genji on Haven. I've watched all of Sentinel's Haven, but they haven't played it very much. So that's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? Because Sen are going to read into what they've seen from the VODs from Genji. And one of the interesting things is Viper Orb always going towards C long instead of A. That's an interesting quirk of how Genji play this.
Guys,
and they have two different Viper walls. This one, the most standard, which is going to throw towards A, and then he has an aggressive one.
Dari internasional turnamennya emang pakainya HyperX sekarang ya, bukan Zoe lagi. Kalau waktu itu kan Pacific di Korea kan pakainya Zoe. Cuman dari kapan tahu iniannya kayaknya HyperX. Apa ya namanya? International Tournament.
We'll attempt to slow this one down. They want to try and get rid of most of this util. There's a fault line to try and follow through Zekken. Got a lot in his face here still. Never to really shut them down. Meteor dodging the flash.
Meteor,
looking snappy and magnetic into the moment. Still a TP forward. Sentinels not to be disallowed this. But pushing through to one way. It is Chaos incarnate. Down to that 1v2. Munchkin. Upgrade in hand. Now he's going to make the most of this one here. Sentinels cannot afford to throw away these player advantage situations. Don't like how the pistol round got started for them. Dart is good. Spots out Munchkin now, but he's got a lot more to do.
Mapnya Sentinel.
Molly at the feet, Sassy. Push back and away and wide. Bit of spam and straight bullets away.
Look.
Gets the reload off, but there's only 6 left to him. He's got to do so much with it. Not able to, not against Sentinels there. In this instance, the discipline
Ada animasi reload
reigning
dah kocak
supreme.
banget.
So there we go. Gen.G unable to convert the bonus this time around. Still off to a decent start with some good damage done. That's going to knock the Sentinels' economy slightly. But I think more important than that, as we look towards the rest of this half, is how the map control game plays out. You can't really run big C execs against Gen.G. That's the power of the Viper Orb at the top there that they run. But it does make their A-holds weaker, I think. And the way that DRX was able to beat them on this map just recently in Pacific was by taking A-long control very consistently. You've always got John there with the cam to make sure if Gen.G push down mid, it's covered. I think in rounds like this, giving Gen.G full A lobby control seems like a bit of a map control mistake to me from the side of Sentinels. But maybe they've got something very different in mind. It looks like they're setting up for another one of these garage splits.
At least just preemptively trying to get rid of some of the Killjoy util. Turrets up, trying to spam one of the more common locations, but they don't actually know where it is. It's been shifted and moved along, so none of those bullets will be landing. Drone up through C. Makes it feel like there is some presence and pressure being pushed up into it, but a lot of players just now sitting outside through B, wall up in their face again, creating difficulties.
And if they do decide to pop B here, Munchkin's going to be there fairly early with a snake bite. They're trying to go back towards garage.
Texture. Oh, he's trying to play an off angle to get ahead of this util that they might use to clear this.
Nggak di-upgrade. Phantom dia. Dia nggak di-upgrade, guys.
John just like that, pushing through though. John QT, quick to equalize. The 3v3. Into the moment still with 40 seconds left. There is room to breathe. Bit of a pause is called. Cage falls. Alongside the wall. Munchkin was not ready for that. Ferrari Peak in action here.
30 seconds left.
Tap, hoping that the rest of these players are going to come swinging out of the open, and it leaves it once more down to Meteor. 1v3. A miracle round for him on the pistol round that he did convert, but this one is a little bit more, at least tougher to chew through, isn't it? Contact's caught by John, and he will deliver them the round.
2 huge kills there from Sentinels. One from John, the other from Zekken, both in B main. And I think those are the 2 that really turned that in favor of Sen. After Texture got a double kill, most of the time I think that should be rounds.
Tempatnya Zekken gelap
And
banget ya.
yet,
Medianya.
really strong, quick aim coming out from John Cutie and Zekken to be able to pick off players on Gen.G. Both Karen and Munchkin falling in those spots. It just opens up the whole site for them. Gen.G are going to have to respect that. If Sentinels are shooting and they've got a firepower advantage early on in this game, well, a lot of things are going to change.
That's knocked Gen.G down to that weaker buy. It's a good time to talk about, you know, the overall feelings heading into this match, because a lot of people would, I think, pen Gen.G as the heavy favorites. That's understandable considering Sentinels were slacking a little bit towards the end of stage 2. Ended up falling off a little bit, of course. Texture with the knives in his hands with the Blade Storm might be able to return at least some of it, but tagged up by the drone. You got to respect that. Backing away, it's a bait and switch though. Got to make the most of it. Meteor's back in there too, or in their face.
Dua.
Not thinking about it, but as it's dropped, Meteor is just out in the open, and this slow, cautious tail that's really being told by Sen across the map. It's working dividends.
It is, but because they didn't take A long control early on in the round, and they don't have drone, it's going to be tough for them to end A here. So their choices are between B and C, and that's mostly where the Gen.G defense is. There are still opportunities for this to go wrong for Sentinels. They've got time on the clock. I'm not sure that John's going to be able to re-explore this entire area confidently. He's going to give it a go, though.
There's a stack of players at Gen.G at least.
I mean, what's the chances you run into the bucket?
Yeah, I mean, Josh should just be going down every day of the week, and so he does. An upgrade offered up. Handle to them, fault line into the corner as well, but you want to go into this one with a rolling thunder. It is committed, still as an orb and a snake bite in your face. Aftershock, narrowly avoided. Flick of the wrist, dodges the flash still. The reinforcements are here. This is the danger zone for Sentinels. You're walking straight into the maw, and it's only firepower. They're going to be able to bail yourself out. Texture can only do so much with that Sheriff in hand, and the plan has to be stuck down. Bullets spraying and praying away, but Tens ready to lock it all down.
Dikit lagi, Nasiko lah.
Recovered there towards the end for Sentinels. But I'm really not liking the way that they're setting themselves up in some of these situations. Because they're not taking A control early on, they limit themselves so drastically in the late round.
Yeah.
Yes, they're able to barrel their way through there. And yes, it doesn't matter too much that Chong goes down to the Bucky in short, but that got close and it had no reason to necessarily. They just found themselves stuck.
The importance of that A lobby control, though, that you were hammering home is going to be all the more here. Texture's got the operator in his hands, and I think this is being tracked by Sentinels now.
Kabar suara gue udah ada belum ya? Udah.
Texture's ahead of this, though, to fall, and he misses the flick.
Wah, kita habis gue nge-mute.
You don't! It's all supplemented. TP up into heaven. Tens is there for the backstab just in case, but Sassy was the one to clean it all up. And now you're just looking at a save.
That's so lovely. I mean, that's a wonderful play over towards Hay there. Adding the Soverall into the back of it too. Texture had an opportunity, but it was a tough flick to be able to get onto Zek, and he does the reverse peek, crossing over the bricks early. He is often good for those. His aim's pretty spectacular with the op, but this time, Sen come out on top, and Zekan's got that killer instinct just to rush him down early. I was talking about how, you know, not fully convinced yet at the way that Sentinels are approaching the attack side, despite the fact that they've been good so far with rifles in hand. But if I'm looking at just the teamwork, coordination, their rifle aim, everything's looking very clean right now for Sen. And that A-take inspired a lot of confidence in me. So far, it's Gen G firmly on the back foot here.
Yeah. Sentinel's coming out swinging as well. Don't let that 4th seed in Americas fool you. What a finalized finish as well for them in stage 2.
They had a 6-map win streak at the start of stage 2. Yeah, it's something that I think people have forgotten because they went out ignominiously from playoffs. And they'd lost to G2 right before the playoffs as well. But they're still a competent team, and if you catch them on a good day, woe betide you.
Yeah. You think about this Sentinels team as well. It's all been leading up to this. The big moment here at Champions, the end of the year. They started their year in Korea with the tournament.
Gue nge-live dari depan jadi pilek flu.
Maybe getting ahead of ourselves here. It's only day 1 and it's only the first match. Tens punishing the peak there. At least they all pick up onto Munchkin. McCage up as well, covering the back of Tens.
So this is that Viper Wall I was talking about. It's designed for A-long control, but they couldn't control the Tens teleports. Very cool anti there, I think, based on where they saw the Viper Wall.
Karon, he wants to press forwards. He spots the barrel. He knows that there's a kill to be found. Will claim it. Double peek is up, and the trade inside here for Sentinels. Seekers, considered by Lackey, are now offloaded here just for that extra information. But Sentinels are still working with about a minute on the clock here. They can afford to just slow it all the way down. But Meteor, again, the risks have to be taken. He's the one pushed past and forwards most of his util. And he needs to find a kill from it.
Surely he has a free one on Tens.
Backs to it. He's watching the wrong angle, but yeah, Tens unaware. That could potentially be crossed up here. Sentinel's going for that quick reaction now. Full speed ahead over towards the C site.
And without Munchkin alive, no Viper Orb, C becomes much easier to hit. But there's always going to be that lockdown coming from Garage. How do you... not Garage, coming from... Whoa. What is that kind of placement? Just to make sure that it doesn't get contested?
I mean, Sentinel's going to be pushed all the way up onto site here. They can't actually fall back into the long angle flash. Just about dodge here. Second has dropped. This is disjointed here by Sentinels. The aftershock has to get used now. Meteor wrapping behind. And a coordinated attempt. It works to full fruition. Gen G. Beautiful work.
What value from the lockdown as well. Yeah. I can't say that I've really seen too many people popping it down there to go for the C retake. I was also watching Texture's POV. He had to dodge 2 breach flashes and Lakia's flash as well. He's spinning his crosshair left and right just to try to keep his vision intact so that he can help on the retake. But that's the first one with rifles in hand that Gen G get on the board. And it wasn't looking great for them until Meteor made that play walking down mid. When you're in a player disadvantaged spot, sometimes you got to take risks like that.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, he's all over the place.
So now Texture with op in hand, going to be taking that peek towards B as Sentinels look to take some A lobby control.
Keep TP'd out. Lakia side by side. Him and Karon not ready for that one, are they? Zekan just catches one to the temple. Forced to back away. Texture's wondering which way to look.
You see that Tens went for the same teleport again. So every time the Viper Wall's been in this spot, Tens has tried to TP into this cubby. But this time, Munchkin wasn't just sat there in the open picking up an ult orb. They actually fought.
Scout destroyed.
Slow and steady. This time Gen G not needing to take too many risky plays, wandering forwards here. The pit is going to be dropped at the minute mark. This is lovely. Supplements the defense.
but it also stops you getting any further info. I say that, but actually Karen, having gone on top here, is still going to be able to get info down short. So it keeps 2 players A on the defense side, but I think Sen are going to struggle to get through that.
They really are.
What are your options now? You haven't gone garage, you haven't broken the Killjoy utility.
Well, Meteor, he's going to walkabouts here. Oh my, almost time for the peak there. Yeah, almost there with a punish still. Drone's going to be used to clear through into mid. Sentinels have only got 30 seconds to really work with into this one. Again with that player disadvantage, Tens, TP up top and away. And he spotted these players completely unaware. Gen.G still lucky. He's got to get a handle onto most of this one. Caron pressing forward. Smokes watched for. Gen.G have toppled.
That is an amazing play from Sentinels. Gen.G always flood defend and try to pre-take over towards B. Zelsis tapped that knowing it was coming. I mean, he knew with 100% confidence that they were about to push through that smoke. Hard red. There's the advantage of having those VODs to watch from Pacific.
Yeah. Munchkin not interested in playing for this one as well. Just wants to keep the op into the next. It's a big tool they're going to be using for their defense rounds. Gives us time as well to talk about, the general feeling heading into this one. It was already kind of mentioned on the desk with the map pool stuff, with Haven being played. It's a map that we haven't seen much of Sentinels at all.
No.
And there's a reason that they picked it here today. They feel like there's weaknesses to exploit on Gen.G's side. I would have to agree. When I was watching, it looked like one of the weaker maps for Gen.G. Surprisingly, it was my
Malah betulin mos dia, bersihin mos.
felt like the map pool wasn't quite as shored up as people were making out.
The weird thing about that, though, is I feel like we've seen Haven so little and from so few teams at an elite level that actually I still feel like Gen.G's Haven is up there, top 5, top 3 in the tournament.
From what we've seen, yeah.
Maybe I'll change my mind after watching more of other teams play, like Sentinels here. But, Sen had only played it once before this, into 100 Thieves, and they lost fairly convincingly.
And so it's hard to tell, right?
It's really tough to tell.
Size, yeah.
It's tough to tell who's good on Abyss, obviously, but also Haven at the moment. I think, as we head deeper in this map pool, even more unknowns. The decider, if we got there, would be Abyss.
Oh, Abyss. I mean, I would love to see that map 3 already into the round here. It's going to be quadruple face up in through mid. John QT stepping up late. Looking to send it straight through into the B side as well. A bit of spam into the smokes, aftershock as well. Nobody's going to be able to press their way forwards and past it. But Tens does get dropped. That spam, I believe, coming out through the smoke. Trailblazer spotting it. Paranoia rolling front out for the back. Nobody's watching this 1 second. He's going to be dropped here, trying to fight for the side control. It's all over the place. Sentinels caught completely unaware, and a spray down transfer just does not connect. Everybody falls once more. This time, it's Sentinels drifting back to that spectator seat, and Gen.G maybe 1 step closer to making it equalized at the half.
And Gen.G 1 step ahead there too. Notice how Sentinels were spamming into the smokes, expecting Gen.G to be set up for that pre-take, for that flood defend. And instead Gen.G hold a little further back, not much, but just a little, in order to not die to that early spam and get a big retake off altogether. These minute differences in timings are messing with what Sentinels were expecting. And especially if you get a freebie like that early on. But look how unexpected that timing was for them to go through the smoke.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder just to try and fight for one of the extremities there out towards B, just the slightest of timings that were off.
And that's how fast Gen.G adapt from one round to the next. It doesn't take them long.
There's a reason that they've made every single final so far this year. That's an accolade that not many teams at all can even claim. Munchkin trying to stop this one as well. Another B attempt and push in, spots the player, spamming away. Somebody's to cover this one down and below. Stunned up, matters not. Second, just walking straight into this one. Still Caron is out and away! Caron delivers it side by side, him and Lakia. They push back any aggressors. And the spike drop down into no man's land. There are no chances left for Sassy.
Another spot where you feel like a Gen.G player's caught dead to rights, being double swung essentially.
Ini apa, cok?
And the leader in terms of any Rookie of the Year awards pulls it out again, a 2K. Just a slight wiggle of the movement.
Oke, malah iklan. Apa cok itu terbang-terbangan, cok? Celebration chat setting. Chat appearance. Celebration. Ini mati nih.
the horizon. It would take one of those guys
Buat
like John
apa,
Wood winning
anjir?
champs, honestly, to overtake him for Rookie of the Year. Like you said, Gen.G have been in every finals with a rookie player basically straight from ranked. That's insanely impressive.
Yeah, really never seen anything like it.
So 5-5, big recovery from Gen.G. Yes, they got the pistol, but it looked like Sentinels were in control in these rifle rounds up until recently. Sen going for a few too many plants on B.
Again, looking towards Garage. Seems like it's a pretty key part of what they're going for. Looking for a bit of spam into the corners, just in case there is that one of them held. Up angle, Meteor's caught on the cross, though. Trying to wade his way past that one. That's a leg shot. JungQT barely surviving. Seekers pushing forwards. Lakia smelling that blood in the water. He definitely wanted to hunt that one out. So it's equalized 4 versus 4. And it causes that reaction now out of Sentinels. But they're going to be walking again. It's a Paranoia. It's an Nanoswarm. It's an orb up in their face. Sentinels really don't have too many options here, but they're calling for the pause.
They have to go for the C-exec once the orb goes down, but this just becomes so obvious.
Yeah, and again, the players are meeting their match. It's Gen.G happily able to just try and fight this one. Forwards, Hunter's Fury, though. That was the extra element needed. Lakia right from behind. Texture follows up with a shot, and still got to deal with these players. 2v2 now. 36 seconds left. Not enough with the offset of the movement. Lakia will be dropped. Texture 3 HP.
30 seconds left.
Looking this way, that way, head on a swivel, doesn't know which way to look. It's an impossibility almost at this point, but at least the spike isn't down. It's the one thing working for him, but the weaponry is not. Plant from Zelsis stuck, committed, needs to be held out here. Weak players all around. It's all about this first shot that lands. Finally, needs a second one. Dash now active, doesn't know where he is, and it's wrapped all the way round! Texture! You absolute animal!
Gila.
He's such an incredible player.
Gokil nih orang.
Walking back into the backside of C, checking left and right on default. Pulls out his shorty, thinking that he'd killed the healthy player, realizes he's wrong, still has time, even when he guesses the angle incorrectly first, to readjust. It's just unbelievable watching these guys play sometimes.
Individual game IQ, it's off the charts.
It really is. You know, we can see, we've got a mini-map.
Yeah.
He's operating fully in the dark in this spot, and he's got a perfect read on that timing. Munchkin can't even believe his eyes.
What a delivery. Straight up a gift for Gen.G, but all from the hands of Texture. And still now, look towards it. The final round here of our first half on Haven.
Gen.G have got a 4-player stack on A. This is a hard read. All right, Sentinels have only been going A when they want to finish A. I think that's another flaw a little bit with the way that they've been doing their attack side calling. They're not really taking A control and then pivoting off elsewhere. Maybe this round they will, and maybe that'll be how they convert round 12.
Trailblazer broken, doesn't get concrete information. Just being held here by Sentinels. JungQT and Zelsis looking to try and break some of this util up through Garage, maybe force and pull some of the rotations, but Gen.G firmly stuck in the mud. They are not drifting away from this A anchoring spot with 4 players ready to receive.
I think if they break the turret, it will have to pull people off A.
That's what they're going to be trying to go for here. JungQT with 40 seconds left. It's broken.
They didn't move a muscle.
No, only just now. Munchkin, a TP at least. It's faked out.
The hardest of hard reads.
Yeah, I mean,
a Munchkin classic.
They think these rotations have occurred, but listen, Gen.G, they put up all the barricades. They are ready to receive every single player. Full line over and through. Lakia inside the Cloudburst plays. Once inside of it, the wall up in their face. Sentinels cannot step past it. It's up to Sassy and more. With only 15 seconds to do it. Your options are pretty much entirely ran out. Updraft and away, fade away with a Blade Storm. It's a flourish to finish, man. And only a few seconds remain before Gen.G take this lead for our first half of Haven. No time on the clock to play with. 7-5 will be what we stare at.
Incredible end to the half there. The time ended up being the worst killer at 10s.
Absolutely insane stuff.
Oke, kita lihat Gen.G menyerang.
What a way to
Akan
open
menjadi
our
seperti
first game
apa?
of champs. I feel like this rematch of Masters Madrid Finals is delivering. We've seen some awesome stuff.
Yeah, we certainly have. This has just been dominant, and what a return of the fire from Gen.G after a quite slow beginning, honestly, but unorthodox. But they are in the driving seat here for Haven. Sentinels map pick of our opening match of champs.
Oh, come on.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Kira tekstur gokil banget.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. FPX masih 4 hari lagi guys. 3 hari lagi sih, 3 hari lagi. 3 hari lagi guys ya. FPX G2. Tidak terlalu yakin, cuman semoga FPX bisa mengangkat piala di tahun ini. Tahun lalu gagal karena saudara-saudaranya, teman-temannya sudah angkat trofi ya, seperti Genji, contohnya Genji doang. Biar Pacific ada trofi lagi gitu, international trofi lagi. Habis Genji itu di RX, bukan koin ini nih. Habis Genji Sentinel itu FPX TH ya. Seru juga sebenarnya matchnya ya, dan gue nggak tahu juga ini bisa nonton apa siapa enggak, soalnya gue ntar ada les. Aduh. Semoga lesnya tidak jadi. Jadi gue bisa nobar ya.
We're gonna find out as well if Genji can keep that momentum moving forwards. Be potentially a tough ask. Honestly, depends what Sentinels got prepped up on their defense half. That's the trouble with a team that is coming into a tournament where they haven't really been showcasing much of their maps. I mean, honestly, the case for a lot of teams is
Group stage.
Okay, am I being baited? Is that real?
I mean, it's looking real. We'll see.
Boleh lah ya guys ya, thumbnailnya lah ya. Daripada ini kan kayak agak aneh gitu. Ini buru-buru soalnya guys. Soalnya ini kan gue kurang serak sama muka guanya nih, aneh gitu guys. Cuman ayo udahlah, kayaknya ntar bakal gue buat lebih simpel lagi mungkin ya. Kayaknya kayak gini aja, cuman ntar gue tambahin gini aja nih sama ini. Nih begini, set Genji nenek gitu. Lebih simpel.
Really rough. If they can't get pistol rounds on the board in this series, it actually might not matter how good their Haven is, how good their Abyss is. If they wanted to close it out, maps 1 and 3, you still need those rounds to be able to get your hearts off to a good start.
Yeah. Just to take away one of those win cons from this Genji squad that's, I mean, they are determined. They're on a bloody warpath, man, to try and.
Sepertinya sih dari pihak Genji ya, karena Sentinel tidak ada yang ini, nggak ada yang apa-apain gear. Kayaknya Manskin tadi ya mouse-nya. Bukan sih. Siapa ya? Apakah coach ya? Coach ya mungkin. Tuh, ada staffnya tuh. Nggak tahu siapa tuh.
Also looking for 2 Champions trophies, one of only 4 players in this tournament who could. But on the side of Genji, I think if they win champs, maybe if they even just make the grand finals, they have a very solid claim to being the greatest of all-time team. And that's with Fnatic still in this tournament with a very similar roster to the squad that won back-to-back at Lock-In and Tokyo.
I mean, their consistency is just unheard of, especially with how challenging this year has been. It's a very condensed schedule. Makes it difficult to just not feel the burnout over a certain amount of time here, but Genji have been looking largely in charge here. The beginning here for our pistol round. It's all slow for now. Creeping and crawling up through mid, looking to see if they can get any of those early angles, just in case somebody's peeking for info on Sentinel's side. There's a trip in their face. Texture, it's going to be chewed up by that one. A couple of stray shots. Yeah, you flying it away. A tap as well for the reaction.
You can see there that Texture was intending to updraft onto the high ground inside that smoke. The trap stopped him. Cam sees a lot of this info, but it's only Zelsis home.
Yeah, peeking away, just can't quite land the one shot that was necessary there. So Zelsis will push back that play that's occurring. The timing that's taken, Munchkin. Oh, wide open.
Wow, Munchkin.
Right for the taking. John QT's dropped.
So they tap
B.
B.
Timingnya loh.
C walking on
hanya dapat. Semua pada datang ke C.
Potentially closed case, but still Sentinels, they do have that retake
mati
in their back pocket, just waiting for it to potentially come online. 17 seconds until the dart. Not too sure for the fault line. Dash still available. See if a Zekin in the back pocket. They're worried about these flanking players as well. Might find it difficult to get through, at least with this orb, but as soon as it goes down, you might see them take that timing. They are so concerned about these mid flanks.
Not ready yet.
And now the time to strike is here. Texture is way ahead of it, inside the smoke. Any sort of timings the Sentinels were looking to try and take, they've missed it. Already Texture still, Sassy. That's two.
Sachi.
And no one from Gen G is willing to even give him it. Ice cold from them, a tap onto the spike, no one out into the open. He has to stick it for the only win con. Gen G. Almost inevitable that they claim once more another pistol round here.
And that pistol was remarkable. The fake onto B, tapping it after Texture had failed to get onto the high ground, trying to get simultaneous C lurks and A lurks working. I don't think either of them were designed as fakes. It's more just as see which one works, right? If the guy dies over towards C, probably the guy on A is going to be able to find a timing. And my God, what a timing Munchkin found. He also got in position to throw that orb deep towards CT. As soon as the orb goes down, Karen throws a smoke and Texture's inside of it. Every part of that worked beautifully.
Yeah.
The small details are hammered out so well by Gen G. They've had a lot of practice, a lot of matches to be played this year.
Not willing to throw away that advantage that they've got. Winning that pistol round. Taking it nice and slow, hoping that Sentinels will peek into them.
The cam from John Cutie was positioned a little further back in the previous round. It's going to be getting them good information on this side of the map.
Yeah, Trailblazer. Just a check in case there are trips there. Clears the way through most of the side. Not sure if it cleared Zekken off into the corner. They don't like what they saw. Gen G instead now moving over towards the B site. Flash overhead, no connection there. Karen will stick this one, and the Gamble stack of Sentinels does not work out.
They got Viper Orb onto the plant. No Snakebite to work with, but double Nano Swarms, as long as Meteor stays alive.
And everybody's looking all over the place here. Still Sassy's way ahead of the rest of his team, looking to try and trade this one. Oh, Lakia is right there behind him. All the avenues watched, and everybody falls once more.
Untung ada Lakia ya si Meteor, kalau udah mati itu.
On their anti-eco, again looking towards that bonus round. It's going to be more than healthy. Our kill leader of Texture looking just very much in control. 14-8.
Just took over from Sassy, who's having a remarkably good game out here on Haven, but not enough. Gen G failed the first bonus. Even the best teams in the world, by the way, are still winning less than 60% of their bonus rounds. So it is a difficult round to be able to convert. But Gen G with 2 bites at the apple here on this map, and a chance to run away with Haven.
Wall up. It's difficult to get the timing here. Zelsis is holding his fault line, but all the players are already way ahead of him. Sassy.
That doesn't even stop them contacting.
There's no way.
Can't believe they didn't give it away there.
There's no way. They don't even spam. They're just all the way up, and it's all for free here. Paranoia, Flash, it's all offloaded, concatenated, out and over the top as well. It's down to tens to hold it, locking it down. In through the back, the reset is magnanimous. This guy will not be stopped. He denies any attempt to take that A site.
Shadows traveling.
Gen G left scrambling. They should have had that. A dash into sight, an amazing flash from Zelsis to actually push them back just a moment. And Tens recovers after immediately being blinded in the midst of that exec. He's left on the floor in a 2v4.
That's what Sentinels needed. They're holding this one steady, giving up most of the A sites. Rifles are swapped around, noise is being made.
Yang lagi.
It's not even pushed back here, so Karen
Udah display aja, display capture lah ya.
Got a feel with Gen G.
Display capture lah, display capture nih.
Karen inside the smoke, not being cleared out, dodging, weaving, TPing away, still being watched for Meteor 1v2. Meteor cannot land it. The transfer almost intact, but eventually it's Sentinels who paved the way to a victory.
Tembak.
And thankfully for Sentinels, all of Ten's hard work does not get discarded at the final hour. So they bring that gap down to 3. A little bit of damage done, not too bad for the Sen economy, but they're going to take a tactical timeout here.
It's the first one of the match.
Really beautiful play from Tens, must be said. Zekken is struggling. I didn't even realize at this point, to be honest with you, because I felt like he was getting into sights fairly well. But he's 5 and 13.
Yeah, struggling quite a bit.
And Zekken's one of those players that Yeah, from a map-to-map basis, maybe you could argue he's slightly inconsistent. Only slightly. But to be honest, in every major tournament, he's always the highest performing player for Sen. And he's actually gone up in terms of his ACS all year. Just tournament on tournament, from kickoff to Madrid to stage 2, putting up better and better performances. So to see him at the bottom of the scoreboard right now, it's a little concerning. But if he wakes up, it could be the difference maker. I think that's something you've got to be taking a look at here, is whether Sen want to get an op into his hands, and whether they can from an economy perspective too. He's been buying the Outlaw in the last few rounds here, but he hasn't quite been where Gen.G are looking.
No, the money's just been slipping quite tight for them in terms of them just trying to get that operator. You can see opting even for the Outlaw here, you know, getting that sniper into the hands of at least a Jet player. It's tried and true at this point on Haven. It's got to be a key part of your defensive protocols. But yeah, it's a bit of a bargain bin buy, isn't it? And only the 1/2 armor target of texture.
Yeah, it's unlikely to find too much success. He's also been running at
What
C.
is this power thing that's been pinged down by Gen.G? It's going all the way through garage and through the back of it. See if they make a go of it. Of course, not running a Killjoy. It's going to be gaps potentially there. We'll see if Sentinels are able to cover it.
Shadows traveling.
Just to look at the other side of the map as well. Recon Dart finally thrown out 20 seconds into the round. Because if you throw it out early, the Viper Wall is really disguising it. Zekken almost caught contact, and Munchkin's lurked his way up again. I'm not sure which one's even going to be the game changer here, A or C.
Oh, 10's going for the peak as well as Barrels. Pointing out, trying to bait a shot out. There's no way. There's absolutely no way Munchkin can be blessed like this once more! He's working magic over towards the A site. We're watching a bloody repeat. He's opened it up and calls for the TP, immediate pivot. Caron, he's straight there with him. Turret broken down into mid here, but the A site is theirs. Now with texture removing John. The mid avenue completely opened up. That uncertainty into the back of Sentinel's minds, but they want to go this one thick and fast. Playing forwards here, at least with the dart in hand, and the rifles are not doing enough. It's Sassy and Zelsis up against the world. They're not being given even an easy fight in the slightest. The movement ajar, forced to save. Zelsis backing away.
And that is a brutal decision for Sentinels. Not one that they could have won at all, but their economy's going to be in a really rough state. Zelsis has got a bit of money, so has John. The rest of the team, dirt poor. Think about the way that Munchkin is getting space down short, right? If Sassy throws a recon dart at the start over towards A lobby, Munchkin's just going to play around his wall, and he's going to dodge it, and you're not going to get any good information. In fact, you might even get bad info and think it's cleared when it's not. So they need a different way of being able to get information there. You're either going to have to re-clear with the Sova drone from short, or you're going to have Zekken fight that. And Sentinels have not chosen either option. For all that they've got the rounds really close here, I think there's a ton of things that Sen could improve on this map if they ended up rematching Gen.G later on in the tournament here. Or if they can figure it out mid-game.
Early spam goes either way here. Zekken's dropped down to 48 health. Still ice cold. Watching for any sort of mid-presence.
One of those spots where you might want to just give the gun over to your teammate. It's rough though, because Zekken really wanted to try to get aggro, but with only 48 health, what can you do?
And already the space is taken up here by Gen.G. Another perfect read.
Munchkin's IGL-ing, it is magnificent. I think people maybe didn't credit it as much at the start of the year, but defense side hard reads, attack side he finds the gaps so often.
These lurks on top of it, it's all
incredible.
coming together. This guy is just, he's a beast right now this entire year.
He really has been.
Deep flash, fault line onto texture, but there's plenty more util where that came from, buckets of it. Paranoia for a paranoia, just pushes them back and away. Sentinels will be lucky to get anything. Still, Caron, drop towards the back, texture, phantom play! And that's a 4-piece, ace stolen away!
Another ace!
Gotta feel for him, man. You gotta feel for him.
This has been happening in
tuh pasti dia
Pacific
tuh.
over and over again. The last ace that Texture got was in April, man. He's had 12 4Ks.
Oh my god.
He's had 12 4Ks since his last ace. Look at him. This one should have been it.
It should have been it. It
The
should have been
drought
it.
should have finally ended. He's so funny.
Oh man.
I do love Texture. But can Sentinels find an answer? Now that they've got rifles back in hand, the gap has opened up to 5. It's almost looking insurmountable. It has to be now.
It has to shift now, doesn't it? Updraft, dash, up and over. Flash to follow it up as well. Nobody's in sight lines of Texture. It's given up almost entirely and it's put the squeeze onto the Sentinels player. They heard all that util. They don't know which way to look and they can't even get the kill drips online. Full line, that's a potential team utility to just colliding and clashing into them.
Aduh.
Hunter's Fury.
It's
Panicked, it's offloaded. And desperation does not work out for Sentinels, not this time. They did not know how to react to that.
Got your trail.
Very nice pathing to bring out in a crucial round, and
Yeah.
Texture's looking to close
12
it.
now.
Tens left. Right click, but followed up by Lakia. That's the 12th round. And Gen.G one step now. That's all they have to take to lock up this map.
And I think if there was one round you could point to show that divergence of trajectories we were talking about at the start of this cast, where Gen.G have just gone from success to success, building on their grand finals appearance at Madrid, compared to Sentinels who've struggled really to recapture that magic. I think this round would be it. A beautiful call, fantastic pathing, and Sentinels scrambling their protocols falling to pieces. Second tactical timeout now used by Sen.
Yeah.
It might be too late at this point. Their weaponry is so poor. They've got to try to contest short to make sure the Munchkin doesn't go for the lurks, but then they've also got to be able to defend the C site where they don't have nanoswarms, they don't have the Viper to be able to work down there. They're probably not going to have Tens hard anchoring that spot. There's just so many questions being thrown at them. They do not have the answers on this side of the map.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Not just the fact that Sentinels have now got to do it with, again, weaker weaponry, knocked down to half armor, it's Bulldogs, it's Guardians in play, but just the ideas that you were mentioning. You know, they can't contest with Munchkin. He's been able to get free reign over towards A lobby, in through the A site, these lurks and timings he's taking. And it's so hard for Sentinels to even control this one. Typically, you'd want to do it with potentially like a jet op, but they haven't been able to get the money together. And even if they did, there's a Vibe wall in their face.
Exactly, yeah, I must say that as well. Even if Zekken does fight short against that Viper wall, it's really tough.
Yeah.
You have to be very smart, but also very aware that you can have that Viper wall dropped on you at any moment, and Munchkin can threaten a fight. You know, our best duelist in the world can take those fights, and Zekken is capable of doing that kind of stuff. But Sentinels have decided they need him in Garage, maybe to try some kind of early peek.
Yes, this should do.
A lot of players going to be watching though. Gen.G. That's Paranoia primed and ready in case there is that early aggression. Contact plays are called. And this is Gen.G looking for that closer. No signs over towards Garage. Instead, they set it over towards the B site. Celsius is watching this.
Cover going.
Smoke up in his face. Flash up and over, count with a TP, and even a committal to the plan, but that's an aftershock to push him back and away. Dash still there, Zekken spots it, here's the one, but nobody's giving him an easy fight. Meteor dashing and backing away, still with his B-side control. Texture, he's put straight past it! And in front of that fault line, still won't survive. At least with the trade there, Flash in and through, over the back, 4v4. Back down, Norofef gives him that information, and a sight hold might be exactly what Gen.G are looking to cook up. Munchkin still with that orb up in their face. Dart and a Paranoia follows through, flood and back and away. Sight players cleared up, rolling thunder, committed now to the front. Sentinels have got to try and strike at least when he irons hard and try and find these kills. There's one, two left to deal with, finding them one after another.
Around exactly when they needed it, just as Gen.G had got up to map point. We saw the same level of ideas from Gen.G there. Going for the B exec, okay, that gets stunted by an aftershock from Zelsis. Let's try to pivot and crunch the player's Garage. That also gets shut down by Zelsis. Then the Breach ult is online. It's just a massive round from the Vibes Merchant. Selin wins as well here, but he needs to be doing more of it. The whole team needs to be doing more of it. It's not just down to him.
No, I can't really focus on individuals, despite the fact, you know, Zekken is sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard. It's been a while since he's even got a kill. It's more just the ideas going to miss. If I'm to offer any sort of bailout.
At the same time, you do want to be putting your duelist in a position to influence the round, right? And so,
Mancing lagi apakah akan mendapatkan
is a bit concerning.
lurknya lagi, lurkingnya. Hahayu apa kata gue say Genji bingung dikasih menang. Belum cuk, sabar cuk.
I think you're worried in that kind of spot if you break the Trailblazer. Texture's right behind it.
And that's an interesting peek. Still second makes the adjustment.
There's
Snaps
the
it to
value.
the cranium, and there is the value. It had to come about through that sheer mechanical skill.
Here comes Munchkin. He's trying one of these classic A-lurks. Tens has been watching for it. He refuses to get duped again.
But there's a chance for the timings to be missed here. And which way is he going to look? Adjustment again. Mirrored plays from Tens and Zekken. Pushes Genji back. It just looks
double lurk.
Yeah.
It's the same again. Lurk up A and lurk up C at the same time. One gets broken, the other doesn't.
Yeah. Trip broken. Meteor has got an open side for them.
30 seconds left.
A 3v5 though, Brent. They're not going to close out the map here, surely.
But it's Genji. You never know with this team. They really shouldn't.
Full breach utility for Zelsis. Sassy's going to have Recon coming back online, but you probably don't want to wait for it.
And there's the first Shocky. Preemptive release of the debt, so one of the Nanoswarms is off. Meteor finds it, still traded. Charon, that's a sweep from behind here now. The backstab, but maybe just pushing back in a way. Lakia needs support and he needs help if this is even going to be doable. Flash in through the box, smoke is up in his face. A tap in his way, that's a bit of spam to follow up. Charon, and now a lot more to do. Spike being diffused, stuck fully in Tens there to defend him. Sentinels are still alive in this map. They're not going to be going down one map just yet.
6 chances for Genji to close, now down to 4. Sentinels pick up 2 retakes. Both times, happy to allow Genji to get into the site, but then making sure that they deal with any extraneous threats. And in this situation, big player advantage too. It was a nice shot from Zekken. He's going to now pick up the operator heading into round 21. This is, I think, the first time that we've seen him with an op in hand, right?
Yeah.
He had 2 outlaws earlier.
Salvage that money together, but he's found many targets. Still a smoke in his face. We'll push him back. Going to be given that early sight line. Texture's even watching just in case he is updraft up onto the box. They don't like what they see. They got to know that the money is available for that operator. It should be at the back of their minds as long as they're looking at the scoreboard.
That flash, down A short, and now the Trailblazer indicating that Munchkin did not find an early timing. Sentinels were not sure, but now they should have a good idea that this is actually the pack of Genji.
Locked down, it's unconventional. Doesn't really stretch all the way out towards this A side. Sassy, drone, spots it. They're wondering if this is potentially fake pressure. Tens overstaying it, just about escaping. 50 HP though, and now it's being fully committed. The molly at the feet as well. They are separating these players.
This is the time.
Nobody is allowed to anger this site. Instead of an execute, the pit drop down, man.
Gila, nice ulti.
He's already found it, whipping it around. Meteor, rifle in hand, leaving it to the
ulti
two.
sih. Gila ultinya GG banget.
And only the blade storm.
Munchkin ya,
A
Munchkin.
rifle for John QT. They're going to need to be
4 main dalam ulti, 1 main di luar.
Meteor will not give them anything at all.
GG.
4K to finish up the map.
Tuh GG tuh, di baju udah tulisan GG.
Sentinels with a map pick that I think made some degree of sense. They had the VOD advantage, the tape advantage, and could try to anti-strap what Genji were bringing. At the end of the day, those holes though, ironed out, and Texture looking fantastic with over 300 ACS to open up champs.
Yeah, unreal performance by Texture. He's looking to
Yeah.
really just grab not just another trophy, but also that undisputed title.
Next map apa?
Series don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Gue lupa next map apa. Our power. Wih, meter apa nih Omen? Command. Kita lihat dulu ya di mana ya? Nah ini nih. Oh Asen abis ya, Asen guys. Asen. Gue harus live jam 5 anjay. Gimana kalau live-nya tetap jalan nih guys ya? Live-nya tetap jalan, cuman nggak ada muka gue gimana? Tadi ntar gue selesai les, gue langsung lagi ke sini guys gitu. Menurut kalian gimana? Ya, HP gue belum gue acas lagi.
First map.
Wait, suaranya apa nih?
We know that Gen G is known for very amazing energy on stage, but today they were a bit more serious. How differently did the team prepare for this particular match? We have Jen to help with some translation.
감독님 오늘 선수들 표정만 봐도 뭔가 평소 때는 굉장히 즐겁게 게임을 하는데 오늘은 좀 더 진지하게 좀 몰입을 하는 모습이었거든요. 센티넬 상대로 특별히 준비했던 부분이나 마음가짐의 변화가 있을까요?
확실히 챔스기도 하고 저희가 또 서울에서 하는 것만큼 유일하게 저희가 센티넬한테만 졌기 때문에 그래서 무조건 이기고 싶다? 뭐 그런 게 좀 진지해 무조건 이겨야겠다는 생각이 있어요. 개막전이기도 하니까.
Yeah, of course, you were taking things more seriously because it's champions, also the first match of the champions in front of the home crowd and our home ground. So we are motivated, and they're the only team that beat us at a global event. So for us, we really, really wanted this win. So yeah, everybody's just getting their focus in, having their serious face on.
A lot riding on this match. Let's see if Gen G can close it out.
Well, Mika, they're one step closer to being able to do so with that victory on Haven, as Sentinels picked that map thinking maybe they had a little bit of a read based on what they saw at the playoffs of Pacific, but instead, exactly what Brennan Sideshow said, they ironed everything out, they managed to plug the holes, and they walk away with the win.
And I think we did see those issues to start. I think Sentinels had a lot better solutions to A lobby control on their attack. They were getting a lot of early advantages because of that, but then it was these Gen G retakes on their defense that I think defined their game with a lot of really fast adaptations, Clint.
Yeah, no. They do a really good job of coming up with unique ideas on the fly. There's so many rounds where they're just like coming at you from angles you're not expecting.
At the same time sometimes.
Yes, exactly. Like they're really good about coordination. One of the best things that Gen G has in their arsenal is that they are extremely patient and they are always trying to work together, always trying to make sure that their retakes are in unison, that the players are swinging together, all those things. That's what it's made them, one of the things that has made them so good.
One of many.
One of many.
The casters were talking about this, but I think they did a really good job of varying the pace of their retakes. We saw a lot of those fast flood defenses that they're known for, but also a lot of slower rounds where they were leaning into those set retakes on B, on C that were also really effective. Sentinels in Madrid was known as a team that was great great at disrupting teams' retake attempts, and I think it was really impressive how Gen.G was able to shut that down and still find success on these set plays.
Yeah, I'll say one thing. When we swapped sides, though, when we were seeing Munchkin with those lurks, I mean, that was devious. That guy gave him no quarter whatsoever, Clinton. Like, no. Is that what we should be expecting as we get ready for Ascent?
He doesn't do it as much on Ascent. Okay. It's more like a Lotus, Haven, like some of the maps where he has a little bit more room to maneuver kind of thing, but it's because he does such a good job preparing. He works his absolute butt off studying these teams. Like they talked about it in Shanghai where everybody else is playing ranked and grinding, and he's out there with an iPad just watching teams 16 hours a day, just trying to get reads on them. So that's part of the reason he's able to do some of these lurks.
Jeez.
And I mean, some of these rounds Gen.G were winning were honestly criminal. The pistol round and this texture clutch that we just watched were stolen, quite frankly. But it just shows that, well, Gen.G is known for the honest Valorant, the really good setups in team play. Their individuals are ridiculous to pull rounds like that off. If those two clutches didn't come through, this would have been a lot closer a game, and I think would have given a lot more opportunities for Sentinels to build some momentum into this.
Yeah. Well, and that goes back to what we talked about in the pre-show, that Gen.G wins round, they have absolutely no business winning. Yeah. And this happened in the pistol. It happened in that round with Texture. 3 HP. He's the one peaking those angles with the ops, too. They're holding in one case. Tens is just holding that angle, and Texture still wins that battle. That's how fast he is. And moments like that is what make this team so difficult to go against, because you can be as prepared as you want. You can set up great crossfires. You can do a lot of good things, and Gen.G can still break you.
I do think it does bear mentioning, though, that this was kind of something we saw in Americas as a problem for Sentinels. These slow starts. In their 2 matches that they ended up losing, they only won 2 pistol rounds in them. And it was the same here. They're losing out on pistols. They're starting slow. They're not getting the opening picks and setting, I think, Zekken up for those big moments he's known for. And this is a really scary prospect, I think, now going into a map 2 against a team who looks like the best in the world.
Well, you know, you mentioned Zekken. I think you saw his stats at the bottom there, and I think it wasn't, like bad necessarily from him, but it was what you were saying.
I think it was by his standards. He's normally lights out like that.
Well, I was going to say that we praised him for his consistency, but something you noted was he never really had an opportunity to like get going, you know? And I think that again is just another credit to Gen.G for being able to identify that, shut it down, and handle business.
Yeah, I mean, there were rounds like in the final round. He's got the Blade Storm and stuff, but the round's basically over by the time he gets there. Like, Gen.G is doing such a good job of picking players apart, finding those early picks. I mean, the first blood percentage for Gen.G has been through the roof throughout this entire unit. It's not just Texture, it's everybody on that squad is really good at finding those first bloods. We saw with the Munchkin lurks, Meteor does a great job with it, anchoring sites as well. So all of those things create tremendous problems for any team they go against, whether it be Sentinels or anybody, and you're left scrambling to try to find answers.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, I think it goes without saying that this Gen.G team is so well put together. But now, let's go ahead and see what we're going to get as we get ready for map number 2, Ascent on the horizon here. You know, with Ascent, not much changes with this, right? Because we know what that bog standard is usually going to be. But again, you know, you look at this, you look at Gen.G and the way that they're playing. I mean, this is dangerous territory right now for Sen.
It certainly is, but Sen is starting on the defense. I think the biggest win conditions for them to get online here is number 1, getting Zekken back into positions where he's getting opening kills, get that operator online. If he gets into the groove, that's make or break. But the other question is, what comp are they going to be playing here? Because they were experimenting with a lot of the deadlock ideas in stage 2. Some of it, I think, was better than others, and I felt like this Ascent map needed a little bit more work. You compare him to a team like Leviathan, who is also playing that agent, and I felt like they didn't have the same depth of ideas and strategies built up around it. But they've had a lot of time now to prep if this is the idea they are committing to.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that, because I don't think there's going to be any change in what Gen.G does on this map in terms of agent comps. I'd be shocked. I might have a heart attack and fall off the stage if they do, because I'm not gonna lie,
let's get the cameras on you for that one. You know?
Yeah, please don't. But no, I mean, like, they're the best team in the world on Ascent in my book. They were undefeated on it in stage 2 of Pacific. Very few teams have been able to beat them. So it is going to be the kind of comps that both teams have been running with. And for Sentinels, I think for me, the biggest thing about Deadlock is you have to be so smart with how and when you're placing your utility and how you're playing off of it. It almost in a weird way, reminds me of Yoru, where it requires a tremendous amount of coordination and a tremendous amount of discipline to play it properly. But if you can pull it off, it looks amazing.
I think Deadlock is really strong on the attacking sides, how you can stop flood defenses, how you can set up those sensors to really build incredibly strong post plants. But on the defense, I think that Gen.G's style plays well against it. We saw this when G2 played Sentinels. The slow default style, working around the utility, breaking it down. I think Gen.G is good at that. But Sentinels have a lot of tools. This is a comp that only has one VOD out of it for Sentinels, and they have a chance to come back into this series if they can look good.
Yeah, this is a big, big opportunity for the Sentinels to be able to climb their way back into this series. But for Gen.G, they're right there to be able to get that revenge against a team that, you know, has been their kryptonite from time to time, at least once.
We heard it from the coach, the only team who has beaten Gen.G at a global event. If they could get their revenge to start this champs run in Seoul, would be massive.
Yeah, that's right. Gen.G just one map away from avenging their loss at Masters Madrid. Let's see if they can pull it off in front of the home crowd and send it back over to your casters. Brennan Sideshow.
And Gen.G are the heavy, heavy favorites here. I mean, this is an Ascent map that they are potentially the best in the world at, I think, currently, for teams at the event. They look so damn good, and for Sentinels, as much as there's not been a lot of tape on them with this comp, it is not a good map right now for them. They have to come out with some miracles, and it has to start here with the pistol round.
They've gone for that double sheriff approach.
And a double fight out through, straight from tiles.
Udah mulai guys,
play disadvantage now.
Munchkin figuring out, how can I go for a lurk against this? It's a decent counter to what Munchkin was doing on the previous map, but also the fact that the wall is used so early. Generally, you want to be playing slow attack sides against the deadlock, and the wall struggles to get value.
Lakia might be considering a drone up close here. John, is that a grab net? Slow down the approach here. There's a flash overhead as well, but now looking to try and anchor back and away. Sassy supplementing it. Couple of shots now fired off, and Rassel in through the smoke. No punish just yet. Still dropping down low, but it all lays down now into the lap of John QT. What can he do? A lot of players now here in the drop down, skipping a hot right through, and it does set up the bait and switch. Keron happy to oblige, straight in there. Now the plant coming online.
Zelsis coming around behind as well. Are they going to think about B main when they just exec from this?
Crossfire, it should be nice. Not quite. Munchkin was the only one to actually collect any sort of B main presence. Now walking his way through, baiting, Texture, dropping back and away, Texture and Keron. These guys have been difference makers. And once more, they're going to stand to the test here. The dart is avoided and dodged to the back, and the shots just not connecting for Sassy. Only 4 HP and a dream it will just remain to be. It's a pistol round for Gen.G. Nothing out of the ordinary for this squad.
Not at all. 3 out of 3 in the series. I think it would be wrong to say that Haven came down to the pistol rounds. I think Gen.G were the better team there. But an entire series where you don't win pistols is almost impossible to win. Sen need to be working on these. They didn't get a good beginning to it, and Gen.G managed to close it out there towards the end as well. Just hitting good shots, double body shots all over the place with those sheriffs.
Gamble here by Sentinels. Knife not dodged just by Zelsis. I believe he's the only one who looks like he is suppressed right now.
Okay, let's go.
Hoping that Gen.G might just walk into it, but
yeah,
listen, they weren't born yesterday. This team are too diligent.
It's quite a nice trap play though, because if the cam is found over towards B, you're expecting trap plays to be run off the Cypher cam usually, and this one's off deadlock contact. So I think there's a chance that it gets value, especially considering Munchkin and Karen's positioning. But right now, they're not taking an inch.
No steps forwards. Waiting it out. Making either team stew, to be honest. It's a series of unknowns going through their heads.
And as TenZ takes contact, this whole trap is going to fall to pieces.
Paranoia in his hands. He's just jiggling out with the util. Does get a good connection. 3 players going to be pushed back and away, and a TP as well for himself. Just to disengage. Grab that, calling. The play is made. You got to be joking. Just with that sheriff in hand.
Semua mati sama Karon.
Even when the ideas are good, even when they try and go for the preemptive strike, it's still not good enough. I gotta see that again. Show it from his POV or something, man. I mean,
the amount of 4Ks that we're seeing coming out from Gen G as well, where one player just steps up and takes over the round.
Yeah.
Karen's got 8 kills already. What on earth are we watching?
Merahnya harus ke Karon yang lagi diserang sini, malah dipindahin tuh lagi diserang tadi.
Gravnet comes out.
Listen, dude, I mean, come on. I know it's against an eco, but still, as a Gravnet, he's locked down in place.
Yeah.
He's ice cold.
Sentinels, Odin comes online for Sassy. He can try to reinforce the B site. It's super difficult to get through right now. A nice shock dart from Lakia as well, getting rid of that sonic sensor. I don't think John pulled it back in time. B looks devastatingly difficult to hit though, especially if Sassy was Odin wallbanging this, but he is rotating off.
Yeah, timing potentially missed there for Sentinels up through mid. Gen G has the makings of a B split, putting a lot of pressure and asks onto Zelsis.
So the cam covers this. Off cam contact, Sassy can spam, but it's not a great spam angle. It's good for damage, not good for kills usually.
Tags onto Zelsis. The setup is going to be dropped down and away here, walking through.
I say that.
Sassy, bit of spam damage, just through the choke point. Gen G's still going to get easy access though to that B site. So Plan will be online and inside for them second. Biding his time, hoping that somebody will just open themselves up, but as the doors drop down, Texture! You gotta be joking!
You're not allowed to do that!
There's no way! Running and gunning inside the Cloudburst. Taking names. 4v4. Too much to clear, surely. Meteor crouched up. This is unorthodox in terms of the angle, and of course it is!
Nice
Rips
banget.
them all away!
Nice banget.
Dismantling all of the trap setups here, taking out the cam early, making sure that Sassy doesn't have that wallbang spot. He goes over, gets a kill in the other side, and then Gen G are pulling kills out of really unexpected spots. The one from Texture, I'm sorry, that one's illegal. That one is illegal. But Meteor's play as well, it's so nice. They've got Karen ready to back him up if indeed he needed it.
Yeah.
Texture is also there playing aggro. It's not just a solo play, that. And yet, even if it was a solo play, he still would have won the round for them. That's the power of this Gen G team.
Right here.
Each of their players has got such a nice read on the game. And I think we don't remember enough what player development they've done too. Meteor was a bit of an all-aim, no-brain duelist player before he joined this team.
Certainly was.
Now, all of the aim, and a brain to match.
Yeah, and a team as well that's just right there beside him, all on the same page, cooking up plays together. They're aware of just any obstacles that might face them as well. You can see it just the way that they even approach rounds like this. It's against an eco round. A lot of teams will sometimes just run it straight into a site, full disrespect, but Gen G, they slow it down. They make sure that they can methodically try and pick apart what at least Sentinels are doing. If there were any concerns, I think, about Gen G potentially being shaky in home soil and a home crowd, listen, that was kind of pushed back at Shanghai when they were literally the villains. All the way through, it's an open side again over towards A.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, what incredible range of emotions that they will have experienced in their last 2 international events. Madrid, a crowd that was neutral towards them. Shanghai, a crowd that disdained them, I think. And then here, where they're the hometown heroes.
The idols, man, on the big stage.
I was walking in today, and as they rolled up, some fans, it's like the back of the building where people don't really, you know, think to come. It's not like Gen G announced what time they were going to arrive at the venue.
Yeah.
People, fans from Seoul, clustered, watching them exit the van, screaming at the Gen G players. This team is popular out here.
Absolutely.
And they'll be even more popular if they have a big run at champs, or even if we can dare to dream, if they can dare to dream, lift the trophy.
They've already done it once. First time it's been done for Pacific. That was Gen G who did it. Despite the expectations, I think most of us were probably looking towards a team like PaperX, maybe even DRX at points to be that team. But Had a crazy story from the beginning of this year where the expectations were honestly at their lowest here, and a lot's going to be asked for again of TenZ to smoke down. What is that? Adjustment and expectation for Texture, but he's already in through the site, and the main players happy to fire through and follow up on all of it. So despite the heroics, it might not even be enough here for Sentinels. No command. Suits its way, but finally fading, and now a very deep lockdown is going to be used by Meteor. Drone broken, slight tag, double faced up and out, but just missing the shot.
Are they even going to get out?
I don't know. Detainment on the three. Yeah, or three.
All three
time to hunt. It's time to chase. They know it. They can feel it. Texture. Time waits out. Oh my! Barely skirting away. It's going to be a comedic finish at around here, potentially. A punishment in sight. There's still time here for Sentinels to make a play towards this one, but second retaken with the operator again adds another level of difficulty. It's all about how they manage this one as well. That late backstab that might be occurring from Meteor. Is it going to be caught? Zelsis sticking out onto the fuse, half already. He's brought that win con, covering for it over the shoulder. Zelsis dropping him.
There is no way
that's ridiculous.
that Sentinels have just won a round where all three of the retakers got detained. There is no way that I just watched that. There's no chance. I must have got something wrong. Surely that was John Cutie's ultimate. What? The brain is baffled and befuddled.
It all started with TenZ, this guy here. I said he's going to have to do a lot there in that spot, and he did. He delivered. He got the two that was needed. And as soon as the detainment wasn't followed up on, offered up an easy kill onto Texture.
I mean, it's not like Texture really could have followed up on it, I don't think.
It was so far away.
All right, so that's a bizarre round for Sentinels to get on the board. I don't think you'll ever see anything like that one again. Certainly not replicable, if you want to talk about that. But they keep the Odin. It's magnificent for their economy, which could have been shattered.
Always a way. Start gassing up a team in terms of the storylines about them lifting trophies, and then watch the fumble in place. Operator held, but not the back. Still a few shots fired off as well. That drone has to be broken. Zelsis locks it down, holds the line, and now evacuates back and away. An adjustment of a bullet straight through the wall, and spam from the Odin will supplement all. That is it. Sentinels, complete control of this B site. Spike dropped down, and with the trip alerting them exactly to where Munchkin's presence is. It's another round that's inevitable here for Sentinels, and at least that second one, Justin Flick missed, at least with the op.
It is inevitable.
It should be. Unless you give him the ones. We're blinded up. TenZ happy to just jump on the chance and pounces straight into mid. So maybe this is what we were looking for from Sentinels.
That was a better defensive setup. When you're running a Cypher deadlock composition, I think most of the time you're going to be wanting to try to hit them as they come through choke points or as they hit your utility. You're looking to follow up on trips, on stuns, to op them or Odin them before they even exit and get into the site. That's one of the rounds where we actually see Sentinels comp functioning. And because Zelsis was able to win a really crucial duel against Meteor too. So what have Gen G got? It's going to be Zekken looking towards top mid, hoping they can get a cheeky one at the beginning against somebody like Meteor.
Drone up though. This will push him back. It needs to be broken by the rifle fire, but it's not done in time. And almost a punishment there. It was an over the top with the knife, almost getting that suppression off. He wouldn't have been able to escape.
Look at this deep trip though. The trip is not where that shock dart just went for it. It's all the way close towards mid. Almost right where Meteor's back was.
Yeah, so Lackier's shock darts that he's fired off, offloaded into mid. Not going to be getting too much value. TenZ has to use the TPs, barely out of dodge. Annihilation, there's a connection. Molly down, and that's the spike. Texture has to drop them. He's through and out. They're going to try and flood themselves in. Gen G happy to fight them straight back at you. Second, Bladestorm now increasing that tempo and even offered up a rifle. Charon now with the plant. 2v3. Dart fired off. No reveals inside, but jumps round and through and away with a right click. Zekken, he's on his way to an ace. But Lackey in his back pocket, at least with that Hunter's Fury, he's got that backup plan and policy. Charon still going to be nested up. Holding deep, tucked onto the A side. It's a difficult player to try and clear. And Sentinels now making a call to double up. They don't have a dart. It's 20 seconds until that arrives, and it's going to be too late if they try and wait this one out and through. Time already ticking. Smoke is just mind games from Charon, making them spam away, and they got to stick this one here, and they still haven't found it. Win cons are just dashed away to the win. Time? And there is no time. Ticking at this point. Sassy knows it. Gen G with their fifth.
We are seeing some ridiculous situations out here. Watching Lakia be taking out Karen with the Hunter's Fury towards the end, but just making sure that Sova was in play, just in case his his Smokes player fell in hell. Gen.G take another one. And this is a round where it looked like Sentinels, again, their system was working. They got the Annihilation off. It grabbed a player with the spike. But I don't think they were anticipating as heavily that it was an A split and someone could retrieve that player. Pulled out of Shelob's grasp at the final moment. And we're into the next round, where Munchkin, I think, is the player to watch here. That null command is spectacularly powerful against Sentinel's composition. And you see here that John has put his stuns on the exact opposite side of the map.
Ke pizza, guys, anjay. Nih, kan lihat gitu dia ada trap di sini terus hancur. Sama sok dartnya akhir gokil nih orang.
In some sense, Celsius is the bait here. He kind of wants to be seen, be shown, and then you run into A and forget about the deadlock util.
Right here. Knife over the top. Tag out through main darts. Meteor barely alive. Dyson with death there, buddy. Drop down to 8 health. Will be able to survive though, and now regroup with the rest of his team.
A split, null command. Watch out for these sensors.
Yeah. The pressure's going to be on immediately.
Have
they got to even answer this? Flash clear. Come over the top here, no command as well as Dart. Does reveal all. Both players, in fact. Tens and Zelsis, the position is noted, recognized, stunned up, but there's no follow-up. Tens, he can't take these easy fights. He's worried about it. He's swung from main as well, picked apart. I mean, methodical is what you call that. Gen.G. There's no easy access, no fair fight to be taken for the anchoring players. Dodging and weaving the entire way through.
The Gen.G protocols on the attack, when they hit the A site, they're magnificent. They're always guns out, not scaling too deep into the site, holding, waiting for that peek from the defender, holding heaven, waiting for the backup to arrive. You know, making sure that they're not caught in transition, running forward, trying to rush things.
It's the little jiggles of movement, just trying to bait them out, and it just makes the anchoring players feel so alone.
Yeah. You don't know if someone's going to run at you from left side, from right side Jenny. You don't know if someone's going to run at you from Dice. And the whole time, Gen.G are actually just making you afraid, making you swing, and then ready to punish you. It's really excellent stuff. All the best teams in the world are going to have some level of that approach to the A site, but Gen.G looking perfect with it.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things, anyway, that makes them best in the world on this map. I think they're demonstrating it here. You're noticing as well that the deadlock, I gotta say, it's finding very little value.
Yeah.
The walls, it's difficult to find a good timing to use that mesh barrier, or barrier mesh, sorry, because Munchkin's happy to call a slow round where it just expires. So if you use it in the mid round, okay, that's fine, but Gen.G are probably gonna pivot in another direction.
Yeah.
And the stuns, I mean, in that round, null command comes through. There's double stuns on site.
But it doesn't matter.
No possibility of a follow-up.
It just doesn't matter.
At that point, they're cosmetic.
Yeah. And Tens, when that hit was coming through, not sure what ended up happening. Even if he had smokes available, I think null command would have stretched past him, would have prevented him from being able to lock off that anchoring main side. But you can feel it when he doesn't have the util available, when they're all cut off and away and suppressed. They had no option. They couldn't take the fight by swinging out from Gen to try and play off the stuns in the first place. Gen.G looking unstoppable on Ascent, as we were all kind of expecting.
I think there are things that Sentinels can adjust here, though. First of all, they could try doing some reclays over towards A main with Gravnet and a Paranoia, something like that. Alternatively, if they wanted to fight over tree control, that would be another good adaptation, I think, because Gen.G have been doing a lot of A splitting.
Yeah.
And the other thing they could try to do is tuck Zekken in the box at back heaven with his operator.
Well, you say that.
When the hit comes through, he's there ready to collect.
They are pinging that spot already, Gen.G, heading into this round.
I think that's because Karen is about to ult over there, though.
Okay, all right. Show me something, Gen.G. Show me what you've been cooking. Well, might be that potential for it to spot out these players. Early Paranoia Lets him take that control out towards A. Tens in through Y, and he's in danger though. Has to dodge and around way. Can't survive it. Karen out the back. John QT. That's a bullet to the brain. Him dropped off now. There's possibilities and options are now opening themselves here for Sentinels. The barrier mesh not to be broken. Doesn't even stop the bullets as well. Still with those sight lines just being set by these Sentinels players. Second's got it.
Great adaptation from Sen. Surely Gen.G can't recover it.
There's no way.
I mean, John is stuck here.
They know where he is. There's now no swarm to try and clear him out of that corner.
If it hadn't missed, John would be a dead man.
And he has called for the reinforcements. 2 players ready to at least swing off of his contact. Dart is broken here and through John. Finally delivering the reset from Meteor. Not enough to see he can at least find a way to pave his way to that victory in the round. So Sentinels are still alive. For now, it feels like almost every single round is just on the precipice. It's almost incredibly labored, but they are managing to string them together.
Yeah, and I think good, you gotta credit the tactical timeout there. They get Tens into Wine. Could he have been cleared? Absolutely. Should Texture have maybe waited a second for the fragment grenade to come through? Yeah, also. Yeah. But Tens does get the value from his positioning there. And on top of that, there are multiple layers of backup. John is fighting it. Zeken's got the op there too. And now Zeken makes his way over with the operator to Cat. Like I said, this is a spot that Gen.G have been walking down. If they feel bold enough to go for something where, you know, they can smoke off tiles and have him peek towards top mid, Zeken could try to get more bold than he is. Problem is, normally you need teammates to help you, and this is quite a passive comp.
Yeah.
You don't have a KO player or a Killjoy player that really wants to be holding angles for your op.
Gen.G just trying to sow a bit of confusion into this round. They've already inserted Charon right at the beginning. He has a main control. And now we're looking to see if they can break some of this util towards B, farm up the orbs.
And if he does farm the orb, he'll have the null command.
Are you going to try and fake this one or what? No, Texture's back up towards
because
mid.
Because Munchkin didn't have ult to start the round, Zellsis is not in an anti-KO ult spot. You know, both Sentinels are playing next to their utility, which means null command is used and all of it goes offline.
Yeah. So I'm going to have to worry about that one when it's looking like it's heading towards that A side as well, again being called. But it's 30 seconds now into the round. It's getting a bit, I think, a little bit tight here in terms of the timing for Gen.G. They have to make a good go of things. All expected.
Jangan terlalu lama, 20 detik, 20 detik.
In the right spot.
Yeah, and there it is, dropping them off. Here with an old command. It's going to be sweeping through now. Dart around to the side. Texture is not what's
harus masuk,
This guy was already just fast up onto the line, and with all the util down, again, you might as well roll out the red carpet. Plant down now. Gen.G are ready.
Tadi kan B juga bisa kayak deh.
Place, just in case there are signs of that util. Meteor holding it tucked up close as well. There's no follow-up. Again, still up and over. Able to trade it. The door into their face and a full sight defense occurring here by Gen.G. Nobody looking to try and repurpose out through A main. Everybody locked onto the sides here, but the one way they choose to fight this one. They want to hold it down, and again, this retake is getting more and more difficult. Dart immediately dealt with. Time is ticking away. Sentinels running out of those options. Double up, high-low. Gonna try and push them back and away. Lakia, last one left, and he will fall in the end. So, just in time here for Sentinels, I believe.
Yeah, only about a second on the clock, though.
Whoa.
1 detik.
Look at that.
Yeah, right on the money.
A good round from Sen there in terms of how they squeezed Gen.G. That pressure coming through, double swing over towards Heaven, making sure that they dominate that angle. The Gen.G players in the post plant couldn't hold it, ended up giving that up and tucking into positions like Dice and Hell. At that point, Sen have found their opportunity. Crucial kill. And Gen.G gonna take their first tactical timeout of the match.
Wow.
Their first tac timeout of champs. Coming in round 11 of map 2. Even if they get a good adjustment out of this, you know, they're not gonna put together a much better attack half on Ascent. 6 rounds is already astonishingly good. Yeah. But it must be said, the Cypher Deadlock comps, they tend to perform counterintuitively better on attack.
A lot of ways to try and fight for that extremity control. You know, you can lay down sensors, much like they're trying to do, at least Sentinels. on their own defense. But yeah, it's a quite a few unknowns, I think, of how Sentinels might be looking, at least with this composition. Tier 2 North America has been playing this comp a lot. There's a lot of footage, a lot of playmaking possibilities as well. If John QT has been doing his homework, at least with the annihilations and whatnot, grab net re-clears.
Yeah, and I just want to say for a moment that Zekken has rebounded from bottom of the scoreboard to the top. If you look at him all year long, Zekken has been amazing. Like I said, getting better and better all year. Tens has been consistently at the top, even though they didn't make Shanghai. Zels has still been good. It's actually been John who's dropped off in terms of his fragging, his output a little bit, compared to his astonishingly strong Madrid performance, where they lifted that trophy. I'm paying attention to John and how he gets his rifle impact in a lot of these rounds here at Champs.
Zekken not caught in the transition there, just trying to exit out of wine, and there's plenty more players where that came from. Gen.G, we're going to try and go into this one. Fast tempo, increase 10s, taken out. Zekken followed up to trade in sight. Only gets the one down, which was Texture. Dart revealing quite a few of them. Locked down by Meteor. This is unconventional.
I like it though. You know, we saw Sentinels before get 3 detained and still win the round. They're in a 3v4 situation here though, and this should allow a great plan. I mean, this one also planted for short. If they wanted to send somebody on a wraparound,
very heads up.
Perhaps Lakia is going to take that option.
Right here.
He's around here. Drone's going to be used again. Set that stage here. Tag up. Got to remove it. It's first piece of util for it, but Gen.G, stalwart defense that they've really cooked up here now that they've at least taken control of the site. Look at that. As soon as they hear the footsteps in the util, it's a dart and spam out from below, and already the players have repositioned. Spike is taken away, and Sentinels realize it. Has to be that save, have to back away.
How many rounds do Sentinels need, even if they were able to get pistol their first of the match and be able to carry some momentum forwards on their attack half? I think anybody that wants to see Sen recover on Ascent here, gotta be hoping that they get this round 12.
Yeah.
It's looking dire without it. An 8-4 half, not unusual on Ascent, but it's usually the other way around, where you get your defenders in the lead.
With how dominant Gen.G have been on the pistol rounds, you know, if it follows the same course, you're looking at like an 8-4 turning into a 10-4.
Yeah, and at that point, it's just curtains.
Yeah.
There's no recovery there. Zelsis coming into this round with a broken economy, Stinger, Guardian, but they still have those big heavy hitter weapons of the Op and Odin.
It's a weird buy. Bit of a mixture.
Zekken hasn't been able to really walk in front of these smokes, keeps getting pushed back and back, but he is getting the kills.
Take flight.
Love the util to clear out mid here. Sassy with the drone. Good timing on it, but the question is, did they hear that most of Gen.G are already up in through Cat? Straight through the smoke. Disrespect is being shown by them. Sentinels do have stay main control. Shot missing. John now with the barrier mesh. Looking to lock him out of this spot here, but it will be spammed down. There's a nade in sight, but no smoke for the cross. Only propped down a little bit too late there, so Zekken happy. Pick them apart. 10's ADS up. Can't quite manage it. I mean, it's Charon.
And the stun does nothing in A main.
Push them back and away. Gen.G slowing it down, getting quirky with these timings. There's a stun. They can hear the sensors. Texture removes one of them. So much uncertainty. Rapid into their heads. They spot the player. Texture's shoulder just peeking out, and yet still squares up to it. The challenge is met. And now drop down onto the site. Options thoroughly opened. Gen.G having to take their timing with it. You can look at the peak timing, but still missing with the shot as well. He can't quite do it. Has to pull out a shorty. Zekken, not a chance. Doesn't stand it. And leaves it to just 2. Munchkin is low. Could be an opening. Lakia will fall. Stinger movement in play.
So doable for Sentinels. The health advantage is massive.
Now picking up the upgrade too with a rifle. Cam should be clearing at least a portion of it, but you don't know there's blind spots. Munchkin peeks. They know where he is. 4 seconds until the dart. Spamming away into hell. Just in case that reposition is there. That round towards the back. They spot the main player out. They're all falling low. And again, it has to be Munchkin as that playmaker finds the one. Peaking timing off of it. Only 5 bullets left, but a tap from Sassy as well. It's all so unlikely for him, and he needs to hit the second. Time ticking, forced to stick it, and time not enough on Sen's side.
It's an 8-4 half. where Genji on the attack side look absolutely dominant. Trying to stamp their mark early on Ascent here at Champions. Home territory of Seoul, home territory of Ascent. I think showcasing that they really are the best in the world on this map.
Yeah.
There wasn't so much an exec in that final round as they just walked up with an operator.
Still found the openings though. I mean, listen, this team is so good at picking apart all sorts of it. And for the pistol round, that's what we're looking towards. Genji, indomitable so far.
2-0. 2-0. Red Bulls give you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Alright, bentar, tadi ada satu agent yang mencurigakan, guys. Sabar. Jauh amat.
All sorts until
The match.
Wow.
They're
looking towards Genji.
Ada ya, tanah. Phoenix, Sage, Yoru, Jet. Siapa ini? Viper kah? Bisa jadi Viper guys ya. Hijau-hijau kayak gini. Mau dipakai ini sih, pakai jaket kulit begini. Bisa jadi Viper. Oh ya Viper guys ternyata.
Red Bull gives you
wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Upin dan Ipin, inilah dia. Kembar setiras. Udah spicy juga guys lagi nonton. KD pun lagi nonton.
Not only trying to, make a name for themselves in their home country this time, it's home soil in their home country, but also looking like potentially one of the favorites to win the whole thing. It's another question entirely of whether they can even stand up to it.
Kayaknya kalau bikin thumbnail kayak yang gue pakai sekarang tuh kayaknya agak ribet guys ya. Atau ntar kayaknya gue bakal pakai thumbnail biasa aja. Ya ini bener sih kata gue bakalan berubah lagi, kayaknya gak akan begini. Jadi kayak foto gue biasa kayak begini. Terus cuman gue tambahin ini sama ini aja.
Let's take a look then. Sentinels.
Ini kayak begini aja juga gak apa-apa sebenernya. Tinggal tambahin FPX di FM.
They love running set plays on the defense side, Genji. They will constantly try to push the
Cuman gue udah terlanjur bikin 4 hari ya cuma. Ya udahlah. Kayaknya kalau temen kayak gitu lebih bagus buat ntar di final kayaknya. Atau playoff. Bang.
Watch this flank angle, just gets barely the 2 shots off, not enough to drop care on. So the trade is there, but Zekken taking a cheeky peek through heaven, clears that one out, and now has to be aware that there is that flank occurring. Watchful eyes perched up, probably a high-low as well, and the smoke make it nice and easy. Caron trying to at least split up the site. Create that timing and opening for Meteor, potentially there. He's already out though, and the players are straight through and out. The whiff might cost them still. Forwards forces the issue out of texture, and they do clean it up. So Sentinels, a pistol round under their belt, maybe something to work with.
First of the series could not have come at a better time, a more needed time. It probably would have been game over had they lost that one.
Yeah.
Beautiful dart as well from Sassy. They immediately dominated those smokes that Caron threw out there, which I think is the correct play. The dart forced somebody in. Sassy deals with them. He's having a good game today, Sassy. They're going to need more than this, though. We've seen teams utilizing this Cypher Deadlock composition. You kind of piece by piece take the map. Take a main, throw down a sonic sensor, take a little bit of extra space, put your trip into position or something.
That's a fight to be taken here. Need a defeat though. Has to push them back in a way, at least with the rifle spam. Able to take down another of these Genji players, but he might have just done enough damage. Still, weapons are going to be exchanged, making sure that there's no waste.
And any Genji pushes on other parts of the map should be able to be identified. You're always going to be running into a trip or a cam or somebody watching the flank.
Okay,
What is that timing?
Pure instinct from Karon. He's TP'd in and away. There's a slight gap.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no, he's caught.
You're stuck.
It's still Sentinels choose not to commit. I think they've seen enough bodies there. Signs of life from Gen G. Did they call this pause? They do have 45 seconds. You can't let anything else slip, though, if you are Sentinels. It's a 3v3 in a crossfire setup. Baiting the shots. Karon's there. Meteor alongside it. Do not lose this one, Sentinels. Your best chance in a bloody long time. And you gotta clean it up.
Dulu tuh harusnya.
Lakia left alone. 20 seconds. Still, they don't know where this guy is, but the door's going to be closing. Nobody stepping past it. Just spots the feet. Breaking the door, trying to take the fight. It's a little bit uncertain, man. I mean, okay, they do get the anti-eco, but at the cost of losing 3 of their players, 3 of their guns is not going to be a healthy bonus.
I mean, you saw it on the faces there as Elsus and Sassy. They're both wiping
Ya,
their brow.
Dinas nggak mau bikin jersey baru apa? Gitu-gitu mulu jersey-nya.
It is warm in
Bosen
here
liatnya.
right now. But that one's more of a
Desain baru
sign of
gitu.
relief than a sign of the heat. Sen closed the gap to 2, but the bonus is not going to look pretty. They only kept the Phantom, Guardian. They've got a Stinger to work with here. It's not much. A bit of damage. Maybe even just building up to one of these ults like the Annihilation for John so that he could maybe work a pick in round 16. These are the kind of things that would be a success in the round, I think, for Sen.
Flash peek. Smoke though from... He's pushed up in front of Karon's face.
Karon top frag nih.
Value just being held by the Sentinels players. They don't have particularly
Nyala
spread out
pandai.
default, but they do have somebody util the cam and a trip to hold deep B push.
Yeah, we're seeing Sentinels take A main, but they're not actually leaving utility there. Normally with this composition, I would expect to see Sonic Sensor be put down there or some kind of, you know, trip or leave a player, deposit somebody into A main.
Yeah.
Now they're going back in though. Sassy looking to try to drone and disguise the fact.
Yeah, Sentinels trying to make this one feel like it could potentially be that B split.
Yeah, that's a weird one because they faked a B split as they were droning A.
Right, so Gen G are kind of aware of this one. Munchkin is an off
Bam.
angle and he's got to deliver. Will do with the first. Occasion his face.
Bam.
Preemptive spam will lay claim to a multitude of kills. And it leaves it just down to 10s, up and over, not enough. Can't overcome it.
That Champions Trophy blinks into and out of existence, floating, tinting, taunting the players. Rifles back online though for Sen. An opportunity for them to showcase what they've been working on. We haven't seen them play too much of this map.
No.
But we've seen the Cypher Deadlock. We know that it's got at least some good fundamentals to work on. Gonna need to see Zalsis trading out stuff like this though.
Yeah, there's gonna be an early fight occurring into this next round. Tiles beat out by Texture.
The Cypher should be able to take a little more aggro B main control as well.
Cage triggered.
Trip broken, Zalsis not ready for that one. Not looking to use his cam to take super aggro B main either. It is a bit more of a passive approach to Sen than we've seen from other teams running this comp. Tentative.
Yeah, looking for those openings, Gen G. Not gonna give them too much though. Shock Dart, just out of range I think to do damage enough to break the alarm bot.
That's a very weak alarm bot.
Yeah. Can't see the health bar, but I'm sure it'll be minuscule.
Be crazy if the alarm bot clutched now. 1 HP.
A bit of spam though. It's going to be exchanged now here. Turret at least broken. Meteor, he is not shy, is he? This guy is happy to push back up. Make it really difficult to take any B main control. Already breaking that cam, backing away. 38 seconds.
They got that deep wall down mid, but they didn't break the alarm bot.
What is the call?
They've got to go into a B split.
There's plenty of players ready to meet them. Gen G tucked up to crossfire setup. Logs to the corner. Lakia has to do a lot here. It's running and gunning to trade it out, but they weren't expecting, and again Meteor delivers. It's a death blow. And it might just be a round-winning moment. Indeed it is. A three-piece to finish it. 10-6 Gen G. Looking on pace now to just take this map away
Yeah, that's going to knock the economy for Sentinels. Could be the death blow. I love that smoke. Everybody's throwing that same smoke now. Learn it for your ranked games as well. The one-way cross-map helps out your players to defend against the B-split. Perfect from Karen, and it sets up this crossfire so beautifully. And Lucky is tucked into a corner. The Sentinels players, as they come out, they're checking stairs, wondering if someone's peeking from there. Because Meteor, he loves to play that spot. Yeah. Then they check switch, because you never know, Texture could be playing in that kind of position. There's just so many ways that Gen.G could be threatening you on defense. It's difficult to account for them all. And even if you did know that that crossfire setup was there, that could have been a death blow, and Sentinels are going to take a tactical timeout to try to figure out where they can go from here.
That's a real difficult ask, I think, with how active Gen.G are on their defense. It's either, you know, a bit of a trap play setup or maybe just a set play at the beginning of rounds that they will throw out. But even when they're just making sure that they can play it slow, you know, you saw in that last round, turret gets broken, Meteor immediately vacuums up the space.
Yeah.
Disrespects B main, makes sure that Sentinels can't take it with a cam, can't hold it easily.
And not only does that slow Sentinels down, but it also allows Gen.G much better information. We talk all the time about Munchkin making these amazing reads on defense. Part of it's because his players are willing to contest util. And if you peek back into B main and you see 5 players on the other side and Meteor bounces, well, now that's really good info. But if Meteor's able to re-clear B main, he knows that a hit is not coming straight back through.
Yeah.
It just helps every aspect of their game. That constant war of attrition that Gen.G force you to fight.
Half buys the Sentinels. Be rare to see a return on those investments. Caron still locks it up here. And spam. Being offloaded, Texture does manage to at least get 2, but it's even out and it has handed guns over.
Yeah, that's a major win for Sentinels.
Munchkin, there's a drone in his face. It's not being watched. Into the smoke. The awareness is off the charts. He doesn't go for the easy kill, but now he knows the TenZ is lurking. Not long for the world.
Apaan tuh precision gunplay?
Game IQ moment from Munchkin there. He hears the drone.
Nggak ada yang begini. Nggak ada yang in finishernya.
The Sassy is going to be occupied in that moment. Instead, takes the peek to the player with the gun.
Yeah, that's so good. And also getting the read that that player is going to be on the left.
Yeah.
He knows that there's a rifle down in that kind of situation. Predicts the timing. I mean, timing's the drone as well, beautifully. And a situation that was looking like a potential win condition for Sentinels, ripped out of their hands so quickly. They're now going to have to find a different avenue of success. Sassy with the Odin ready to counter spam. But Texture, he hasn't been walking up B main with the op yet. This has been Meteor's domain. Are they going to expect him to be here?
Deep shot darts, not enough to clear this trip here. Sassy. It's a drone for a drone. Texture, he's hiding from it. Again, sowing misinformation. Shot missed though, Hunter's Fury. This feels like it's quite a committed push. And damage done, even a kill for Sassy, maybe enough to pave the way. It calls for that reinforcement. Karen instantly TPs.
Very good ult from Sassy. Very good read to now go for an A split.
They've pulled these players apart, but Munchkin again could be that thorn in their side once more. Weapon glowing, the sky is on fire. GravNet gets that confirmation potentially there. Flood defending in, right through the back. Annihilation and clearing in and through. Sentinels do have the necessary plays. You don't want to be handing care on too many more though. They're doubled up holding this one, side by side. Bit of spam hailing down the lead, so still in it, at least for now, Sentinels.
Great call from John. As soon as you hear that ult being used, I think it's very likely they're sticking the teleport into back B. He decides to send things on an A split, anticipating that A is weaker. Munchkin's already realized what's happening and sent a couple players over there, but Sen grouped up, decisive, love to see it. And Sassy continues to have one of the best games that I've seen from him in a long time.
Oh yeah.
He was top of the scoreboard for a hot minute there on Haven, and now he's back up, at least on the Sentinel side, with 13 kills. Having a great day.
Doesn't get much easier though. This time Texture going walkabout up through mid. Angle's being held for him. He's hoping that somebody will just wade right into it. Dash is fading. This is hyper committed.
This is the kind of thing that Zekken just couldn't do.
Zekken's holding to pixel angle. Oh, but no! Just missed it. The cross up and Texture takes it away. Caron, heavy committed now into bottom mid. He needs to be defended and he needs some help to get out of here. That's what the drone is for. Up and over. Clears the path.
When Lakia and Karen are willing to be that aggressive, it allows Texture to do this.
This is not potentially getting cleared off. Angle traded. But again, reinforcements are there. Out through the back of the side. That's Tens committing! Caron! He dominates the smoke. He will not be stopped. And a paranoia puts Tens in his place.
The recon in that position is supposed to stop Karen from doing that. Your recon, he's caught out in the open, has to break it, gives away his position, forced to swing into the smoke. He's checkmated. He's swinging into a smoke that two of the people are already in. He can't get away with it. Opened up nicely with Gen.G's aggression, which, like I said, their comp benefits them. Not something that Sentinels could ever really do, support Zekken in that kind of way on their defense half. But monster performance from Karen, up to 20 kills.
The cams are broken. One more round that's needed here for Gen.G for their opening match of champs. They have not slowed down a beat. Up and over. Bladestorm in the hands. Texture is releasing just absolutely unbelievable form.
I can't use that.
This GG.
Left to stew and simmer.
Knives back out though for Zekken.
Munchkin will fade away. Now Sauber back to the wall. Texture reveals his position. 3 left available to work with. Blinded up Meteor. He spots it, betrayed by the barrel. A 2-0 finish. Gen.G looking large and in charge, not slowing down from prior performances. They are aiming and gunning for that trophy.
Revenge for the grand finals of Masters Madrid. Both of these teams were tied at 4 maps apiece heading into the match today. And now Gen.G have taken the lead, both in terms of that head-to-head series all year and in the maps. I think they outclassed Sentinels today. They showcased that divergence of the trajectories for both of these teams. There's a reason that Sentinels came in here based on their championship points, and Gen.G are coming in looking like favorites to lift the trophy.
It's a warm welcome at the tail end here for the series. Of course, Sentinels, you know, they are fan favorites even here in Korea, but it's even bigger fan favorites right in front of them here. Gen.G, that 2-0 win. Looking nasty, man.
I am disappointed that we didn't get to see Abyss from either
Shifta,
of these
Shifta.
two teams.
Easy.
First time Gen.G have ever floated a brand new map. They've been permabanning it. All the other times felt like a trap. Sentinels were happy to opt into it. We were denied it today because the form from Gen.G just ridiculous with the 2-0. We'll have to wait until later on in the tournament for that kind of delight as we get to see.
Berarti Heretics sama inian sekarang ya. Heretics sama update. Oh iya, update ini ya champion ya. Lupa. Heretics sama FPX, guys. Ente ya, Sentinel. Berarti Gen.G. Gue sekalian mau kasih lihat pikem gue di Valorant, guys ya. My pikem. Gue tutup aja kali ya. Nah, habis itu gue nyalain lampu. Bentar. Nabi Iksan. Biasa aja muka lu serius amat. Ya biasa. Gue sebagai coachnya Sanges ya harus ini ya. Menganalisa. Nah, ini kan enak. Agak buram ya, ini kagak fokus ke muka gua. Fokus ini dulu, fokus ini. Nah. Masih update guys ya. Gua sambil suaranya deh. Lagi di interview guys, lagi di interview.
Today, you know, right off the bat, so a great start to champions, right? 텍스 선수 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 오면서 유일하게 젠지에게 패배를 선물한 팀이 센티널스였는데 개막전부터 그냥 빠르게 해치웠습니다. 뭐 시작이 좋은 것 같아요. 오늘 경기 어떻게 느끼고 있나요?
좀 재밌게 그냥 저희 하던 느낌대로 그냥 잘 한 것 같아요.
We try to have fun and play our own game, so yeah, I'm pretty satisfied. Went on and won every trophy there ever was. So how does Sentinels today compare to the Sentinels that you faced in the grand finals in Masters Madrid? 근데 이제 젠지와 센티널스가 그 마드리드 이후에 좀 다른 흐름을 보여주고 있잖아요. 젠지는 뭐 있는 트로피들 다 쓸어 담았고 센티널스는 약간 흔들리는 모습을 보여줬는데 그 결승전 때 만났던 센티널스에 비해서 오늘의 센티널스는 좀 어떻게 느껴졌을까요?
사실 뭐 센티넬은 아직도 잘하는 팀이라고 생각을 하고 있긴 한데요. 근데 솔직히 저희가 마드리드 때보다 훨씬 더 성장을 많이 했고 더 강해졌다고 생각을 하기 때문에 뭔가 저희가 더 성장을 많이 했다고 생각해요. 그래가지고 오늘 그냥 승리 따낸 것 같습니다.
Sentinels are a really strong team, but you know, for Gen.G specifically, we grew a lot as a team post Madrid. So I think today's win just goes off to prove how much growth we had as a team ever since then. And I think it's our own growth and us becoming a strong team that led us to today's win. Now, lastly, Texture, you've had 13 or 12, I was told, 4Ks since your last ace. You missed one today as well. So how are we feeling about that ace that you missed today? You know, are you gonna get it the next match? 텍스 선수 에이스 하고 나서 마지막으로 에이스 한 거에 비해서 이제 4킬을 13번, 12번 에이스를 미스한 게 그만큼 많다는 뜻이잖아요. 그래서 오늘 좀 그 놓친 에이스에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지 리액션은 봤지만 그리고 뭐 다음 매치에 에이스 하면 되겠죠?
에이스 하고 싶고요. 그리고 사실 뭐 에이스를 언제 마지막으로 했는지도 지금 기억도 안 나요 저는.
4월이었대요 4월.
진짜요? 뭐 하여튼 4월 오래됐네요. 뭐 하여튼 언젠간 하겠죠. 뭐 이기는 게 일단 최우선이니까. 근데 누가 먹었더라 마지막에? 종민이가 먹었었나? 근데 좀 진짜 서운하네요.
Honestly, I really want another ace, but I don't even remember the last time I had an ace. And I told him it was April, and he said, you know, it's been such a long time, and you know, whatever it takes for my team to win, I will do. But I would like another ace. Maybe I'll get it the next match or in the upcoming matches. But he said, you know, Lakia should apologize to him for stealing his opportunity to get that ace. It's been a while, but thank you, Texture, and congratulations once again. Best of luck. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, everybody give it up for Texture once more. 박수 부탁드립니다.
Kita play. Waktu itu tuh Gecko di showcase kalau nggak salah. Gecko tuh apa guys ya? Gecko kalau nggak salah deh. Apa Clove? Oh ya Gecko itu pas Master tahun lalu kalau nggak salah di Master mana ya? Tokyo ya? Ya nggak sih? Lupa. Red Sister dulu. Lah kok belum ada? 10 jam lagi. What the hell? Belum ada. 10 jam lagi. 10 jam lagi, guys. Tapi harusnya udah ada di sini dong. Kita lihat VCT Champions. Nah, ini dia. Wush. Finisher Champions Aura. Keren sih, keren. Pisau. Ini dia. Clean sih, tapi gue masih lebih suka Konami atau enggak RGX yang baru, guys. Karena beatnya bagus banget. Bagus sih sebenarnya pisaunya. Cuman gue lebih greget kalau megang pisau yang agak kecil gitu ya, megangnya begini. Kalau Konami kan walaupun kelihatannya gede karena ada dua, cuman kan pilih pisau kecil-kecil gitu. Mana ya? Mana sih RGX yang baru, guys? RGX. Ini kayak gini kan, bagus, kecil, satisfying. Bah ini bagus nih padahal nih. Kayak satisfyingnya, guys. Kalau yang gede-gede gue sukanya yaitu champion. Yang ini gue lumayan suka lah. Cuma kalau misalkan sekarang ya, kalau gue pengen beli pisau, gue lebih mending yang kecil dulu, guys. Kalau misalkan duit gue banyak gitu, bisa punya pisau banyak nih, mungkin bakal jadi opsi yang gue pakai nih. Ini satu. Situ gue suka yang agak gede itu Neo Frontier. Kapaknya mana ya? Kapak cowboy. Kapak, ini dia nih. Soalnya enaknya gitu kayak sama. Kalau nggak salah ada satu lagi deh. Udah itu doang. Ini nih juga bagus nih, lucu, guys. Keluarnya sama kan kayak pisau. Tuh kan begitu diputer. Dagingnya ya, udah sih kayaknya itu doang sih. Pisau gede yang gue suka. Ini pisau ini ya. Pisau karena besar gue suka ya, kayaknya itu doang. Katananya ini gue nggak terlalu suka. Ya ini boleh lah, cuman kayaknya agak kurang. Ini opsi terakhir sih yang gue ini bakal gue pakai. Habis kayak gini. Ini juga lumayan loh. Kayak ya kayaknya udah sih itu doang. Sisanya nggak terlalu suka. Ya karambitan sih yang kayak gini masih suka. Kita lihat pikem gua. Apakah akan berhasil?
Interesting stuff. They use a lot of controllers compared to a lot of other teams. Like it's not just 2 controllers on some maps. It's up to 3 like on Lotus, which you might see here today. Who knows? But they're really creative with how they play around it in terms of wanting to kind of control.
Grup B sekarang main ya. Genji. Sudah benar. Kalau misalkan tim Heretic menang, berarti 2 yang di atas gue udah benar, karena otomatis yang menang itu kan pasti ada di atas ini ya. Enggak juga sih. Bisa jadi salah satunya ntar pas lawan ini kalah, terus lawan sini kalah, terus yang ini bisa jadi ke atas. Ya pokoknya sebenarnya udah ke-secure lah ya, kurang lebih. Yang ada di atas itu yang menang sekarang. Salah satunya seenggaknya ya. Ini grup B, Genji, tim Heretic, Sentinel, FPX. Jadi 2-0, 2-1, 1-2 dan 0-2. Menang 2 kali, kalah sekali, menang 2 kali, kalah 2 kali, menang sekali, kalah 2 kali. Besok itu ini ya, lalu besok ke grup A, ini dia Fnatic di RX BLG Crew. Apakah gue terlalu meremehkan Crew ya? Tapi ya enggak, ini bukannya meremehkan guys ya, karena gue kan emang Crew di VCT Amerika kemarin kan emang lagi GG banget ya. Emang lagi gacor gitu ya, si Kesnit sama si Shy dan lain-lain juga, si MTA. Cuman gue punya feeling kayaknya BLG bisa menang guys, karena di champion lalu aja ya, di champion yang lalu itu bisa ngalahin NRG yang lagi jatuhnya lagi bagus lah. Bisa ngalahin NRG 2-0 2 kali lagi ngalahinnya. Ya gak sih? Abis menang terus kalah, akhirnya ketemu lagi terus menang lagi. Seingat gue kayak gitu ya BLG guys. Jadi gue punya firasat kayaknya BLG ini mainnya bakal agak gacor gitu ya. Dan di posisi pertama Fnatic dan kedua di RX. Nah, ini yang bakal lolos ini ya tebakan gue, karena di RX juga lagi gacor. Kalau misalkan semoga basnya bangun juga ya, jadi bisa kedua lah. Fnatic juga lagi GG banget ya. Mereka mulainya pas awal-awal itu kurang ini ya, kurang menyala guys ya, masih ada kalah-kalah itu. Cuma kemarin pas begitu masuk playoff dan final gue tonton, GG banget guys. Si Alfajir, nah, si Leo kan udah lagi main dulu ya, dia lagi apa? Lagi rehat dulu. Terus diganti sama siapa namanya, Hero ya. Hero ya, Fnatic Hero, HIR seingat gue ya. GG banget ya. Jadi kayaknya Fnatic pada posisi pertama, kedua di RX. Ya oke. Lalu ke grup C ini udah ya tadi ya. Yang lagi kuat, tim Heretic juga kayaknya lagi waktu itu kuat, cuman kemarin kan kalah ya di EMEA sama apa juga, sama Fnatic. Ya sama Fnatic sih kalah, cuman kayaknya performance-nya pas di EMEA kemarin kurang menyala banget gitu. Nggak kayak pas di Shanghai ya, Shanghai. Jadi kayaknya Genji masih bisa memberi perlawanan. Sentinel juga lagi kurang menyala dari yang VCT Amerika kemarin. Dia bahkan gak lolos playoff, cuman dia kebantu karena Leviathan menang. FPX sebenarnya bisa jadi mereka menang juga, cuman gue lebih ke tim Heretic sih guys sama Genji. Karena nih grup B ini grup kuat-kuat semua ya. FPX termasuk itu, kayaknya gue lebih tim Heretic bakal lebih ini ya guys. Mungkin bisa jadi juga FPX yang ketiga guys, gue nggak tahu ya. Grup C udah pasti Leviathan, Vitality, Talon, Trace. Leviathan ya. Semoga tidak meredup karena lagi GG banget, lagi gacor banget si Aspas, si Mazinu, si Texnya juga ngeri guys ya. Kadang M-nya King juga nge-anchornya sama juga Kom. Nah, kalau udah lagi nyala, udah nyala. Vitality ya, menurut gua Vitality masih kurang seimbang. Kok kurang seimbang? Kayak kurang konsisten guys, menurut gue ya. Ini lagi ngomongin inian guys, ngomongin pick'em. Jadi ini kan menurut gua 100% kata-kata gue benar ya. Tolong. Menurut gue aja. Pikem kan gue lihat-lihat doang. Terus Talon terus TE. Terus di grup D FPX G2 EDG Food. Sengaja gue taruh FPX nomor 1, siapa tahu kan kalau lagi nyala, kalau lagi bau ya bau. Sebenarnya gue bingung sih, bisa jadi G2-nya yang pertama atau enggak EDG juga yang lolos, FPX nggak lolos, cuman gue taruh FPX aja lah karena gue berharap ya. Food juga gacor juga nih. Tim Turki, cuman ya semoga bener semua. Seperti itulah. Kalah. Nggak tahu guys, gue lagi kagak bisa main guys, lagi aneh banget main kayaknya deh. Oke. Itulah pikem gue.
You're true, you know what? Yeah, base. Of course, Team Heretics on the other side. This is a squad that, going into Shanghai, we were a little worried about. They had lost one of their big key players here in Miniboo. Patatek was coming back in, obviously the most versatile 6-man in the world. But this time around, in Shanghai, the success was flowing. I mean, they were doing everything that they possibly could. They finished 3rd in EMEA. They had such an amazing run in Shanghai. This team is dynamic, and now they have their whole roster here, Paper Thin. Could it be the difference?
Maybe. I mean, I'm not super convinced. It felt like
kayak bakal seru-seru mainin nih. Kayaknya FPX bisa kayaknya mungkin bisa jadi map andalan juga guys. Pas lawan apa sih? Di RX ya? Di Abyss walaupun masih agak aneh-aneh mainnya, cuman agak mepet-mepet gitu, kayaknya bisa jadi nih kalau dilatih terus ya. Karena map nggak jelas gitu. Sama kayak FPX mainnya kagak jelas, jadi mungkin musuh bisa bingung. Sunset tuh kan, FPX mapnya juga. Mainnya bisa gerasak gerusuk guys. Mainnya sekarang udah jelek guys. Mainnya FPX dulu kan bagus. Pas zaman-zaman masih Master Copenhagen. Kita tebak-tebakan map pool ya. Kayaknya bakal main tim Heretic. Tim Heretic mungkin akan memilih.
But I don't know how much that actually makes me think they're going to do poorly at this event. I think that with Miniboo back, the ceiling is higher. The way they build around his Neon is excellent, and I think we did see a lot of good, especially in the game planning and like the micro plays they're known for in EMEA. The question is, have they reset from that burnout, and are they ready to show their best form here in Seoul?
Well, there was something I was an interview, I believe I saw with Benji where he was talking about, like in Shanghai when they showed up, they were like, look, we don't know what's going to happen. Let's just go up there and have fun.
Kayaknya bakal milih Bain sih guys.
They had fun. I mean,
kalau nggak Bain mungkin Asen. FPX bakal memilih sama Sunset ada 7 dia. Oke, ini 3 map yang kita mainin. Sunset, Bain, Asen. Sunset kan
Exactly. With Fnatic, you could be the banner carriers of EMA. You could be this resurgence of this region to come back even stronger potentially. So the problem became, right, that you had Woot performing out of his mind on the duelist role. You want to keep that guy in somewhere, put him on the initiator. He's still doing very, very well for the most part, other than like one bad game he had against somebody, I can't remember who, he had like -17. But other than that, he's been fine. And so like, the pressure can get to you, and when you're playing loose, when you're playing fun, this is something that a lot of teams have been talking to me behind the scenes for this tournament. Is they're coming in with the let's have fun, let's be loose, let's play with a little bit of a little bit of swagger on there, but no pressure is what they're looking for.
Lihat ya ada sotoy kita.
Ideally, that's what you'd want in this situation. It's high pressured, but of course, you know, it's a matter of whether or not you're going to be able to put up in those moments where it counts.
The best teams right now are the ones who have managed to beat the burnout and stay successful, and I think Gen.G is the only team who has had that consistency. We saw it just then with the Sentinels, who has struggled after the Madrid win. The question is, will Shanghai be the high for Team Heretics, or can they have a resurgence and show that form again here in Seoul?
And of course, you know, for the Heretics, this is going to be a trying test for them as they take the stage against an FPX team that can very well throw anything against the wall, and it could very well work. And of course, the vibes have not really been the same over on the Heretics cap. Let's actually go ahead and check out this post-match interview that we did with Mini earlier.
Before we came to this interview, you said you were a little disappointed. What's going on?
Like in my mind, it's like my typical usual stream game on Ranked. I was tilted. I don't know, I couldn't kill anyone. My decisions were worst in my life. I was cold, I was hot, I was not enough. Okay, I'm chill.
Of course, you know, Miniboo wasn't able to make it to Shanghai, but he is back on this roster, you know, with an opportunity here to hoist a trophy over his head. Talented player through and through, but of course, you know, this is a big opportunity for him, and it's the first time we've been able to really get to see him take the stage like this.
Team Heretics with and without Miniboo, I think, are very distinctly different teams. When they're playing with him, I think he is definitely the player that defines this roster. They play more Neon comps than any other team, and it's not even close. And that's because of this guy. And when you watch them play, we've always known them. For the set plays, the little ideas in the mid-round for re-clearing space, those little coordinated pieces, that is kind of, the identity of that is around Miniboo. When you watch him play on this Neon, defensive side, they're going to have re-clears set up all over the map with his utility. They're going to have him being super mobile to always be in the right place to set him up for that success. I think he gets more value out of his stun than any other Neon player I have ever watched, and that is so hard now that there is only one of those relay bolts.
And I mean, two things strike me with Miniboo. One, I agree with you fully. He's the best Neon in the world right now. I don't think there's much question about that. It's that one of the things that can give Neon some trouble is you get too far ahead of your squad, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're so fast, you're just miles ahead.
Just sliding in the gunfire.
Yeah, and then the other team just throws a smoke or a molly right behind you, and all of a sudden you're cut off from the rest of your team, right? But he's good enough in those moments that he can take over. We're just seeing it in some of these highlights where he's getting these double kills, these triple kills on his own when he's just ahead of the rest of his squad. However, Heretics does such a good job being right there with him, right behind him. Like, I think back to like when they played Haven with the ISO, like they worked so well in tandem together with that. They're able to come together at the right times, at the right angles. So that's what's so impressive about it, because a lot of teams that try Neon can't keep up with their Neon, and it just makes the pick somewhat
abis pasti main Neon. Sunset abis. Asen nggak mungkin Neon nggak sih? Sunset abis. Lalu Lotus. Lalu Icebox. Lalu
she's viable on most of the
Bain,
maps
enggak Bain di main race. Berarti sama Heaven. Mungkin sama Heaven karena kan sisanya itu adalah Asen dan
a ton of Neon today from Miniboo and from these compositions that are going to be supporting it, correct?
I think the interesting contrast here is that
Miniboo,
when you watch him play, he is a star. He has those crazy moments, he has the pop-off, but I think what defines him is how he plays in the system, how he's using his utility, how on their attacking side they're using him to scale and take different space in the map. Compared to Life, who is a guy who is given so much agency to go off on his own and take risks and make his own plays. You're not going to see Miniboo doing that in the same way. The question is, though, for a bit of a wounded Heretics, can their structure hold up to an FPX that is so disruptive, that can boom you if things start going wrong?
Yeah, and I guess what I'm wondering is, like, you know, the pitfalls on each side, right? You had a great pickup there when, you know, talking about how FPX likes to play very unorthodox manner. But how does Heretics try and, well, take advantage of the fact that FPX likes to be a little bit too unorthodox and make too many risky plays?
No, I mean, I think you have to stick to what's worked. You have to stick to these fundamentals where you're working with the Neon, where you're playing off of that, you're able to combo the utility well. That's going to give FPX problems with their more individualistic playstyle.
All right, folks. course, well, our teams are ready to go. So let's go ahead and bring them down to the stage.
Kayaknya kalau championsnya di Jepang kayaknya bakal seru banget deh guys. Karena waktu itu master di Jepang aja bisa rame banget. Yang nonton juga pada inian kayak wah.
FPX.
Tidak dalam satu pihak ya. Tuh, lihat ke sini sepi guys. Nggak ada yang
Team Heretics.
nggak ada yang
It's a Shanghai
sepi
rematch.
banget.
It's rematch day of champions, and you love to see it. Heretics versus FPX, and FPX an opportunity here to right a wrong that happened for them in Shanghai. But for Heretics, they have their full lineup. They're at full power.
Tuh FPX habis. Oh ban ternyata Sunset Icebox juga Sunset pasti kan di ban mapnya si Heretic. Sama Heaven di ban, nah berarti benar habis Lotus. Satunya ban ternyata, bukan Heaven.
It's pretty creative, but they play it quite well. Their defensive side especially has always looked really good. But this is a map that we have seen from Heretics. They're playing a Gecko Breach comp that I actually thought looked pretty good, but we have only seen it once from them.
Yeah, whether or not they bust that out again will be the question. Curious to see what Miniboo could do on Abyss as well here. That'll be pretty fun.
I'm really excited about this matchup. I think both teams bring something pretty unique here. The Astra is one of the things I really look at with Heretics that a lot of teams aren't really leaning into on this map. The ability to control some of those tight angles and the post plants and things like that to maybe even drag people pretty far away, from the angles that they need to hold. Stuff like that is really important on this map because there's a lot of cubbies that you can hide in, and there's a lot of smokes that you can utilize with the Astra as well. Really, really cool stuff. But on the other side, I mean, I think my eyes are going to be on Life's Yoru. That has been really impactful, really devastating to the opponents that they've faced on Abyss so far. They're 2-0 on Abyss. They beat Trace Esports. They beat EDG on it. This is definitely also kind of a must-win for FPX, it feels like. This has been their map. This is their map pick. You know it's going to be really tight no matter what against Heretics.
So we're seeing a change up here from Team Heretics. Before they were playing the Breach Gecko. Now they're switching over to a Jet Sova composition. We don't see a lot of Jet from Miniboo, but in both of these first two maps, he's probably not going to be playing that Neon whatsoever. So it's a different role for him to bust out. Some of the strengths of this Sova, obviously the cross-map information, how you can set up on the darts, and as we've seen from teams like 100 Thieves and even from Team Heretics when they play their bind with the Fade Gecko, how powerful that double initiator kind of information comp can be when you're combining those tools together.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they work around this here, right? But of course, I fully expect Rians and Wu to really synergize quite beautifully to be able to maximize on the utility and just the composition as a whole. And it's time to see really what FPX are going to bring to the table here on Abyss. It's going to be awesome. Everyone is locked in, so let's go ahead and send it down to your casters, professional yappers, two of my favorite people, Mitch and Tom, baby.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and our wonderful analyst desk.
I went to Waffle University. It's a place down the road.
I saw that the other day. Yeah, you're back where you went to uni. It's good to see. Tom, this is going to be one hell of a matchup. We've heard it from the desk. FPX, they play an interesting style. You've been talking my ear off about them for the last couple weeks.
I love this
Heretics, listen, we know these guys. One of the main criticisms we had, one of the main issues they had was time. They were burnt out. Now they've had their rest, their time to reset, and big challenge for FPX taking them down.
Yeah, they've also switched things up a little bit in terms of their composition. Miniboo going to be over to the Jet and bringing in the Sova. I'm interested to see because they were setting up around the Breach quite a bit, but now that's gone. It's definitely going to be a different look. The look that's there for the side of FPX is one I'm always excited for. I think Berlin has to be a highlight. He is a nutcase. He's going to try weird stuff that you haven't seen before, unless you've been watching the Chinese region, in which case maybe you have.
Miniboo pakai ini kan, pakai jet katanya 5/7, berarti main di Asan pakai neon.
He did. He was ready for that. Only peeked up the top, gave the info to Lysaurus. Good for one. The Sheriff, though, running low on ammo. Flash comes through. He won't dodge it. Now they're right on top of him. Easy trade for Heretics, but the site is claimed. FPX knew the ground they'd given up. Life up top looks to take it all the way onto Boo. And now they've got a foothold, an aggressive one that Heretics will have to fight for. And they win their first duel.
Aya's still up there, though. They might not expect the second, but they're playing as a unit, moving as a pack. leaving Berlin, who hasn't actually been spotted in the corner, but Wu lands the shot anyway. Leaving Autumn to try and hold on. Utility expended, needs to land the shots first, doesn't go his way, and well, he's not going to get a second chance. Pistol goes the way of Heretics.
Yeah, you really see them sticking as a blob, whether it's the A-main push to start this off on the defensive side, they get up, they get the information, and then there's no splitting, there's no sending a player out to die by themselves. Instead, just using the numbers to their advantage in the pistol. It works out, and the few little extra plays that FPX tried, they don't manage anything. So 1-0 we start, Rifles coming through, and I'm excited by what I'm seeing. There's still 15 seconds left. They could easily decide to sell some of these weapons.
Are you going to talk about
what am I going to say? Goddamn right. It's an outlaw on Miniboo and a Jet. I'm excited to see what he can do. No shields on the other side, so this could be a big farming round for him. Bring him closer to that ultimate, but he's only got one orb on the board, so it'll be a while before
that's one of the most fun things about this map is what you can do with the Blade Storm. Like, you can literally jump off the map and go for kills.
Yeah.
Like, that's some of the crazy stuff we've seen. I think Smoggy was doing that over on EDG. For now, though, Miniboo's just looking for those early fights. It seems more spread from the attack side. Maybe an attempt to just collect some orbs, potentially look for a plant. You can't really have too many expectations from a round like this, and they're playing it very safe. But I do think that dimensional drift is a huge part of what they're going to be going for. Site control, a big part of their game plan, but also it just allows Life to go crazy, and that's something that genuinely he's one of the most terrifying duelists in the whole tournament because he is, as said, just a little bit insane.
I wonder if we'll see this continue. Much more passive hold over B. It was the same in the pistol for Boo, but his teammates were pushing A that time. Now, well, he has actually shifted into a slightly more aggressive position. He could be in trouble. Smoke used, though, to back out, concede the space, and with that, FPX will find themselves a plant. Again, the idea from Heretics isn't to stop them in their tracks, it's to wait and retake it as a unit. Already finding one with the Outlaw. The players on backside might have a chance with the Classics catching them off guard. Decent damage to Benji.
How much they can get in terms of the kills, though. Not really playing alongside each other. That little bit further back for Autumn, and it makes this training quite a bit easier. One kill at least, make things that a little bit more costly, but you can see Rian's only having a pistol that is not really going to force any rebuys for the next round other than the player who was already going to purchase anyway.
I mean, there was a decent amount of damage done, but yeah, just too spread across the players. So no kills converted, bar that one. No weapons dropped and left for the Ether. FPX will be facing off against a decent buy coming into the next. One investment from Team Heretics gets them a Vandal. Everything else is definitely in fighting form. The Bulldogs sort of backed up by the fact that you've got an Outlaw. You could be facing 10 HP or just tag him once and let Miniboo do the cleanup. For FPX, Rifles come out and Dimensional Drift for Life.
That's the big one.
That's going to get them into a site.
Yeah, and you can already see, not messing about. All of the players are up over on the left side of the map, getting ready, pinging over onto the B site. It does seem, though, that Heretics have a decent idea. A very passive hold. Benji sitting back. Now, he should be able to clear at least some of the trips. Make sure that they're not going to be able to hold on to that ground. Although saying that, it seems like they're both still standing.
Yeah, there was a clear idea from Heretics to change their setup. Boo goes to the A site this round. Traps are here to try to catch these players as they make their way in or out of the site. But now the traps are down. Benji has been blitzed on, and with this FPX, able to fall back, playing a lot of players in main. They've lost their mid control, but that's not that big of a stress this late in the round. Main thing is keeping Life on the site and having the support to cover him as they cross. Even the TP used to get out of there, and now standard post plants on a long range angle down an alleyway, already finding Miniboo, and even if they smoke this one off, it's going to be hard to get this stuck all the way with a big swing. Gravwell keeps them back a moment, buys them time, but not quite enough.
Yeah, it definitely came close. Aya tagged Life as well, so there was potential for them to try and bring that back, but the Gravwell couldn't quite hold them long enough, unfortunately, for the side
try,
of
though.
Heretics.
I like the idea.
Yeah, definitely not a bad idea. And you can see that, again, I think this was a map that FPX are using against a lot of teams because they're not going to be massively well prepped. But it seems like for Heretics, they have a decent idea of what they're going to be doing. They're playing this map because they're comfortable enough on it, at least, even if they haven't had a massive break. I know a lot of the players said that they sort of went home, had some time, maybe with family or friends, just to try and counter the bigger problem, which was the burnout. For now, though, it seems like FPX are going to go straight for that middle control. Now, we've seen teams using, well, even them, using the Viper wall for the same purpose, but instead already both smokes utilized early in the round just to try and take this space.
Oh, Life is really committing to this. Decoy sent through a flash to start, and they're trying to catch a fight. Unfortunately, they have. It was Benji Fishy to take down Life and slow this push completely. The squad now trapped in by Ult coming in from Woot. Big play from Boo. He's caught Autumn off guard. Barely any ground to hold on to for FPX, and now down to nothing. Berlin, he's made it to the site. His sneak up through B main is successful. Unfortunately, he's got 4 opponents to take down and a reveal that's going to make him give it away. The steps definitely shown Heretics where he is, and well, I don't think he's getting away with this one. The crash finally gets him.
Boo is nice. Boo is a nice person. He gets detained. He decides, you know what? I'm actually just going to finish him off before anything else can happen, and even get himself the extra ultimate orb, which gets him that little bit closer. The problem for FPX is financially a bit of a weird one. You've got yourself Aya with a bit of extra cash. The same can be said for Life, which, hey, again, you put him in the right position and things can definitely go their
Ada yang
way.
dari CT, ada yang dari B-main.
Kejepit
udah. Nggak ada yang masuk dari B-mainnya lagi.
Like you're using both smokes, like, unless you're going for some crazy
Bingung
fake play.
FPX mau
I
masuk
don't
mana.
think it's going to fool anyone, and the main person that could have been caught was Benji.
Yeah, and he hit his shot. Simple as that. Mini Boo, free kill,
God,
and he's dashed right out.
That dart caught everyone. It caught everyone.
That dart caught Life as well. A shock dart sent through, picking off one. Damage done. Berlin down to 62. FPX don't have a lot to work with here. Obviously, still the rifle on Aya, but the rest of the squad just with pistols. And well, they are going to need a big performance to make this one. It's not about winning it. It's about keeping that economy managed on the Team Heretic side. They can't have all 5 players carrying rifles through to the next round, and at least there's the first to fall. Mini Boo with Woot and Rien super low. This could still be an okay round in terms of economy damage for the attackers.
It does revolve. Maybe on a sneaky play from Autumn. He's making his way down mid. The problem is if his teammate falls, would mean that they eventually start looking back in the other direction. While the cam's going to do that anyway. Even still, the aggressive position of Boo means that a plant is going to be tough. And even still, they're going to walk back into a trip. So there really is just going to be so much information. Boo is just waiting for a mistake to be made. Utility trying to be cleared from Aya, but he is dead. Like, unless Boo makes a massive mistake, I don't think there's any way that Aya's going to survive.
No, of course not. It's not an angle you will usually clear, and not one that you can from the position he was in. Free.
Bye-bye.
The information with the trap being broken earlier, and obviously the steps were loud as can be. Autumn with a chance. There's one, and low HP on Rienz if he can isolate the fight, but he wants the rifle, and Benji's guarding it. 4-1, a solid start to this defensive side. Heretics lose their 3rd round, one that they're kind of expected to, where they had the weaker weapons, but since rifles come out, doesn't look like they're breaking much of a sweat. That last round wasn't a big one from FPX, though. This is where the investment comes through for the attacking side.
I think the scary prospect, though, is just bear in mind
Time
the Bind
out.
is up next. A map that there was a 6-win streak for the side of Heretics until that was ended in OT by Vitality. That was
Razer apa tuh yang dipakai masih Mini Boo?
I wouldn't say that Bind is going to be a weak map, and it's one that I don't think is the best for FPX. So and maybe they've changed things, maybe they got something new to throw in, but I think their sort of like hidden gem was this map. Not many teams are, I would say, at the top level, like at a good position. Like, a lot of teams are trying different things. I don't think a meta has necessarily been set. And if they're going to get, well, boomed, which I wouldn't say they are yet, but no, they need to slow it down. I like the fact that they've called a pause already. It's not really been like a catastrophic destruction of what they've been attempting, but I feel like so far everything they've tried, considering they've got this like Euro comp which is meant to be a bit off kilter and catch people, it hasn't. It's been quite obvious what they've been trying to do.
Yeah, Heretics have seemed ready for it every step of the way, and I think even the mid push you talked about, as you said, telegraphed with smokes, then the decoy goes through, they let it pass, take the fight immediately. It was Benji dropping life after the flash, after the decoy had gone through, just avoiding the utility and dealing with the man himself. And I think that's a problem that FPX are going to look to solve by, as you said, slowing down this round, looking for a bit more global control instead of isolating just one angle and pushing down there, and then sending late lurks out that Heretics are ready for because they've often got the advantages. Like you said, they're not getting boomed just yet. 4-1, it's an acceptable early scoreline, but we need to see this attacking side find the solutions pretty soon. And now, this is the best time for it. A bunch of ultimates online, albeit Lysor and Berlin's not high impact, but the rifle's coming out.
They've tried to do the same again, like throw a couple of early smokes but this is just a ruse. It's trying to sell the idea that they're going for the same play. The problem is there's been a change up from Heretics as well. They've now got the operator roaming in mid, so nobody else has moved. The orb being taken is definitely going to be heard as well. So again, like the idea was to try and sell some sort of fake, sell some sort of lurk, but thus far, that hasn't happened.
No success in that front whatsoever. Team Heretics with, you know, we mentioned the change-up in setup that we saw a few rounds ago where Benji came in to prevent this B-site push. You've not just got Benji, but Boo here as well. Both of these players, we've seen anchoring sites now committed to holding the angles. Decoy is the one that's sent through. It's not even going to be touched. They allow it to fade into insignificance. Trap, luckily, not going to catch anyone. Aya is able to destroy it in time, and they've claimed the space. Now the rotations come in from Heretics. Now they look to defend that B site or even to retake it, but little do they know the spike is going elsewhere. All they have to do on this site is buy time, and Aya's done a good job of that. Autumn might not be able to get out of here, but look at Lysor's position, sneaking up through mid, cutting this defense apart, and Autumn's even picked another.
It's a double dip, almost a triple dip. They sell an initial fake, throw it into it, what seems like a take of the B site, and then throw it back over to A again.
Nice play.
That was really nice. Incredibly complicated. It's something that you do feel like at any stage, if Heretics manage to catch on, it could have gone completely wrong, but I like it. Like, you're throwing in the double smokes early again. You're then going to be using an ultimate and then going, even sending a couple of players into that side and then going back in the other direction with, what, 20 seconds left on the clock? I think the main point of that round, though, was Lysor. Just having him still in
NOBAR.
ultimate as the secondary lurk, it makes it so difficult for anybody to actually move on Heretics without being put in a 1v1.
Well, early on, there's a big fight for A main, just like the pistol. Heretics want a triple push up. They've spotted the operator already, and the dash actually caught on the wall. That's going to cost Miniboo his life. The flash stopped him from being able to see exactly where he was dashing to. Well, a terrific start for FPX, and I think this was a response from Heretics to the last round. They played it blind, tried to rotate, assuming FPX were going to be as one-dimensional as they were a few rounds ago, and instead, they now go for the push to get the early info, walk straight into the op, pick is found, and FPX can now go back to that 2D play because, well, they've got the advantage. You're not going to have as many players rotating in.
They're pushing into what is almost at this stage a double sentinel. It's a bit of a gamble, keeping both players here, even having a rotation out from the side of Wu as well, who has been hitting his shot so far. Wu even going to just be waiting behind, but it's almost just a peek out straight behind the utility. Boo goes down, Benji is still here, looking to try and fight on top of it. He almost gets two. The second player so desperately low, even knows that he's still on this corner. Just waiting for someone to try and swing around that corner. I think he's got him dead to rights, a second to his name. But that wraparound, they're waiting for it, they're trying to watch for it. And almost getting that information might just give the game away. Berlin still managing to fight back with another. Putting thing into a 2 versus 2, but that time has been ticking all the way along. Benji looking to try and get things to half. He's succeeded, but with his teammate going down, it's now left all onto him, surrounded in the end. And FPX, well, it got a little bit dicey, but they get it over the line.
Yeah, well, listen, you told me that Life does some crazy stuff, and, you know, I'm waiting for the TPs and so on. Very fake TPs, pushes through the smoke with an op. Hey, that's not a conventional play. It's not one I'd recommend you try at home, but my goodness, it most certainly has worked. And again, that early aggression towards A, the fact that Heretics try to take the space to find a solution to the problems they had last time, well, it hasn't worked out. And now from the Heretic side, you know that if you play it slow and rotate in off what is clearly an execute, FPX might fake it. If you go for the early aggression to grab control so that you know where the hit's coming through, FPX might be waiting. This is a very good resurgence. A team that was 4-1 down with no answers, they've certainly started to fill in that worksheet.
And the bigger problem now is the economy. I will say there's a lot of ults that are either online or very close. Miniboo 1 away, Rian's 1 away. This round on paper seems easy, but if I've learned anything from Heretics is that Benji plays better with the Sheriff. Mark, who's to doubt the other players on this squad? Again, I feel like the darts from Rians have pinged up the entire team multiple times. I feel like FPX might have to go to the workshop and try and shoot those before they go off. Again though, FPX just taking things slow. They know that a round like this is likely to have weaknesses, likely to have pieces missing, so they don't really need to overface.
All they have to do is get towards this side as well. They have the pit if things start to go wrong, but
kamar
likely to be used in a round where there's mostly weaker weapons. Instead, this ultimate, the dimensional drift is used. Get into the site, root out all these players, grab the info, go for a very aggressive peek. The flash even thrown through by Woot gets nothing, and the control swinging clearly in favor of FPX. A 5 versus 2. There'll be no pit used this round, I'll guarantee you of that. With a plant on the bridge, this round has become very difficult for Heretics to even find anything in. You're talking about economy damage at this point, and it's one man, make that no man. Aya's had a hell of a round.
Yeah, no, he just goes running in, takes the battles. Obviously, the space was taken initially by Life. I don't mind committing an ult like that in a round where ultimately you're in a position to spare a few here and there and just make sure that you're not going to lose to pistols. As said, the opponents can be incredibly dangerous on the side of Heretics with those pistols in hand, and he was able to make sure there at least wasn't a direct stack on the side. Although there was 3 players around, and Aya, well, he kind of dealt with those very easily indeed.
We've had a Team Heretics pause called 4-1 in the lead, and now tied up neck and neck with FPX seemingly having an answer for every problem they're presented with. And this is a big round for Heretics. Last time, they had the pistols, like we said. Now, they've got rifles and an operator. Ultimates ×4. FPX still have that Viper's Pit to fall back on. Has picked up the Nightfall as well.
I think the things that worry me, again, is Miniboo. He's getting off to a bit of a quiet start, and we know that he is someone that very self-critical, very hard on himself, and also someone that I think the highs are very high and the lows are very low. And obviously,
belum ada. Biasa.
Apa ini tidak akan jadi masalah?
Dapat nih, Ben.
Apa guru terinfeksi? Terkena kutukan dari luka?
it's fine, we'll have FPX in the lower bracket. I would not break easy just yet.
I think Gen G Sentinels didn't. Earlier on.
Sure. But I think this group truly is terrifying from top to bottom. And I'm sure most people would put FPX on the bottom, but I'm not sure I do. Berlin already directly into the site. Loves his TPs, but a lot of damage done off the rip.
Mati Berlin.
Is extremely low, but so too is Woot.
Mati 2 nih.
Still there to be used. Big backside push. Berlin holds the line for a moment, but then Woot on his low HP, the one to trade out, pick up the double. At least FPX scrambling.
Just to clear out that lurk. I think Rian just had enough. He's like, he's gonna be here. I'm gonna check. But again, it's an opening left on that A side, which is going to be a plant. Viper's Pit available, and there's nothing that anyone could do to stop this, other than maybe blind Hunter's Fury to try and deny the plant. That might slow them down a bit. That is what he's going to go for. It's not hit.
It was close, but unfortunately it comes at the cost of his life. With Life himself being the one to grab that kill. Blade Storm, we just heard it activated by Miniboo. They're going to commit to this, and going through that Viper's Pit with a Blade Storm might be an advantage. Find him, drop the right click and get it done. Flash out a little early. Life's going to get ahead of the Thrash, but not destroyed. Luckily, it's gone too deep. It's inside the ultimate itself. You're not going to be able to recover that, certainly not with any form of ease.
Time.
I almost expected him to go up top. Instead, he's just running it through, finding one, but it's not the Viper. Now you're down to the Operator. That's not the right weapon for the job. The spray's good to drop the diffuser, and although all the balls in time, already too far gone, and they can't deal with Life. FPX, this started out abysmal for him, but they've taken the lead.
Yeah, I've heard the phrase "life comes at you fast," but I've never heard "life clutches it out," because he seems to be everywhere, and that's the thing. Aya's been having a great game, but Life is up there as well. Normally as the tip of the spear, and somehow even surviving to the late game as well. And this round again, the mid-round calling has been exceptional. Like we've seen different moments where they start one side of the map, they go for these opening picks, and by the time you even notice it, they're back on the other side, they've cleared everything out, and even losing the like that was the moment you think, okay, the round's done. Yeah, and then they go hunting. Life again was the guy who got the kill on Rian. No, look away.
When you talk about Miniboo being self-critical, I hope he can let that one go. That's a rough one.
I hope other people can let that one go as well. I think that's going to be in a montage or two.
They only have pistols. At least they only have pistols this round. Right. It's not as bad as it could have been. That's rough, man. That is very rough. FPX.
GB loves the phrase from the top rope. I don't think that's what he meant.
From the mid rope, right down to the bottom. Well, 5-4, and it's a 5v4. With FPX having the lead without drawing blood themselves. They've got to be happy about that.
Berlin did get the kill.
Technically, it was given, but he wasn't too involved. It was by proxy.
No, it's just fear. He saw into Berlin's eyes. Maybe Miniboo has nightmares of Berlin. Always the one.
Oh, wow.
Here we go. 4 players to try and find anything again. I feel like we've been saying this a lot. Just an attempt to do damage. And, wow, Woot's going to get one for free. That's not too bad. Trade eventually there from Aya. Keeping them honest. No ultimates if they needed them, but I don't think they will. This is now falling perfectly into place for the side of FPX. 6-4.
Replay.
What was, correct me if I'm wrong, 4-1.
Mana jatuh.
They have now managed to streak themselves 5 rounds in a row. There you go. Well, you can see it on your screen. Don't need my help.
It's been a very impressive resurgence.
It just, that's the...
Yeah.
Oh, you can see it in the player cam.
Gua mainan Valorant.
The thing is, it's the worst player for it to happen to as well, because I feel like if Benji has, like, he's going to be giggling, he's going to be having a laugh.
Laughing away.
I think Woot as well.
The silly little goose.
Miniboo after having a rough start, I feel like that might get to him. And he's going to go aggro. I think wanted to try and rectify things, but hey, FPX are meeting him.
They absolutely are. Look, with a guy like Life, we've seen this a couple of times. He's willing to play a little bit loose. A little bit crazy. Setting out the late lurk for Berlin. He's going to be covering the back lines with the traps. Cypher don't. And for Team Heretics, same old thing. Group up, play this as a blob, move together. Smoke's online for Boo fairly soon. He's popping down his stars as we speak. But the time here is a big problem.
They've had it for a while. They could section things off. There you go. Space taken, but they have to deal with light.
They also have to be quick because Berlin's on the way up behind. And if he finds that space before they've claimed the site, this could be an absolute disaster. Problem is, denying this defuse is very difficult. Oh, the run through is good. And the shorty comes out for more. A gorgeous play from Autumn. I thought that was going to be a close round. If anything, a guaranteed for Heretics back on the board. But well, FPX just doing FPX things.
The funny thing is, if Benji stood a little bit further forward, he dies to full damage.
He pushes him off.
It literally would have fallen off, but I guess it's a risk. It would be a big risk just to play that far forward, but yeah, the fact he jumps in, sprays ones down, and then gets the second with the shorty, like, and the Cosmic Divide was great, but again, when you're up against a team like this who have no fear, they don't mind playing through your utility, you have to basically body check them into not playing confidently, and I don't think anybody's managed to do that ever. And well, speaking of confidence, Autumn's coming into this round with the Viper attack side op. Actually, in fact, so is Aya.
Yeah, I mean, they've got extra credits. I have to assume there's a weapon on the floor in case things start to spiral out. This is the last round of the half, remember, and well, Berlin's got enough credits to buy them a few spare rifles, so does Lysor. For FPX, well, 6 rounds in a row. No surprise to see them playing confident, and even in the last round, I feel like they had that hero play, but they also had Berlin coming up behind. If the play was slightly slower from Heretics, throwing out a lot of opportunities for themselves in the late round. Now it's going to be the same thing. Lysor mid lurk, play to B site, but again, Heretics, all the utils here, and they've got Rians this time.
That's it. His darts have been impressive, and he's got it online now. Trying to get that information, and it is eventually going to be denied. In fact, not catching anybody this time. The one time it would have been almost instant death for the side of this attack. They're taking the space, jumping up. Benji's found the first. Holding that line, but it's not clean. It's not pretty. Oh, Aya's managed to take him down. Timer ticking and the spike still in an awkward spot. But again, he's always there, always behind. The timing's going to be everything, though, as Rians drops another. He's heard the steps of Miniboo coming behind him. He's trying to catch this guy off guard instead, and now looks to switch back. It's just about going to be coming in time. And they've still got to worry about that flank.
It's made its way up top now, and well, it doesn't look like the flank's the main problem. Berlin's holding strong. Autumn's here to support, although he's lost his head. Now the flank going to be dealt with, but ammo is the main concern. 8 to 4 as we close out
Ayo
this
ikut
half,
dap.
and
Katamu
FPX,
speed.
they were 4-1 down.
Yeah.
This was looking bad.
Ntar gua
They needed
IRL
an
juga.
answer, and by golly, they found it.
Speed.
Yeah, no, this was just an impressive dismantling. I've really enjoyed the way that we've seen mid-round switch-ups, more direct takes. As I said, I think the calling, honestly, from the side of FPX has been utterly sublime. And then just those individual plays, like Lysor, bottom of the board, has been an irritant for them the entirety of this half.
Lihat dah. Oh,
Nothing but problems for the side of Team Heretics after round 5.
Apa? Kuping viewernya di tiup mulu.
Honestly, from the side of FPX has been utterly sublime. And then just those individual plays, like Lysor, bottom of the board, has been an irritant for them the entirety of this half.
Lihat dah. Oh,
Nothing but problems for the side of Team Heretics after round 5.
Apa?
Around exactly when they needed it. Just as Gen.G had got up to map point.
Jadi 2-0, 2-1, 1-2 dan 0-2. Menang 2 kali, kalah sekali, menang 2 kali. Harus diganti dulu nih. Gimana ya? Bukan di sini. Di sini. Benar.
After a big streak of rounds from FPX, it's got to be said, Heretics probably not feeling the greatest after that half. They had full control, hands on the reins. Now they've been left out in the cold. For FPX, everything's going right. Every call they make is coming to fruition, and I think for Heretics, this pistol will be essential. We've got Miniboo 3 and 10. He fell off the map as well. I mean, as far as confidence builders go, this has been a disaster of a start.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, and it doesn't get much worse. And just look at already what's being attempted. You got the Viper screen down in case they needed to cover mid, but instead they've just TP'd right into it. Benji though has managed to catch the first player. I want to point out there was more than one. Berlin is still going, but it seems like Boo is very aware of the potential of further aggression. They are holding for this FPX squad.
Yep, making some pressure on A, but I'm not even sure if they're looking to commit. For FPX, though, it seems quite clear that there's about to be a hit on that side of the map. The steps, the noise, the utility is over there. 3 players now stacked up, with Berlin left with the responsibility of hearing the steps if the rotations come through. And considering they killed Ayoung on mid, they might start to go quite quickly around. There's a lot of pings here, though. Pings that certainly indicate they're suspicious of a player being around here, and they've caught Berlin. Okay, the snake in the grass dealt with, and Heretics, I think, are going to move into the B site. Yes, they are, and it's wide open.
Yeah, they've been methodical this round. I think they were very ready for that mid push, something that is attempted by FPX in a fair few rounds.
30 seconds left.
Watching it from multiple angles, and while now for the defense, they are going to need themselves a bit of a hero play. Wingman will be sent through. A little obstacle course for him to make it onto the site, but the defense are already here. All 3 players looking for someone to make a mistake.
Well, perhaps Rian's has. He faced into Lysor, who seems to be hungry for some kills. Already picking up 2. And damage done to Benji. This is workable. With Lysor down, the pressure falls on Autumn. He's had some big plays, big rounds, but it's a little tough to do in the pistol, surrounded on all sides. And Heretics, everybody put the work in this time. A team ace to put a round on the board after quite a while. They finally get to taste victory.
Yeah, it's an important one for them. And now that's both pistols in this map 1, and currently still going to be at a deficit unless they manage to win the bonus or something of that sort. It's definitely not an ideal scenario. But I will say, from what we've seen, at least in the pistol, they're aware of what's going to be attempted by FPX. The thing is, they've cooked up a lot of stuff on this map. I'm still waiting for the round where Berlin gets his ultimate online to see if he's going to try some of the stuff that he was attempting in previous matches versus EDG, trying to jump off the map, use his ultimate to teleport across, cancel it, and then Shrouded step back onto the map. And then he got shot in the face. But the idea is there. It's just, if he can make that work, he's going to look like the greatest player ever. But this round, wow, any kills would be nice. And any damage they can do. On the other side of things, as always, Heretics have got a couple of pistols that they can use as, well, in this case, lurkers, or to take more of a risk if needed.
Yeah, much more controlled early round for the Heretics than what we saw from FPX in those first couple. Spread out, just looking to push and pull the map and get a sense of what they're up against on this defensive side. For FPX, the gamble on B, well, I'm not sure that it'll find value. That aggression you're seeing out of Heretics is only to find the orb, and then they're on the rotation back towards this site that's much more open. Just one man defending it, and Life is about to go through the smoke, and that will be the end of him. A site now open for the taking. A little bit of Cypher utility awaiting them, but no one to execute on the back of it.
No one there. He can walk into every single one of those trips unless it catches him and pulls him off the map. I don't think that's going to be working. And I was about to say, surely at this point, if he hasn't realized it by now, we have a problem. For the rest of the players, it may genuinely just be a, well, I was going to say die to the spike, or, you know, there's other ways. Oh no, I tripped.
I have tripped and fallen. No. FPX, I think the spike is the likely play. I guess look to just punish anybody that gets aggressive.
If they catch someone, get an orb. The thing is, none of their ultimates are even remotely close. Lysor is the closest, and I don't think it's worth risking giving stuff over to the other side. So, Boo is going to gamble. He wants to try and get himself a little closer. Only has a pistol to play with, so it's an orb for an orb. Not going to be the worst scenario, not going to be the best. And while Heretics have closed the distance a little bit more. The problem being, though, is in the buy rounds is where FPX were, well, as you can see by the timeline, by far the better side.
Yes, absolutely. When those rifles come out, when ult cycles are through, and honestly, a lot of the time it's been nothing to do with ultimates. It is just how they're playing the map. But on the attack side, it's a different game. I don't expect them to slow down too much, though. The results here, this is, well, it's their pick for a reason. They're on this defense, B site, Viper, Autumn's been having a good game so far, and his challenge is a little bit more aggressive than what we saw from Heretics. Boo was constantly playing far back in Heaven, or Benji playing towards the spawn with his utility. Instead, Autumn is out looking for a fight.
Because they've got Thrash online. If he's not put into a better position, or if he's caught out, he is the only defender of this site, so that definitely could be an issue. I think also just playing on this side when there's a Gecko, because that is the normal route to send through Wingman to get you into the after plant. It's the common post plant that we see from a lot of teams. And I guess with Berlin,
mujair nang ning nung
FPX at this point have a pretty decent idea. Doesn't necessarily mean that Heretics are going to stick to this. In fact, no, they're doubling back.
Lama banget Heretic FPX mainnya.
We've seen Benji sitting around this position, but only holding for the aggression. Up in their faces. Open the door at least.
Nama pelan. Nih udah detik ke-30. Terbaru masuk. Dia tadi gitu makanya lama banget, baru 68.
Although we'll have Thrash going through first, you've still got to avoid those traps. That's exactly what Miniboo does. Updraft dash takes Heaven control, but no punish just yet there. Lysor eventually falls from the jump up. Miniboo looks to be a thorn in their side. Up in Heaven, not just by himself, but with two players, make that nobody. Woo dies, and the fallback from Boo now leaves Miniboo alone.
They've seen him. It seems like it. Lots of utility being expended, and he's isolated. And the aggression elsewhere hasn't succeeded either. Boo falls, puts the advantage with the defense. Rians and Benji. A little bit of an angle over the top, which might just give the game away. A nice shot from Rians, puts things back into a 2 versus 2. And for a moment, it looked like Ayung was going to try and jump around, but he's thought better of it. That time continuing to tick. Rians continuing to land every shot. 4 kills for him in this round. That Sova switch seems to just work for him. An agent he thrives under, but well, maybe the Guardian's working just a little bit better.
Well, everything else went wrong for them there, but Rian's went right. Unbelievable. The fact that Miniboo's isolated, either expected or spotted up in heaven, dealt with the utility thrown down and him forced out of position, and that Woot got caught going up. You know, the idea was to have 3 players there to take a fight, to maybe even flash through the smoke and get super aggressive. But once Woot falls Boo's in no man's land and quickly swept up.
It's the Turkish Olympian. He doesn't need any of that high-tech mumbo-jumbo.
No.
Put a gun in his hand, and wow. They'll be hoping this time it's not the silver medal. Either way, that has wrecked the economy of FPX. Yeah. Ayung is going to be in the same position, trying to make that Guardian work. And to be fair, when he's had a hero rifle, there has been extra damage caused. There's no doubt about it. The rest left just onto pistols. I guess in that case, I'd probably be watching Lysol because his shower is fairly nasty. For the other side, though, you got Hunter's Fury, 1 away as well from a Cosmic Divide, which for the most part is not normally the most impactful, but when you're up against pistols, being able to section off an angle, if there's a stack, could be high priority. Instead though, Heretics again, they fall into this passive default. They are expecting aggression, they're expecting pushes, and to be fair, other than the mid push, no one's really moving.
Yeah, it's a slow play. And with 40 seconds left, that's when Heretics start to look somewhere else, start to move, and abandon those lurk catches. Well, if Berlin hadn't walked in with his back turned, I think that could have been a different fight. Instead, Miniboo grabs the opening. It does spur them onto the B side where everyone's waiting. And it's Ayung taking 2 headshots at that with the Guardian. And they're in a bit of trouble jumping across that bridge because Ayung's still waiting. His 4th kill locked in already. And Benji Fishy left in an impossible situation. 3 players and Ayung looking for the ace. He's got it locked in.
Ambil senjata bang, ambil senjata bang.
For FPX, and what a way to do it.
Well, 2 rounds, 9 Guardian kills. I don't think you're going to find that too often in the history of Valorant. 2 players that could both hit the headshots, but Ayung just doing it a little bit better. The first 2 was so disgustingly clean, but let's be real. I think there was about 1, maybe 2 missed bullets in the entirety of this round for him. FPX showing the depth of skill. He is 19 and 10 right now on the scoreboard. Nobody even close.
Yeah, and again, I hate to harp on it, but we opened this up by talking about it, and even we finished the EMEA Stage 2 by talking about Miniboo's state. This is a guy that relies on confidence and hasn't had it recently. Bottom of the board, 5 and 12.
They got killed that round.
He did, great, fantastic. But I mean, the problem is, when you look at FPX now, they have the exact opposite problem. Confidence has got to be sky high. They had a streak of rounds in the last half. Now they've put one on the board here in the defense in that kind of fashion. The only thing is, Heretics are still in an okay position to buy up. But if they lose this round, that's the first domino knocked over. For FPX, they're getting into the home stretch.
I think that the thing for them in this series, though, is again, it's what I said when they were 4-1 up. I'll say it now that they're down. This is the map that if FPX are going to compete, they have to win. Like, I think going into Bind, Heretics are going to feel more comfortable. Yeah. It's a map they've got a lot more reps on. In officials, at Masters, you name it, they've played it. So I don't think they're going to be too worried. But of course, coming into this tournament, you want to start you want to start as clean as possible, because you know if you win this one, you've got your grand final again. Yeah. We've already seen 1 grand final rematch. I think most people were expecting a second. This group truly is terrifying. Life though, well, that's just absurd. He's just trying something so risky, and he has walked into. Yep, that's the whole Heretics team.
That is everybody. Ayung might be in a position to get under that. I think it's just about going to catch him. We'll see. Yeah, he's had to break it as he makes his way through, and now they're aware. They're turning.
Would have made it if he was bold. That's all I'm saying. Another win for the bold gang.
Another win, the first win, let's say. Wow. Team Heretics, 4 versus 1 at this point.
Goodbye.
It seems to be locked in, but it's Ayung on the other side. I'm not certain it'll be an easy victory if he decides to go for it, but definitely one that seems locked in.
I believe.
Economy, a little shaky. And for the defensive side, I think it's better to just carry this weapon through to the next. They've made the right call, but that does put Team Heretics with a foot in the door.
I it sort of is what the desk was talking about. It's the aggressive plays either look amazing or they look like that. You try and flash through a smoke, the whole team is waiting on the other side, you get wrecked. It's going to happen. It's how this composition almost works for them. Like, you have yourself that solo initiator, and because of it, and they do this a lot, they play the double controller or even triple controller on a lot of maps, so you're very reliant on the solo initiator or, and in most cases it's the or, Life to be an initiator with his face. So he's going to go running into angles, flashing into angles. You'll see it, no matter the agent, if he plays Jet, if he plays Raze, he's going to be taking space that you wouldn't even expect the craziest of duelists to take because of the comps that they're running, because they're more reliant on him to do stuff like that. And unfortunately, well, you lose 2 opening picks immediately off the rip. The round's going to go wrong. Luckily, with that extra save, with the extra gun, they're still going to come in with the purchase. And Ultimate's, honestly, at this stage, fairly even.
Yeah, relatively neck and neck. I mean, you can understand that last round, the early aggression. Sometimes you got to just throw in a little extra flair to your round. And if there's a lurker there, he's dead, most likely. But, well, there were 5 people ready to take the fight. For FPX, rotation comes through. Life now in position, ready to take this B fight. In fact, the decoy is sent straight through, and Life is awaited. They let the decoy run past, took the main man down, and now the advantage, well, actually quickly flips hands. Autumn making a fight for it. Boo, though, answers back up alongside Woot. A 2 versus 3, a retake needed for FPX. The spike planted relatively open. The Thrash online just in case. And there's not a lot to say for FPX in terms of their chances. They need picks, they need to get aggressive. At least they'll have the information to work with, but I don't know what that is going to get them. Maybe point the guns in the right direction. Little lurk around from Young. He's going to go for it, yeah. But find absolutely nothing. A firing squad waiting for him.
Yeah, Brians is there, so clean with it at the end. Scoreline equalized. Another round on the board for Heretics. And yeah, I think some more just solid utility. You saw the initial flashes that I think the Gecko flash caught like everybody who was on that site. Like every POV we switched to, I'm sure of the observers, like get one that isn't blind, just try and bang them as they go. But it was rough on the way in, and I also think the dart. Yeah, you could just see the combination of utility. You had the dart, the Fury, and then the Dizzy that just left everybody within that site without being able to see and being revealed. And I think there was even a counter ultimate of a Nightfall that was thrown in by the defense, but it didn't matter because, well, you might not be able to hear anything, but you can see exactly where they are because of re-ends.
Well, that 1 round from Young is 4 kills on the Guardian. We thought that might have spurred them on, put them into the home stretch with just 1 more round. It put Heretics' economy in a pretty tough spot, but now they've bounced back neck and neck with the attack side certainly getting the grips with their bank accounts, their credits rolling high. Even after buying, they could buy for the next round already. And if they receive nothing. And for FPX, definitely not in the same boat. They're left down to pistols, although at least they're not at that 9-7 gap or 10-7 gap facing an eco. But taking it here means Heretics likely push up to double digits. And if damage isn't done in this round, they'll have a lot of safety net to fall back on.
That's similar to the last half, but at this stage looking a little bit worse for wear. And I think that the problem right now seems to be that any of the aggression they're attempting is just met with the full force of their opponents. And I think Heretics are doing well, and at least when it's versus the buy rounds, they're basically just grouping up. They're knowing that, okay, either we go for a direct take together, we have our trips to still give away the game, but also they're probably going to push. And as long as someone's playing anti-flash or looking the other way, a lot of what Life is going to be attempting isn't going to work. This setup is dirty. They've got a Paranoia setup, a Cam looking forward. They could also send a Prowler through from the corner. This is an almost perfect trap if somebody walks into it, which they didn't. So now the rest of them are going to go hunting this guy with a Guardian. Young is gross.
He needs to stop buying the Vandal.
Yeah, waste.
There's no reason. It's 20 and 11. So many of those are Guardian kills. So many of those are 1-taps. 50 seconds on the clock. Spike's already made it to the B site. Planted as we speak. Woot, well, his Dizzy's gone. He's going to play aggressive. He's not going to recover that Dizzy up top instead to try to disorientate the team. A defensive side with flare of aggression. Benji's caught one on the flank, but there's a lot more coming. 20 HP left on Young. That'll limit his impact. Autumn, I thought he had something special up his sleeve, but just the one to be found. Still though, a 2 versus 2. If Young had full HP, I might even favor them in this position. I might favor them still. Chance with both solo. 10 HP in the difference. Shock dart in. Rien's finding it. And double digits is locked in. This, considering limited investment from FPX, came very close though.
The util king. Honestly, Rien's having a game. Whether it's his reveals, whether it's the shock darts, or whether it's just the headshots he's hitting, he's playing a wonderful match. And right now for them, it has been a difference maker. They haven't been able to really do too much to deal with him. Again though, it's a low buy round that just gets so dangerous. Young with that Guardian, another couple of kills. In fact, I think the last kills he got before that were also with the Guardian when he got that 4K. That was when we last saw something from him. Viper's Pit immediately put into play, trip alongside it, and it means that they're going to try and gamble elsewhere. Have 3 players towards the B site. Middle control will be held by Lysor, but once again, and no surprise, Heretics are taking their time.
Lysor is going to be pretty passive, extremely passive in fact, because you've got the trap sitting inside that Viper's Pit on A. You have 3 kill if they decide to push up. And even if they break it, you're going to have Autumn probably swinging on you right away, spraying a Phantom, no tracers, and you're already decayed massively. It's a huge bit of control to play with for this defensive side, allowing them to stack that B site. The only real concern is mid, and if pressure gets applied there, TP from Life, he's there to fight alongside Lysor, and they can take their duels. Heretics will find it hard to find a response, especially as they've pumped the brakes so heavily in this round. With 40 seconds left, still yet to really make any ground. Rien's considering the drone through A, making it look like this is where the play is coming in, and the hope being that the rotations do come through. Life is TP'd off B at least, so they found it an easier job on that side of the map. Oh, and the push through into heaven.
Leaving one player there, it's Berlin. He's going to be actually pinged immediately by the Dizzy, but it allows him to go back into position. Woot though, defending his little bro. That means they're going to get into that after plant. Utility retrieved. The rest so far away. Young though has pushed in on his own, and well, he's going to get double swing for it. A little bit over aggressive, a little bit individualistic, and because of that, the rest of his team are now still man down, and they've got to be worried. There is the latest lurk on planet Earth from Benji. He's only just made the drop. I think it actually got heard by Autumn, so he's now waiting. That's another kill to their name, putting things back, but again, Rien's so clean, so confident in these late round scenarios. Autumn's just going to try and get in and defuse this, but actually, I was going to say maybe he wouldn't be pulled off, but I think he has been. The angle not being able to be kept, and eventually it's going to fall flat on its face. Another round where Rien's the last one alive and taking down that final kill.
You know, this round, it makes sense why Benji took so long to get back out, because they made this the most telegraphed A push, A split of all time. The drone goes through the Viper's Pit, it catches the tag, immediately on middle, Benji's breaking open the vents, running through to the A site, and letting them know, hey, we tagged you, we're coming to kill you, we're gonna drop that pit, take the site. And the response is what it should be from FPX. They immediately rotate in. Your Viper can't just hold a 360-degree angle, but because of that, B site's much more open. Isolated fight onto Berlin, site secured, plant in, time on their side, and Benji, yeah, he plays it super, super late, but that was what needed to happen. Otherwise, he just runs back out on mid. They obviously know he's there. They kill him. One less guy to deal with.
Jam berapa guys ya? Maghrib, coy, lupa anjay. 18-17.
Wow, it will put the economy of FPX in an awkward position. Their ultimates, some close, 1 or 2 online, but this is looking like a spot where Heretics might be able to just run away with it. And as said, this is a map that is pretty important for FPX to take. Heading into Bind up next. Miniboo, space taken. He's got the Thrash actually going in behind him. That will clear the back of the site and give them all the space they need.
Should even be able to get back over to recover that, but Woot, well, picking up the kill onto Young. I don't think he's going to be going for Thrash. Instead, holding onto that control. Up close is Miniboo. Ready to take the fight. No one there to support him anymore, though Heretics fall back into much more passive positions. Miniboo's on his own. to slow them down, to make it costly for FPX. Now there could be some trouble. The ult forces him out of position. He knows he was about to be revealed, but Lysor gets the kill. Now the aggression from Life. Flash. Should have another. There it is. Popped and ult completed. Not able to find anything. Sending the decoy through. Just buying the space, keeping them back in the choke point as the defuse starts. Now he'll body block. Look to absorb those bullets for his teammate. They've killed Life, and now they need the diffuser. Looks like they'll get him just in time. With it ticking away, all they have to do is deny that defuse with the man advantage to their back. And the classic kills to close it out. That's 12-9. FPX left in a really difficult spot now. Economy down low, and 3 in a row needed to stay alive.
That's the thing. If you're in a late round and you see Rienz is alive, just run. Just run. Like, it's a little bit unlucky, like the smoke fading just revealed Berlin to everybody at the end. The body block from Life was a nice idea, but that smoke just, it wasn't quite there, just not long enough. And while the final push from Rienz, him and Woot, the Turkish duo, up there at the top of the board.
And I think the smoke faded because when they put it up, I could be wrong, but I think they took a second to get towards it because they were cautious of any traps being there. With such a passive hold as well, like I saw them crouch walking into the smoke. An unfortunate one. The 12-9 on the board. Heretics on the cusp of victory. In the map they were 4-1 up in and then lost a streak of rounds, but Rienz is pulling them, kicking and screaming back into this series.
Yeah, it's going to sound harsh, but when you have initiators putting up this many numbers, sometimes your duelist can have a bad game. Like, it really does. It's so ridiculous how talented these two Turkish players can be.
Get out of my way!
And let's say it's been needed. FPX have at no point looked out of this map. In fact, it looks like it was going to go dominantly in their favor at a stage, but the second they got onto this defense, it's been a round won by Ayang. And other than that, not a lot to write home about. Blade Storm in. Ayang also has
Awan Heretic Kak.
Berlin's gone pushing. So is
Si Odun sudah.
No, it's an A hit that's coming through. The thing is, Benji. Oh, he doesn't react in time. The player on the side of his screen. Autumn's picked him up, and now the flank comes underway, or the quicker rotation through the vents. Young able to grab one, and it's Lysor's double. At least giving them a chance in this with low HP, the decay fading, but Boo still on 54. They'll have a tough time in closing this one out. Still stars to play with. Has his grab well, and that is going to be the port of call to start this one off, buying him a little bit more time. A looky spam could even the odds. And indeed, they baited out immediately, aware that he's going to be trying something nasty like that. He needs to start spraying. He knows this could be being diffused, and they're waiting for just that. He's seen both. Now he knows it's not even half just yet. He's got a bit more time to play with 4 bullets, and not enough to take them down. The defuse will go across the line for FPX. They'll reach double digits, but they still need 2 more.
Yeah, I think he was incredibly wary of the flank initially just because those were the players that pushed mid to kill off Benji. So he was so worried about it, but just getting that little bit of information gave Boo a chance to fight. But with the low HP already on the board, wasn't to be. And again, a lot of this comes down to just the initiative. This was something that in a lot of the games we saw from FPX where they were successful on defense, they had a lot of cool ideas, a lot of aggressive pushes, but I think with how Heretics have been playing around mid, they've been deterred. They haven't been able to get away with a lot on this portion of the map and had to go for something quite a bit later. 2 rounds the difference. 2 rounds is all they've had. But as we've seen, they're very good at streaking rounds together.
Gimana nih? Tadi bisa.
With these weaker weapons, I'm not expecting much. Woot, though, has the rifle and is able to grab himself at least the trade to start this one off. Moving towards the site, we'll see the plant come in from the wingman. Already mostly through. The spray's not quite landing, so they're able to fall back now. 2 rifles, 3. Well, make that 2 again. It's
so sharp.
Fishy holding the chances of this squad in their hands. They only have 2 chances to close this out, and this one, well, it's not quite their best opportunity with Boo tagged up, or well, decayed down by the Nightbot. The defuse already underway. Here comes the shock dart lineup, though. Grabwell already used to start this one off. Flank spotted as well. Lysor won't get a free kill, but with Boo falling, the numbers thin out. They've dealt with flank, but they haven't dealt with the defuse, and the Hunter's Fury way too late. They'll get a tag, but that's all, and an ult expended for little to no impact.
Yeah, they might be able to hold on to their weapons and again make things a little bit more costly, but FPX are not going to mind. They managed to drag this back at the depths. to look to try and take this to OT. And again, like, for what was invested, not a bad round from Heretics, but just throwing in that ult at the end, thinking that, okay, maybe they've got it half, maybe they've got it close, but it was a lot further along than I think anybody over on the Heretic side had thought. Yeah, it was basically done. It was only if he was incredibly low HP that would have made a difference. 12 to 11, still having a thrash available. It's going to be something to play with, and definitely still wary of these aggressive pushes. For now, though, again, looking a lot more direct from the side of Heretics.
Well, it absolutely is. You saw Thrash put into the hand of Woot, and now sent out to find a victim. Drop. That was an interesting dash up top. Young in the perfect position to punish it. And now Benji, well, he's not going to get away with absolutely anything. They really want to fight for heaven for Vens, but they will get nothing. Heretics left down in the dirt. 12 to 12. We're going to overtime on map number 1. This was looking like Heretics had it in the bag, but a last-second resurgence from FPX keeps them in it.
I think it's been both teams now that I've expected it to go dominantly to FPX after an incredible first half. Then I was like, okay, well, this is done. And now it's gone to OT, but probably in one of the weirdest fashions I've ever seen. And the thing is, I don't think Ayung had been playing that position much. Like, we'd seen Minibu multiple times dash up there and have no contention whatsoever. This time, Ayung is waiting. 27 and 16, by the way. It is him and Rienz are really running the show. The question is, who's going to be able to take it over the line? FPX, it seems like all the bells and whistles, all the fakes, all the ruses might go out the window here as all the players, all 5 in fact, are outside B.
Well, Heretics going for the same push-up on A, but seeing absolutely nothing this time. Going to be much quicker rotations going around, plugging the gap that's on middle, and mainly trying to support this B site. Unfortunately, they won't be there in time. Look who snuck into position, though. Boo. It's not a normal spot to be playing from, and they're not even going to clear it. They're not even looking this way. That's the spike right in front of him. He's letting it get half planted just in case he can find another kill, and not quite, but he does the damage. Lysor on 8 HP, but the advantage sits with FPX, and it's Lysor that's going to go forward to plant this spike. I believe uncontested, unless there's a crazy shock dart. There actually was! Rienz fires it in and takes him down! And Autumn and Berlin, now another man sent in to plant this spike, a death sentence most of the time. I believe another, it's a reveal in fact, not a shock this time. It was sent through and it's caught the information. They know where FPX are holding this from. Autumn needs a big play and only the one to be found. Berlin, 1 versus 2. And they're all going to be defusing in that narrow little alleyway. If there is a chance, the spray might just work out, but they're trying to bait him into a fight. He sees they're not defusing. He'll buy this time just a little bit further. In fact, the clock here could prove to be the biggest enemy for the side of Heretics as they start this defuse yet again. The swing is in, but the shots don't land. FPX punish this time, and it's Heretics to push to 13. Rienz with a phenomenal round. That shock dart was perfect.
They're going to be calling for agent bans. That's what they're going to be looking at. It's like, guys, I've had enough of map vetoes. I want agent vetoes just so I can get this man off a damn Sova. Bear in mind, last time they played this map, he wasn't playing Sova. He was playing Breach. So that's something they've brought in for the game today. And it has been disgustingly good. Whether it's reveals, as said, or shock darts. Okay, maybe a hit or miss with the Hunter's Fury, but I don't think they're going to mind too much. Well, you could understand the elation from Benji. They've got another opportunity. They've already had 3 of them to close out this map. And FPX, well, they got an extra pause. They're using it.
Now's not the time to let this one slip. With that a little bit of extra brain juice expended for Team Heretics, they've got to be feeling fantastic. I will just quickly note that Boo currently has an Odin. I don't think he's going to commit to that, but attack side, they might have post-plan setups with Rienz's reveals and Benji's traps on B site. It could be nasty.
So there is a, I think I showed you this when it came down to their B site hold.
Nest.
Yeah, he has a Nest wallbang that he uses for a specific post-spawn. So if he is pulling this in, I would be very surprised if they're not going B, because he has an exact post-spawn for this.
You know, you showed me that, and I used it in my next rank game. And let me tell you, the things that were written in chat, I'm pretty sure some people got banned. But it's good fun, and I think pulling it out at a time like this will be unexpected for FPX as well. Like
they haven't used it at all.
The only thing I'll say is that FPX have been tremendously cautious about trap wires. I saw it on the A site retake. I've seen it a couple of times where they're going into a site and they're looking everywhere to find those traps. If they make the mistake of not clearing them this time, they will be punished quite heavily.
But also, he just knows his lineup for the post plant. So if the traps might not even be an issue, really. It's just going to be if they can get into a post plant, which, hey, if you're running a Gecko, I feel like you should be able to do that, and they have been able to do that. Autumn already spotted. Boo already in position, ready with his lineups, just to try and be an absolute rat at the back of the site. And while this is maybe the scariest post plant FPX are going to ever have to face into.
They might not even know what they're facing just yet. That's the scariest part. You see the stars down on the spike. The grav well to deny. Benji's been in this position quite a few times, more than a handful of times. But this time they're not checking it in time. Luckily, Lysor reacts, finds the kill. The defuse started, at least that's as far as Heretics know. Some kills come through though. They reclaim the space. The Odin takes Lysor. The drop from Berlin is good. Able to at least find the one, and Rienz is incredibly low. Boo's caught up top. That's a big mistake. All he has to do now is root out Rienz and deal with Woot, but that's a big task halfway when Rienz swings in to close it out. 14 to 12. They push them to the limit, but Team Heretics take it across the line.
No, incredible performance from them in the end. It was a back and forth all the way through a map that we favored for FPX. A map that, as said, they looked incredibly good on, but ultimately the hero plays from the likes of Rienz, Woot were fantastic. Either way, still more to come. Vine up next after the break.
Final hour. Power. Fnatic Doma masuk lagi jadi substitute Doma. Waktu itu dia di tim apaan? Doma Velocity Gaming. Fnatic jadi substitute. Kita lihat. Apa saja yang dipakai inian. Kita di siapa sih nih? Heretic. Bu. Mouse pakai Razer Viper Ultimate Wireless. Mini Bu pasti sama. Nggak ada. Rienz Wood. No, 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 no. No, no, no. FPX. FPX. Won't you? Won't you?
sadar diri. SMP sadar diri. Iya. SMP. Soalnya SMP salah menaruh perasaan. Salah.
Tiduran tuh guys.
Defender side and how they want to play it, but then Heretics come into their attacker side and they look like fire. They have great ideas with this Sova, some great timings with the recon, some great shock darts. Rian's just some phenomenal shooting as well.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, like, they were able to flip the script, and with a different comp that kind of caught a lot of us off, off guard for Team Heretics, it ended up getting them over the line.
Yeah, I mean, Woot in particular was absolutely excellent in this first map of the series. He had a couple moments where I think he wasn't quite the superstar he was at Shanghai playing in EMEA, but he's immediately back in global event form here, showing up and winning some crucial rounds, because quite honestly, I thought that was going to slip away for Team Heretics. They had a big advantage that they started to build in that second half, I think in particular brought on by some great mid-rounding from Boo. They were always getting themselves into these post-plant positions, and the post-plant protocols were really, really excellent there.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, you can see there as well, you'd mentioned briefly Pepper Thin Rians, and I mean, guy popped off that game as well. So when you have that supporting cast, you know, stepping up in such a capacity like that, it's going to make it very difficult for FPX to be able to walk away with a dub out of this one. But another kind of talking point here was Mini Boo on the Jet. Not something you see him do all that often, which is odd to say considering, you know, he's a duelist, but he's been playing so much Neon lately. But you definitely saw him kind of just get neutralized a few of those rounds. Didn't really feel like he had much of the impact, which goes to show why this Heretics team is such a, you know, dynamic roster, because anyone can step up and pop off for this team.
For sure. I was a little bit surprised by the roster change that the comp change we saw coming out from this team. I thought that the Raze especially was really strong. I kind of got bringing in the Sova instead of the Breach there, having that information, some of the ideas they had around the shock darts, especially in their post plant, I thought were really solid. But again, the Jet from Minibu just does not look as comfortable as his other roles, and I think it did show in that game. But luckily, this is a team with a lot of depth in players that can step up in the late rounds to keep them in these games, and they don't just have to rely on one guy to be that superstar.
Yeah, no, couldn't agree more with that one there. But of course, it's time for our HyperX Reflex moment. We're gonna show you a little ace. You know which one? Round 16 from Ion. This is gonna be, of course. I mean, just that first pop there when the wall goes down and it's like just an aim lab routine.
And it's all Guardian too.
Yeah,
it's
really
unreal.
Is. Yeah, absolutely awesome stuff there. Unfortunately, FPX weren't able to pull through, but it took, you know, Heretic squad climbing their way back and then pulling it out in OT. Tough one for sure for FPX to lose.
They really had to claw back for sure to Heretics. I mean, it felt like to me all of a sudden I was like, okay, you've got to read now here on how some of these Astra maneuvers are going to occur, what the Jet's trying to do, you know, where the lurks are going to be coming from Benji Fishy. Those were actually really well accounted for by FPX. However, when it came to some of their like decision-making and retakes and things like that, they just weren't quite up to snuff. They weren't quite at the same level. Heretics do a great job setting up the post plant. The Astra is really annoying as well. We saw that come into play a couple times. So all those things kind of put together just made it really hard for FPX to come away with some wins on their defender side.
Yeah, I felt like on the defensive side, a lot of these rounds, FPX site anchors were dying way too early into things, and then when FPX was trying to play the Flood retakes, it ended up being more of kind of like a stumble, one player at a time, back into the site. Or when they did go for the set retakes, the post plants were just too strong. I mean, this is the new Pearl, the new cringe post plant map. We saw it in that second half, and quite frankly, your defensive side cannot be letting that spike come down every single time and play into the set retakes, especially when you're playing up against a team like Team Heretics. And now, I think this kind of booms the chances for FPX in this series. They looked great on Abyss in China. I think it was their best map regionally, and now they're going into a strength for Team Heretics, and this series gets really scary if you're rooting for an FPX upset.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, you know, Bind's been great for Heretics, and we knew that this FPX needed this Abyss. It would put them in such a better position. So now they're gonna have to do what Heretics did to them on map 1 and try and claw their way back into this series overall. But let's go ahead and hear from the coach of FPX, see what he has to say going into map 2.
Hey guys, we have Nathan D here from FPX, and we have Luna to help out with some translation. That was a very exciting map on Abyss. We're just curious, you know, you guys were able to bring it to an overtime, but why weren't you able to close it out? Can you enlighten us as to what struggles the players were going through?
其实刚刚是非常激烈的图一的比赛嘛，你们能够成功的拖入到加时，但是并没有成功能够拿下，能不能告诉我们是什么阻碍了你们的脚步呢？
我们下半场的防守可能一些补枪细节没有做好，我们补枪没有做好，加上我们的防 rush 的一些细节没有做好，就导致了我们下半场根本守不住他们。
At the second half, we are on defense. We did terribly on trade, and we didn't like to defend it well. So that might be happened. Explained what happened on the second half.
Well, there's still one map left, so let's see if FPX can manage to make a comeback.
And it seems like FPX identifying those issues. I mean, of course, you know, a tough one for sure, but now they got to reset themselves, get ready for this bind. It's going to be a tall task without a doubt, considering how good Heretics are on this. And I mean, quite frankly, Paper Thin, if you're FPX in this situation, do you go for a bit more of this wackiness? Do you try and be a bit more off the cuff, if you will? Or, I mean, what do you do in this case, right? How do you catch this Heretics team off guard? How do you make them uncomfortable going into map 2?
For me, I think I'd like to see a different comp than what FPX normally runs on Bind. They normally run the Jet Sova, almost exactly the same comp that we just saw from Heretics, actually, except they use a Brim as their you know, smoke. So I'd like to see something different. Raze, yes, I think is borderline necessary on Bind. So I know, and that's what's weird to me, is Life is really good at Raze. He's actually got better stats in Stage 2 on Raze than he does on Jet, but they've been leaning into Jet.
Whoa!
That is very new.
Oh my God, what?
What the hell?
I mean, there's a reason people left the Jet in 2021. I don't know where this comp has come from, though. There are some interesting ideas to look out for. First thing I'm seeing, watch how Life and Ayung are going to combo their utility. The audio denial from that fade and the haunts combined with the flashes from the Yoru can give a lot of different ideas to set Life up for success. But that chamber, I think, is the big question mark. Also, we're not playing a Brim, we're playing Omen. This is weird. The one-ways, though, are cool with the Omen. We've seen teams like EG experiment with ideas like that.
Yeah.
There's so much to
But I think, but like also too, like, you know, I think about their attack. They have barely any post-plant stall or nothing.
Yeah.
You know, like they just got the Viper. And
One
that's
Viper molly.
Yeah, good luck, buddy.
They're going to have to fight. They're just going to have to scrap. That's all this is.
But
this
that's
is
what
a scrap.
they want to do.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
You know what? That is a good call. It seems like FPX wants to get down and dirty in the mud. Speaking of two guys who like to get down and dirty in the mud, let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. Here's Mitch and Tom. Go ahead, tell everyone how you like the mud.
Only with you, GB. Only with you. But yeah, I think this is one of those things. A wise man once said that this is an FPS game and you just need to shoot people in the face. So who cares about post-plant utility? You don't need any of that. They've got a little bit, but ultimately they're going for the shoot them in the face. And I like it because do I think they would win with their previous composition? No, I think this would be a map that would go the way of Heretics. So pull something out of the bag, go for an aggressive composition, try and use that individual skill. Autumn is someone who, hey, he can pull out a Clove, drop 25 kills, so let's give him a chance over with the chamber, and there you go, pick and out.
A nice start for that defensive side. A little bit of aggression going down on A as well. I'll try to get some control, push up behind them early on. Team Heretics, well, they could be funneled into just one angle, but there's always the potential to take that teleporter and bring it to the other direction. And looking for the flanks as well. It's Boo creeping his way back. He's turned at just the wrong moment, but corrects in time. Life down, and now Woot's clearing out that angle. They found the second and sent him straight into Boo and straight to the Shadow Realm. 4 versus 3 with FPX now looking to pick up the pieces, but the position from Berlin could be everything. He's got 2, and that's the spike with him.
This is such an absurd round. You'd think the defense are on the attack the way that they're pushing. And why are you going to expect the third player to be pushed up? The thing is, he's alone, hiding in his own smoke. And while he gives a little angle over to Woot, Woot's going to land the shot. And look where the remaining defenders now are. They're kind of ready for this.
I have the spike.
Oh, yeah, they've rotated in just in
30
time.
seconds left.
Lysor stuck in the corner. Off bat, he's waiting for the walk through, and it's going to be Woot rounding to take the fight, but the shot is delivered straight to the cranium. Only Autumn. 1 shot left in the golden gun. It's his ghost that's creeping up close and finding them on the spams. The silencer lending a hand, and round the side he goes for the triple kill and the Red Bull clutch to kick off Bind.
Oh, I'd love to see an analytical breakdown of this round, because I think someone out there, maybe Steel, would have an aneurysm. It's one of the most aggressive pistols I've ever seen. You had 2 players making a push directly into mid. You had another that took complete showers control, which ended up winning them the round. And then you have this to start it off, where just the patience from Autumn, and he's the one that clutches out as well. If he goes down there, this round is lost. But that's what FPX need to do. They need to be disruptive, they need to be crazy. And they need to almost push Heretics off their game, because Heretics are very happy to sit back and be passive. Well, they're not going to be allowed to do that.
No, they're not. Of course, it's the Outlaw that picks up that opening. A strong weapon, by all accounts. And Young,
he couldn't have done that with a Marshall against unarmored players.
Nope, not possible, Tom.
No.
You know, he wouldn't have had the confidence, and that's what it's all about, just in case they bomb shields.
The last round.
Yeah, you know, very shy player, I think it's fair to say. But no, for FPX.
Yeah, Australians are known for being very shy.
Yeah, right? Reserved, quiet. Yeah, that's
just like Mac, mate. He's incredibly shy.
Quiet bloke. Yeah, you'd miss him in a room, a quiet room. Well, FPX, they found themselves a strong advantage to play with. Heretics have next to nothing to work with, and even the Ghost is doing work.
Oh, yeah. This is just a chance for, well, I was gonna say, Young to farm. But actually Life stole that last kill away. A great start for FPX. Bear in mind, the last map was incredibly close. They lost both pistols. So they were in a rough spot pretty much from the beginning of both. Being able to get off to a great start here. That Outlaw carried through, a judge for Berlin as well. But this is where the rifles come up. Heretics pretty much always win their attack. Even in matches they lose. When they lost to Vitality, they won their attack. 7-5, 7-3, 7-3, 7-3, 10-2. Like, they are very good at this side of the map. So if FPX can disrupt them enough, well, I'll be interested to see this comp on the attack, but even still, I think they're planning to try and disrupt this attack side. Wow. Rian's kind of clean today.
Not a bad start, that's for sure. And Young not going to last much longer either. They've avoided going into Berlin's awaiting arms, and now they've spotted him too.
He's going to let it hit him. He doesn't want to shoot the judge.
No, and actually it might just work. Now they think there could be a rifle in there. Let's see what we've got. What's behind door number 1? It's a judge, and now it's time to leave that guy alone. You can have all the space you want in lamps, but you got to get to the site to defuse, and that's where the difficulty spawns. Paranoia used to try to keep them back. Again, Rians can see clear as day. The orb going to block him out. Flash goes up top. Benji's around the back, inside the smoke, waiting for them to emerge, and he's caught himself a double, almost a third, but Riens gets ahead of him, and a clean round from those two. That is 2-1 with Heretics on the board, but that's the round we expect FPX to lose as well.
I also don't think you could expect Benji to be there because of the fact that they are actually throwing Util into the smoke. So you're sat there going, okay, well, if they're going to put Molotovs on this, why would there be a dude just sat in there? And there was. but just clean openers. And again, we're going to highlight Miniboo because he had a rough first map, but if this guy comes online, I do think it's over, because everybody else, we've seen them thriving. I think Rian's especially, Woot was great in the first map. This is where things get maybe even more exciting, as he's upgraded and now has an operator.
Yes, no shields, you'll notice. This is a glass cannon attempt to get aggressive early on, has the TP to fall back on, getting a little greedy, going around the corners, and there's Boo waiting for him with the iPad out. Wasn't quite expecting that aggressive of a peek, and now the punish is being delivered.
Sorry guys, I didn't expect him to swing all the way down mid without checking one side. Sorry, I wasn't aware of it. They're going to try and immediately pivot to the other side of the map, but look who's there again. Autumn playing this rotational operator, and he's got Life alongside him. A lot of support, and now 2 men down.
The dominoes have started to topple at this point for FPX. Everything is working out. Another pick as Rian's comes out of the smoke, and the rest of the squad still sat up in hookah. Now they fall back, looking to take it the other direction, and perhaps they'll have a 2v2 on offer. You have some aggression.
Yeah, it's just where it is, though. This is a filthy crossfire. I think they're just going to save, though. This is just holding on to guns. Yeah, I was about to say, if they go all the way around, they're geniuses. But at this stage, the economy will be good enough if they hold on to these guns, make sure Boo gets another one in the next round. So it's going to be an immediate response from FPX. And as said, like what they're currently doing, so ridiculously disruptive. Like, again, you have to be wary wherever you go. The Autumn could have peeked mid, TP back, immediately rotated to the other side of the map, and could be facing you there as well. And that's exactly what happened in this round. He becomes even just a distraction in the late game because you're focusing on that operator. And then, do you think Life's going to hide? No, Life's going to swing. And well, Berlin is looking to even remove the guns, but eventually they will be allowed to save, and for Heretics, pretty important.
Yeah, based on what I've seen even just in this series, Tom, I don't think Life's going to hide. This guy is, he's unhinged to say the least, and I think you can say the same for Autumn at mid-push. You know, the idea makes sense. If there's a player on the left, they'll have to swing out wide. So it's a timing, it's a risk you're taking. But the fact that you have that TP, if things go wrong, they miss a shot, you're already out of there.
That's what this comp is. It's a risk. It is a bunch of risks. But that's the thing. As I said, I think if you try and play regular, to the book, standard Valorant, beating them on this map is incredibly difficult. Already, Thrash going to be utilized and straight through the TP, but they're met with Benji. 3 disrupted. And wow, swings and roundabouts. Sometimes the aggression works, sometimes you get triple sprayed down.
Yeah. The fact that these players turn so quickly, the door's open, and, well, they seem to close on the round, at least, with FPX having an operator, Lysor. I'm not sure that they're going to want to commit these weapons to it. You look at FPX, post-plant utility doesn't really exist, barring the Snakebite, but for Team Heretics, that's not quite the case. They've got their Snakebite, they've got their Molly, they've got Rian's, and I think they know the Mosh Pit was already used, but even the Flash to re-execute out for a fight. The Seize as well from Woot. It's not one that I'd expect a big commitment from, especially with now they've cleared the site. They've seen that it's most likely post-plant setups. These weapons may just be more valuable carried through for future rounds, although, I mean, Lysor is very aggressive. He wants to make it costly for Heretics and at least drop a few bodies. As he fails, Autumn's out.
Yeah, I think Autumn always had the plan, unless his teammate got a couple of kills to just fade away. Everything else they can repurchase. So it's not the end of the world. Heretics do well to weather the storm this time. And again, it's another round where contact is made towards Hookah. The response from FPX is to 3-man TP, which is a bit mental. And I saw all the assists come through, and I was like, how has Boo got 3 assists? That is a Stim Beacon triple assist.
Nice, very good feel.
It's not something you're going to see every single day. And while Benji does incredibly well in that scenario. Again, though, the only thing that would worry me for FPX, honestly, is if they start shying away. Because this comp, if you play passive, sucks.
Yeah, oh yeah, this is not a passive comp. And that's the problem. If things don't work out, that's often going to be what you do, is switch it up, change your pace. We saw that in the last round. Now Autumn being dropped is traded out for life. Got an aggressive out on B long, at least keeping a foothold for this site that isn't just deep. Yeah, I was kind of expecting him to fall back at this point, at least maintain the control, but this guy, I should have learned my lesson. I thought I did earlier. He always keeps going. He's going back out. No, he's not.
He's thinking about it. He's going to get revealed.
Okay, he's back.
He has his ult as well, though. So there's always a chance to double dip, especially with space being taken now. You know, yeah, every angle's being checked before they attempt anything. Aggressive control into the showers means that they don't really have to worry too much about the TP. It's a position that they've already been caught once with Berlin, but Ayung's now on spot. Iso trying to just see if he can get any information, because at least then he'd be able to slow them down.
30 seconds left.
Seems hasn't quite caught in the flash on left, and even caught life, I think. They want to try to back out, but Mollies are covering them. Orbital strike comes in, sectioned off by Team Heretics, put in a box. Life at least able to find a one. How is that correction landed? At least Benji falls. Life's work is not for nothing. In fact, it seems like the advantage will be converted into a round win for FPX. 4-2, and honestly, watching Life play this game is just perplexing. I don't know how he's getting away with so much in these aggressive positions.
Again, it's something that we're looking at from a side where we can see everything. Just imagine what it's like from Heretics' point of view, where a guy just goes blasting straight through the smoke, taking insanely aggressive fights, and again, he's the reason they win the round. Like, he is fully the reason. Like, the re-aggression to start with, to put things back even after Autumn goes down, it's the second prong. Like, you're not expecting Seoul to go running out, but it's just this shot onto Boo, which I feel like it has been Boo just on the wrong end of a lot of that, and then Ayung actually catching someone off the back of his own utility as well. The 4-2, defensive side starting to build a lead, and I like the fact that Heretics are taking a very early pause here.
The best part is when Ayung threw that reveal, there was probably the thought that if Life can just hold on a second, it'll help him get a kill, and instead he just runs through the smoke and takes two blind. So, you know, when you've got a player like that, I mean, you know, you got to let him off the leash, and that's certainly what they're doing on FPX. Remember, one of the main factors of success for this side so far has been Autumn, able to find those early picks. This round started out with Heretics picking him, taking him down, but the response was immediate from Life on B long. He got aggressive, they didn't punish that, and then they lived to regret it.
Yeah, I think, again, a lot of what Heretics, similarly in the last map, like, they're going to have prepped for Abyss because they knew what was coming. They knew that it was likely to be picked by FPX. They knew that they play this aggressive game. If they prep for this, they have somehow snuck into their opponent's scrims, because I don't think there's a way you could have seen this coming. And that's why I think taking an early pause, giving Neilzinho an opportunity to sort of go, okay, they're trying to push everything. I thought for the most part they were going to try and double up, but I guess the idea is maybe for Miniboo just to try and sell some info. Yeah, and he's not looking to fight anything. He knows there's going to be aggressive plays.
Remember, we had it in the last round as well, but no chance to use it in the chaos. Miniboo's got the showstopper. Ready to work with, but Autumn picked off in the last round. He'll take 2 first bloods in this one to make up for it. That is a devastating start. And now that showstopper, that's just an afterthought. Walking through the Viper utility. Oh, the timing. The judge still comes back for one. And well, a 5 versus 1 emerges. Good luck and condolences for the round to Benji Fishy.
Well, it's going to have to be an insane 1v5. They know exactly where he is. Pop flashes, and, well, we talk about how aggressive this team can be, but both players falling back. They want to try and group back up with Autumn, and like, he's not falling back. But honestly, with what he's done in this round so far, I can't really blame him. A collapse to start off the round. The aggression that this man is pulling out, well, I'd say it's about 90-odd% successful.
Yep, and the worst part about it is you're seeing him just with global control. At the start of the round, you might as well roll a dice to figure out where the hell he's going to be. Peeking out, whether it's in hookah, whether it's on long. Now we're probably going to see B long. I mean, there's nowhere that you can feel safe, and they did the best thing they could. Double swing in the angle. I think at this point, Heretics have got to just... If you're going to peek, Dizzy has to go round first. Otherwise, you're dead. Prowler, something has to reveal that, or you're risking 2 players dying to 1 bullet.
That's the thing, they do have the utility to be able to play an operator. Like, you've got yourself a Fade and a Gecko, and you've got a Boombot. Like, I
Udah
think
4 jam dah
round they
gua.
did, or the last round, sorry, they put the Boombot to try and catch him pushing B mid.
3 jam 46 menit. Iya, 4 jam ini mah.
And then they weren't prepared to try and fight him over on that A site. Miniboo still has his ultimate for this round, but you look at what's on offer. I don't know if they'll want to use it, especially with where Berlin is again. We talk about that operator. I think the judge is just as scary.
Especially in Berlin's hands with what we saw previously, and when you've got the Viper Util decaying you down. Here he is with a chance, but Woot's the one to shut him out. Now an opportunity for Heretics, even with the weaker weapons, if they can keep these trades up, and they're doing exactly that. 3 versus 2, and some weapons to be recovered with a plant coming in now. And Wingman online for the late round. Autumn's on the flank, the long way around with Lysor inside that smoke in spawn. It's going to be a tough split. They have to win their individual fights.
Is he going to get revealed? I don't think he was. The Wingman didn't quite reach.
Kenapa?
Main Cuphead.
Cuphead.
Hasn't seen anything back towards line. If he goes to swing this again, he's going to be met with either a headhunter or an operator. In fact, he might not even check. It's going to be a free kill, but they've already managed to clear out Lysor. Around looking all but over, as him getting into some of these closer range positions is going to be impossible, and Rian's even there to close it out once again. A low purchase and a victory alongside it for Heretics, as they will get their 3rd onto the board.
Yeah, a good start from Wood as well. The fact that he picks off Berlin before the damage can be done. I think he would have had a relatively easy time finding the first, and then, well, you're running through a Viper or close range against a judge. It's not going to be a very pretty scenario. The reveal up top was timed perfectly. At least land on that opening.
Nice.
Around cascades with the trades. FPX, though, it's little more than a bump in the road. 4 ultimates online, rifle still there with credits for the next. They have a chance to continue this fight.
Udah tengok crack nih. Upload ke drive habis itu baru gue download.
Immediately getting rid of the thrash, and life just keeps going. 2 kills already. Boo tagged up a bit, but he's lost some health himself.
Ayo beli kalau diskon. Cuphead.
I feel like they were so ready for them to try and use the thrash. They literally put a firing squad to deny it, and then took 2 kills.
Well, that's it. As soon as the thrash is used, you know they're all going to be funneling through that choke point. But life, time and time again, just surprising us with the individual skill. Berlin dropped in life low, but the trade is quick from Young. It's been so clean in these ranged fights, with Heretics sent back the other direction, moving towards bathroom. 2 versus 4. And again,
look at the push-up as well. Like, they don't have to worry about B just because of where Autumn is. Like, he's so far up at this stage that unless they're going to go through the spawn, and even still, if they don't step or hear them, Ion perfectly placed, but loses the battle. Still, though, it allows 2 players to be here, but you have to bear in mind how low life currently is.
Autumn spot allowed him to keep B long control. Now, though, he's abandoned that trap to move to the flank. Lysor does well landing that one, but Benji's got some fight left in him. 50 HP, and the shot through the box.
I think he saw his leg.
Saw the leg.
He must have seen
it
his
wasn't
leg.
A game of battleships. No, he had a radar this time. 6-3, though. FPX find the round in extraordinary fashion.
Yeah, it always seems to come down to these late round clutch scenarios, but hey, you put Autumn in those positions and he's going to win it. I think good work as well from Benji to at least make this one look competitive, because I feel like all the way through they had so much space, so much of the read on that defensive side, but yeah, I did say it. From Benji's POV, it looked crazy. From his POV, maybe not so much.
Yeah.
I'd be more surprised if he missed.
I'd be surprised if he misses any of his shots from what I've seen so far. Even the collapse landing. Now, Autumn's been very impressive. This chamber's working out. The disruptive play has put Heretics on the back foot a number of times. This time, Lurk sent out by Benji towards A. Pressure applied on B. They'll claim the orb and look for some space. Weaker weapons in part. Woot on a classic. Sheriff's in play for Boo and Benji. It's the rifles on Mini Boo and Rian's that have to do the heavy lifting. And instead, oh, okay. There's one missed shot. It's remarkable. Now, if anyone peeks him here, I'm not sure they'll be quite as lucky.
It is. Got to be a little bit more careful. No get out of jail free card this time. I think he was a bit lucky that the player he faced off against was the player that only had a classic. Otherwise, that could have got dangerous. Again, still no escape, and while he is going to be connected on by every single PC utility, Miniboo has managed to catch one, but there is an immediate swing and counter. It was an ult or two invested by the side of Heretics, but you wouldn't think it.
No, you really wouldn't. I mean, the decay that came in, though, from, I believe it was iYoung dropping the Nightfall.
Yeah.
Putting them in a position where everyone was low up.
It was both.
Yeah, but Miniboo and Co were down to like 1 HP, and you saw everyone on the side of FPX just spraying at the bodies here. Nice and easy. It was one bullet to take him down, one for the player in the smoke, and then a headshot for Woot. Didn't quite matter either way. 7-3. A big lead now in the books for FPX, and the half isn't over yet.
As said, that every single time we've seen them play, even going back to G2 at Masters, they won their attack. They are not winning their attack, so they've already broken what has been a running streak for the side of Heretics. Finally, they managed to shut out
Masa
Autumn,
gitu
but he's not
ngepicknya
alone.
Bok.
There are more players there, one lurking within.
Aduh.
Poison Orb, but it's only going to be the 1-for-1.
Aduh,
Berlin,
iya.
he's revealed his position as well. And although there is a player looking to come in from behind, Heretics this time are going to get the afterplant with an advantage.
Style points for that one. Nice clear with the trade potential. Yeah, Heretics advantage to play with. Got it locked in. But last time that we saw Autumn picked off, it was Life to step up for a massive round. We'll see if it's going to be the same here. The flash to support the initial push through. He's gone around the long way, fighting it for control of the lamps, and he's found it. At least to begin, things are going well. No flashes left, though. Leaves the dry peaks in Berlin with a 1 versus 2 after his initial. Already starting to defuse. Looking
the next half. I really like the post plants though from Heretics. Once they're able to get there, they've looked really good. Like they're able to have the really late mollies coming in from Boo, just happy to sit back while everybody else is disruptive. The problem though has been getting there. And well, they have a showstopper and then a Viper's Pit. So if they do get there, I think it could be ropes for FPX.
Yeah, it'll be very tough to get back into a site like that with a pit down, and it might be tough to keep them out with the showstopper. Boo bypass that utility, and the Seas has actually caught iYoung. He could be in a lot of trouble here with Miniboo going up and over. The shot doesn't land from the showstopper, nor does it from the rifle. iYoung still kicking on the site, moving back to clear Boo, who luckily wins the fight. Some breath still for Team Heretics, and the flash in. Life is going for another big play, but only the one to be found.
That keeps things even. Plant yet to happen, so you can see the doubt. Autumn's actually going to go back towards the B site. Still has his trap available, so he knows that they haven't made it towards Hookah just yet. And actually, just this patience from the side of Heretics has at least made the defense slightly weaker.
It's thinned out the numbers for sure, but Berlin's not looking weak. What a shot with Boo down. The spike retrieved. Rienz is going to try to get this one planted. No wingman, though. He has to do it himself. And the TP out. Beautiful from Berlin. Even as the ultimate to use just to cause that little bit of paranoia for Rienz. And in fact, the ult is used straight towards the spawn. So now Rienz has no idea where this opponent could be. And Autumn's a mystery as well. Does manage to get the plant down in the chaos, though. Not deterred, but shot in the head from up in heaven. Berlin caught him jumping over the box. That's 8 rounds locked in at halftime for FPX.
Slow it down. I want to see that shot again. That was just disgusting from Berlin. A fantastic round from him individually and a fantastic half from FPX. As said, even if like when Vitality were able to beat Heretics on this map, it came down to a poorer defense for the side of Heretics. They were not able to beat them on their attack. Well, that's exactly what FPX have done. They've managed to quell them, and well, thank you for the replay. Absolutely gorgeous stuff.
Well, Tom,
okay, good.
That's our first half, 8-4 for FPX. Now, it's time to give them a little break between the half. We're about to jump off, but we'll be back with half number 2 very soon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Got
And we're back 8-4 when we left you. Team Heretics struggling on the attack side, which is a rare sight for us, but they're one map up. All they've got to do is recover this on the defense, Tom. But this composition from FPX, yes, we'll talk about the chamber defensively and how strong it can be. We saw it, right? Autumn's opening picks from posting up and TPing out. It will be harder to make that work here on the attack.
For sure, but I think that's where you're now going to look to players like Life to sort of, well, I don't want to say pick up the slack like he was performing badly. He was very, very good at the first, but that's where you kind of look to him. And as I said, for Heretics, this probably has been their weaker of the two sides. So it's also going to be their own fundamentals. Can they turn this back? I think with both Woot and Miniboo being a little bit quieter, looking for a bit more from Rians after his first map performance, a pistol definitely wouldn't go amiss.
Yeah, you know, it's not even that they're being quiet, it's that their opponents are being so loud. They're just drowning them out. Like, so many of these fights, they just can't get anything done in because, to be honest, it's tough to play against FPX. From what I'm seeing here, this is just a chaotic squad that will put you on the back foot. They're doing something you're not used to. And while those adjustments have to be made on the fly, Heretics, 4 rounds on the board. This pistol carries a fair bit of weight for them. If it goes to FPX, they're going to struggle to get back into this half, and we may be going all the way to Lotus.
Well, yeah, if you're talking about unorthodox playstyles, Lotus with a triple controller is something that maybe, I guess Heretics, I think, have played it before, so they might be prepared for it, but that doesn't make it any easier. Here we go, though. Execution into the site. A couple of players ready and waiting. It looks like there's going to be an attempt from Woot to maybe try and deny the plant. He's around the edge, but unfortunately the Haunt doesn't find anything.
Are they thinking about, yeah, they're TPing, they're going back. Autumn was left lurking outside B, heard the rotations. There's one player up close, Benji, but he's tagged down to 24. A flash on backside could get him out of dodge, but Berlin's already on him. The push from Riens, it was at least covered for a moment by the Viper wall, but now he's all alone, doing the damage, and at least dropping a few, giving Woot a chance. Lysor shuts him down, and Boo has somehow allowed Life to thread the needle. Unbeknownst to him, Boo's right behind him. This is a pantomime with a free kill, although it came a little close. Just the 1v1 left with Lysor's position unknown.
Oh, he's right above as well. Just looking for that fight for the fourth. A fantastic pistol round from him, and as said, it would have been a welcome gift for the side of Heretics to be able to take that over the line. Again, though, you just see these rounds where they go for these late rotations. I love the thought process of FPX. Is like, you think you know what we're doing. You think after we shoot your Haunt deep within the site, we throw our utility in, you think that you're in our heads, and in fact, the quick switch up, Benji left in no man's land, and sure, again, Riens, he did what he could. It was bullets that held him back. It's not enough.
No, it wasn't. That pistol going the other way now for Heretics is tough. They're 9-4 down on this map, one that we hailed as somewhere they should be able to take it across the line. We said that FPX need to win the first map because surely they can't take it in the last two, but here we are. Riens dropped to start this one off, and it's only pistols for Heretics. No big investment. They're saving their cash for the next, but a 10-4 lead. If that's where we end up with potential economic benefits there for the attackers as well, this will be a very tough position to climb back from. And the way they're pushing and pulling so far, pistol was fantastic, and look what they've done here. Fake on A, move back to B, and then rotate back to the A side. It's wide open.
As you said, though, like looking at this map on paper, like this was a map that, okay, they lost the last time, 14-12 in overtime to Vitality, a team that needed to win to qualify for Champions, whereas Heretics were basically already qualified because of the points that they have. So, and we were talking about burnout and all these excuses. We had so many different things when it came to Heretics as to why they didn't win that match. Maybe, in many cases, not giving Vitality the credit they deserve. Even still, that was a 14-12 loss. Right now, FPX, you remove all of those excuses from Heretics. They got a bit of a break. Okay, I'm not going to pretend like it's a massive one, but the same break that FPX got. And right now, on Bind, they are putting themselves into a considerable lead. 10-4, guaranteed. There's nothing that can be done in this round. The only thing will be whether or not there's any orbs or any cost. And of course, for Ion, he only has a pistol. Even going down isn't that much of a problem. He wants the extra orbs to try and get closer to his ult. Benji will take exactly the same thing, and the rest of the team, the ones with weaponry, are just going to fade out of there. And everyone else dying to the spike.
10-4.
Masa 3 map makin lama dong. Ayo dong. Elah. Berarti ini tandanya gua nobarnya pas FPX aja. Lama banget.
Kalau semuanya kalau udah
Kalau udah rame, udah dibayar gitu kan.
udah round of 16 apa tinggal 4
Iya, kalau itu masih nggak apa. Kalau gue dibayar sama orang gitu grup stack kan kayak kamu nonton ini ya. Terus saya bayar. Oh iya, kagak ngapa dah. Gue mending nonton FPX saya ini mah.
Masih ada lagi nggak game ini?
Enggak, udah dua match doang.
Ini terakhir.
Ini terakhir, cuman masa 3 map. FPX 10-4, FPX 10. Satu sama dong jadi. Comeback. Ayolah, biar nggak 3 map.
17-15 to beat this squad. Ended up making a run to the final and played the other team who beat FPX.
Bener aja.
As said,
Rugi
clinically
dong.
underrated.
Ya kan nge-picknya Bind, makanya orang mah picknya apa gitu. Heaven.
This is a team to fear in the group of death. For now though, 35 seconds coming up.
Asen gitu, Asen. Orang belum di-ban juga Asennya. Yang di-ban tadi apa ya? Icebox sama Sunset. Kenapa nggak picknya Asen? Picknya Bind. Kenapa? Kenapa?
Asmap.
Pas mapnya Lotus. Kata gue. Pearl ini hendak mau balik lagi ke ranked. Update 9.0.8 kayaknya. Iya deh, egg depan.
Iya,
Bagus lah. Gue main lagi kalau ini mah balik. Map Harbor gue situ kan pakai Harbor terus.
Iya.
Itu mulai dari situ tuh gue ini endap rollnya mulai nggak jelas. Biasanya kan duelis terus kalau main sama Pepep berdua. Pepep kalau Pepep Jet, gue Raja atau nggak Reina. Kalau Pepep pengen Raja, gue Reina atau nggak Jet.
Yang Harbor gue udah jarang main tuh.
Itu mulai dari situ tuh. Dari iya ada Harbor, terus ada apa lagi sih waktu itu inisiator yang baru ini ya Fat Chamber.
Iya kayaknya. Tapi jarang dipakai nggak sih dulu masih awal?
Iya, masih jarang banget. Gue juga gak pernah pakai Fat sih. Ya ada Harbor, gue nonton apa PPX tuh Forsaken kayak Harbor gitu. Kayaknya enak juga nih. Kira pakai terus di Bind, di Pearl. Dan dari situ udah tidak jelas dah. Gue main apa aja gue pakai.
FPX have found an easy opening duel. You talked about no need to push, Tom. Well, it looks like Heretics missed the memo.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea. Like, the supportive utility was there, but it's definitely put them in an awkward spot. As I said, after a pause, a lot of teams will take a gamble, but when you're 10-5 down, that gamble hasn't paid off, and it's not getting any better.
With Rian's down as well, big clutch player for the squad. A lot of utility that's going to help you to get back into a site. There's not a lot to hope for, except Woot finding some semblance of hope with a quick pick. Clearing out the space towards Bath, finding one player. He knows that's probably an isolated duel, one he's happy to take.
Okay.
And even with the decay, with the vulnerability, he is still able to win that duel. We're back to a 3v3. It's winnable for Heretics, and the flank hasn't yet been spotted from Benji Fishy.
Boo, trying to get something. The steps will have been heard. The TP has been removed, but they're still wary of where life is going. In fact, he's going all the way around the back. He's in their spawn. Autumn picks off Benji, this now becomes so much more awkward because that player up above is going to leave them in disarray, but Wu is still going, still thriving, still trying to find anything that he can with Autumn, just buying as much time as possible, just baiting them as much as he can, and they're only just getting onto that defuse. He needs to try and find the shot. Is there going to be time for it? Is the question. There will
Let's
be.
go.
Wow. Heretics have done one hell of a job getting back into that one. I think Autumn going out with the classic, he thought he could buy a little bit of time, but they were swinging wide looking for the fight. This squad started it out with confidence, getting aggressive, and it didn't work out, but the recovery is there. Now they're sat with rifles, they're sat with Thrash, and this puts FPX in a really rough spot with barely anything to work with. And Woot's the man that pulls them out of this abyss that they were in. The fact that they're not only able to find the first, but he goes back to back, takes a fight inside a snake bite against a player who knows he's there, and still wins it.
I think also just the confidence he had in Boo, because if he lets go, this becomes a much closer round. Like, you hear a second tap, and life doesn't have to swing, but it forced him into a position where eventually there was a lot of time left on that clock. This time, though, with Heretic slowly climbing, it's only going to be pistols. Sure, you got that Headhunter available, and they're going to clear control to collect up the orbs. They're putting it onto life, which is interesting because he is not even remotely close to his ultimate.
Time to jump. They just wanting to farm it up early. Strange, I guess. You can see like a Nightfall for next round, something like that, especially with the death. But, well, maybe they just know that Young's got a weapon that he can tap someone in the head with. He's probably going to get his ult off of it. Fair play. Got to have faith in your teammates. For Heretics, there are a few risks here playing up close, but there's always a second player doubled up on it. Miniboo and Woot as an example, but Woot's dropped right off rip. Miniboo, though, able to get it done. This is what we're talking about, having that second man to provide that cover to trade it out.
Champion.
Players, keeping the economy healthy early on is a big factor. Spike's gone the other direction.
Belum,
Pressure on for Benji.
Subuh.
Problem is they haven't got as far forward as they probably would have liked.
Kenapa? Subuh iya.
Final, apa subuh?
Pas subuh. Ntar subuh. Udah ada di collection. Tapi Phantom lagi, Dap. Coba Pandal. Kalau Pandal kan lu beli, Dap. Beli, Dap. Ngebeli, Dap.
Beli chat GPT betul.
Nice. Mending beli monitor.
Jauh ya harganya.
You get him a Nightfall for FPX right
Mending
now.
beli monitor, upgrade PC.
I mean, a relatively big factor, honestly.
Beli semua mau perintilan. Mending beli subscriber. Mending beli subscriber sama view.
I mean, they rarely get to fire a bullet back at him, so I suppose it doesn't really matter. But 3 rounds in the difference, Heretics on the road to recovery.
Iya, gue kenapa nggak live TikTok juga ya? Aduh, goblok banget.
Gila, TikTok lebih rame.
And on the back of it, I expected aggression. If
Apalagi
it was
on
live,
game.
you'd see aggression, but they backed
Iya.
off.
Satu lagi pakai inian ya, pakai Streamlab buat yang di TikTok. Daripada pakai aplikasi dari TikToknya, kayaknya nge-lag banget deh, bikin nge-lag.
Tapi emang bisa pakai Streamlab di TikTok.
Atau enggak Streamlabnya buat di ini, buat di YouTube.
Iya. Kalau bisa ya kayak iya deh, yang TikTok Live Studio nge-lag banget itu.
And not just that, for the round that's in it, economy on the line.
Gue nyari how to live in multiple platform.
If they can avoid losing too many.
Gua ada.
This is a round that FPX don't
Tapi
want to be
sama
pulling
YouTube.
punches and losing one of their big entries is definitely going to hurt them.
Sama kali Dap, sama ke TikTok juga.
Could have been Viper's Pit online, but he knows
Bisa
that
jadi
risk
sih, tapi nggak tahu.
not worth it at all. Thrash sent in, and Berlin's already pushed way too far forward. Perfect timing from Rienz on the ultimate. The snake bite keeping them back as they attempt to fade through the orb. Rienz gets another blind through the smoke.
Dua-duanya di long.
Recovered by Lysor, soon to be
Rienz.
to Heretics by the looks of things. But the op comes in, the shot fired, lands nothing, and now they'll be much more cautious. In fact, the molly gets him. Oh, it's a disaster. 30 HP for Lysor. He's at least got 2, but 8 seconds left. Spike to be planted, players to be dropped, and even saving is impossible. Miniboo's got him sectioned in.
Ambil OP.
Gorgeous interplay. That was the combination of the two players of Rian and.
Kita diputuskan kita akan nobar PPX saja ya.
To just keep everybody low as they tried to run in. They also
sama playoff
that was there when the
group
ultimate was
sets
being used to make
lama
sure
banget.
that they couldn't properly close him down. Like it was just perfect from these two. And, okay, that was the
Sorry,
only
sama
reason
kalau
when
gue lagi
Berlin
pengen
got
nanya
through,
nobar apa kayak gitu,
Koreans
tim-tim yang
just about
bagus kan.
quick enough. And you can see, just combining their
Genji lah sama Genji
working
sama
as a team.
DRX.
And again,
Besok lagi dong
I said
DRX.
Rians had been a little bit quieter in that
Soalnya
first
di
half.
donat 15.000
He's
ya,
now
Sa?
16 and 12.
Kalau di donat gue mau lap semuanya, minimal 1 juta.
Just 2 rounds away
Nice.
after what was looking commanding. Like this was again, I think it was both pistols going the way of FPX.
Itu buat modal upgrade, upgrade biar streamnya lebih GG.
With a pretty hefty lead, getting that second pistol over the line, and now they've lost 4 rounds in a row. And I think we're starting to see the holes in where this comp is just.
Ntar kalau gue udah kaya, bikin studio kayak ruangan kayak senat kali ya, luas, jadi bisa buat naruh apaan aja. Come on! Oh!
Ruangannya dari mana? Tiba-tiba muncul ruangannya.
Enggak. Kalau udah kaya gitu kan, bikin rumah, bikin studio buat gue yang gede, yang luas belakang bisa lari-lari, bisa buat ngapa-ngapain.
Ada prosotan,
iya,
ada kebun binatang.
Ntar lagi ada watch party turnamen kayak gini, taruh apaan kayak belakangnya, konfeti, ntar ke pas menang, wadus, wow.
It's a risk that if he just dies. Okay, he sold it. I thought he was. I kind of
got the golden gun, man.
Respect RTT.
Gak boleh rumah baru.
Iya, Cok, nggak boleh ngomongin rumah baru, Cok. Nggak boleh ngomongin kaya, Cok, nggak boleh kaya anjing.
So I'm quite happy with where we've ended up here.
I'm rolling with
10-8.
Chaos is where they've succeeded. Chaos is
Sedikit-dikit, dikit-dikit.
They've got a few ults for this one.
Sedikit demi sedikit, lama-lama menjadi menang.
Guardian, he's going to be better in this round.
I actually think this is over then for Heretics, to be honest. I don't care about Autumn's ultimate. It's iYoung's Guardian. 3 headshots is a minimum. He might get 4. We'll see.
Yeah, the only thing that will stop him is if it's through a wall.
Yes.
Then he'll only take down maybe 1 player.
If Lysor uses a Viper's Pit while iYoung has a Guardian, he's trolling. You need to give him the long-range angles. Let him just headshot. But no, for real, at this point, Heretics A-site feeling a bit of pressure. They're just going to fall back. They're going to concede the control. That could get Pit down for FPX and give them a real chance to fight for this round.
Spamming. Whoop has somehow managed to dodge every single bullet. There goes that Viper's Pit, but with an immediate response. Both Nightfalls thrown in. Everything being placed into this round by both teams, but they have been able to buy quite a bit of time. Miniboo playing a game with Chicken. Berlin on the other side, and while Miniboo comes out on top, they now have to deal with this man. He goes for a little bit more. They've also lost the Pit. This is a bigger problem now. Life has at least been able to recover 1, but it's left onto iYoung, and there's a counter Pit in play. He has to make a play into it, and they're watching for this. They're ready for this, but he managed to bypass them. It didn't matter in the end. Benji was waiting, holding that line. And now the difference down to just 1. And as I said, Mitch, they committed quite a lot into that round.
Yeah, they committed a hell of a lot. Getting themselves in, counter Nightfall, Pit that then got counter-pitted as well. I mean, this was big investment from FPX. And then we look at this round as well. The fact that their economy was put in. The next round we'll see light shields and rifles for them as well. How Miniboo gets the second, I don't know. And a quick trade from Rienz drops the Pit. At that point, the round is lost. I think that's the defining fight. And as well as that, Miniboo was like 20 HP, pushing through lamps for the first kill he got, just crouched waiting. A ballsy play, and certainly fair to say that, you know, we started this out by talking about his confidence levels. I don't think that's an issue right now. He seems to have found his groove.
He's getting back into it at least, and as I said, that was always going to be dangerous. A streak of rounds, and this would be both maps now, where the FPX have found themselves in pretty hefty advantages. And they are starting to slip in a similar way. It will be a crushing way to go into that lower bracket and of course have to face off.
Diganti ke minggu kelima.
There'll be many teams.
Hah? Mau apa gue minta? Sekarang lagi lah. Di minggu kelima kan udah VCT udah selesai tanggal 29.
Here is that something they were looking for. There are multiple players ready and
Minggu kelima tanggal 29.
Sama sekali enggak. Bulan ini.
Iya, ntar minggu besok, minggu kedua, minggu ketiga, minggu keempat, dan minggu kelima. Kan 4 kali pertemuan 1 bulan.
Oh iya.
So I see no reason why not, but it'll be hard to find it. Okay,
Makan
player in the
dulu.
corner, but Autumn's clean on the
Idenya
first
ada.
shot, and the flash leaves Boo in the corner. Autumn can post up, and that's where he's found most of his
Kok gua nggak
success
bisa
in this
masuk ke
series.
sini ya, tapi ya?
11-9 now
Nice.
for FPX. They found
Tahu.
a little bit of a recovery. This could have been
Bisa
disastrous as
apa?
well with the credits down to the
jadi-
last, but
Yeah.
well, they're back on the board.
You can see why they want that dimensional drip so bad. Because when Life has that, he uses it to basically pinpoint where the paranoia needs to go, has his own pop flash to
Team
leave the
Heretic
players at the
timeout.
back of the site completely blind, and then sticks the landing with it. And that's, there's so much interplay that they can have around that ultimate. The look now will be, what do they do when it's not there? And I actually think that, okay, sure, for Heretics, I understand where there's a pause. You won 5 rounds in a row, you finally lose one, you're 2 away from this map slipping away. But I actually think FPX would have been really happy to have a pause here as well. Because you're now going to sit there and go, okay, we used the ultimates that we knew would work. We were literally farming orbs when there was 1 orb on Life, and I don't know how many, it was 6 or 7 on a teammate.
Yeah.
And now, well, we don't have that. What are we going to do instead? Sure, we got Tour de Force. We got Berlin from the shadows, which I'll be honest, on Berlin, I actually think could be impactful. He's a bit crazy sometimes. And well, Heretics are more looking just to get back into the swing of things as they were over the last few rounds, because the 5-round streak is pretty clean. I don't think there were too many scenarios where it looked like FPX were even going to challenge them at all.
No, that streak of rounds, if they can replicate it.
Ntar saya gue makan dulu.
Oke, Dat.
Maybe FPX have that response. Like we said, Life uses ultimate. This is a game changer in that round, but you're not going to have that online for quite a while. Now, though, we look at Autumn. I believe he's activated his ult before barriers have gone up. Tour de Force, he challenges them to a game and see if they do want to play. Certainly early on, no form of aggression, and the Dizzy just reveals a player's outside the site, and with the ult in play, you do not want to go checking who it is.
Straight away. One of the TPs has had to be used just to get out of the seas. I think they are trying to deny Life farming up those orbs. We've seen the singular buy round they've managed to win come off the back of his ultimate. And again, 3 players ready and waiting. It's allowed by the aggressive position over in Hookah that's being held. And now Boo, well, he's going to be under pressure. Another double ping, and well, Woot's caught.
Always seems to be the place they get curious is exactly where Autumn is. Rien's able to trade, but the disadvantage remains for the side of Heretics. And although Rien's finds another, we're in the same boat.
Showstopper.
Mini Boo, showstopper, not going to heaven though. Needs to pull his rifle out pretty soon because there's a peek coming in from Young, getting aggressive, and it was not expected with the Tour de Force landing a shot. It's 12 for FPX. 3 chances to close this out. The same position Heretics were in on the last map.
Yeah. No, we are seeing a lot of similarities, but this time the streak ended a little bit earlier, and FPX now in that driver's seat. And I like a lot of the interplay in this round. Firstly, just aggressive plays, like when the Haunt goes up, swinging off the back of it. You know that somebody's going to try and shoot that to not reveal the position. The patience of Autumn, this was the value of having him on that operator. That was what they were looking for the entire time. When space is made, re-aggression coming in, being caught, and the fact that he gets the last player as well. Ultimates still in a decent spot though for Heretics. They could respond.
Oh, they could, but Boo's down to start this one off. It's not looking pretty. Life even finds another Lysor, trading out some of the disadvantages, but Benji's done well. His 2 picks puts it back to neck and neck. And now an opportunity with the spike dropped right under their nose for FPX. Look, if there was any 2 players you wanted to put in the clutch position, you probably would choose these guys. Autumn and Life have been very impressive, having to dodge the Thrash and just about managing the TP. Although he gets detained, he's at least safe around the corner. They get to reset, and Thrash won't be recovered.
He's been caught by absolutely everything over the last couple of rounds, but he will be able to hold on. It's unfortunate because they actually cleared the B site, but just didn't realize that singular kill on Taboo was enough. Ran the spike into A. And of course for Heretics, they're not just sitting pretty. They're going to go walkabouts, going to go looking to see if they can reposition. Now taking the TP would actually find an open site. The timing not working out great for the side of Heretics, and they're going to have to take the long road all the way back around. Now it might not be expected though for them to have pushed this far up so soon. The problem is I think they're a little bit worried about full sprinting just in case someone's still lurked in mid.
Well, I mean, conventionally speaking, this is where players will have already started the rotate. I think that's what FPX are playing for, that Team Heretics would be coming through the spawn. Maybe in their minds, they've already stepped onto the site. Little do they know it is the long play, but with the positions FPX are manning, they don't really have to worry about that. It's not an angle they're super exposed to, it's just life, but now he's got the info, and the shot landed to start this one off. Big swing to get the trade, and Aladdin finds him with his back turned. Beautifully played by FPX, and they've managed to take behind a map that we were counting them out of, and of course we were. This has been a stellar map for Heretics.
Map 3. Ya. Aku cobain practice.
My ult is ready.
My ult is ready. Apakah masih bisa gue menembak? Ya.
Welcome back to.
Udahlah kalau seperti itu karena satu sama.
I'll go with FNS. Okay. Well, we've had our
See you.
first difference.
Yeah, I agree because I think
See you
us are just
in
probably
next
the most
live stream.
consistent player I've
FPX
seen in the game.
live stream.